Aloha! Welcome to the third annual Hawaii Esports Invitational! Let's go! So psyched that everyone's here. We have a banger of a day. Day one for a two-day competition. We've got Boise State, Michigan State, we got Syracuse, UH Manoa, we got Baylor, we got Grand Canyon University, and we got pretty much every other UH school out there. This is going to be amazing. I want to say thank you, first and foremost, to our title sponsor, Zippy's, for making this happen. Special thanks to UH West Oahu for hosting this event a second time in a row. Thank you, UH West Oahu. Also, thank you to our lead sponsors, GG Circuit, Hawaii Tourism Authority. Thank you to Southwest Airlines, Prodigy Chain. Let's give it up to EMP Live Designs for producing today. And special thanks to our streamers today, Tenacity and Hungry Box. Let's go. Okay, so today we're going to have College Rocket League, round robin. We're also going to have High School Rocket League right over here in the Esports Lab. We also have College Smash. And winners get the coveted surfboard trophy. So with that in mind, please enjoy the day. And I'm going to pass it on to Keegan. All yours.
Thank you very much, Ed. We are back here at West Oahu, on the west side of Oahu here, for the major event that is known as the Hawaii Esports Invitational. This year, though, it changes a little bit. The previous 2 years, we have had Valorant, but now, or Valorant, for the very first year back in 2024, 2025, it turned into a double event with Super Smash Bros. As well as Valorant, but we changed it up this time a little bit. On the third go-around here, we go from Valorant into Rocket League. Super Smash Bros. Still existing on the other side, inside of the theater at West Oahu, but there is still plenty of action here as we go round robin with 6 teams inside of the Hawaii Esports Invitational. Clutch Key alongside with Henry here for your entire weekend as we get set to play for the surfboard, the trophy, unlike any other here at HEI.
Absolutely so, and I think the diversity in the esports that we're promoting absolutely speaks to the different play styles you can have. Obviously, if you're into the MOBAs, we could have League of Legends. If you're into the tac shooters, we had Valorant, and now what is arguably the easiest esport to spectate for those not in esports, it's soccer with cars.
See, this is the like you said, this is probably the easiest one to understand. I know Valorant's been here for the last 2 years, maybe a little bit more confusing this time around. No, it's just cars, rocket-powered, and just trying to score goals. Literally no other rules in soccer other than that, other than just, there's no out of bounds, there's no, goal kicks, handball, whatever it is in regular soccer. No, it's just rocket-powered battle cards going right at each other. So super simple gameplay here. Schedule-wise, we're going to go into round robin, which is going to be very nice. But also speaking to, we do have 3 new teams here at HEI, and you can see them on your screen right now. Boise State, Michigan State, both of them currently previous winners. If you remember back in 2024, Michigan State won the very first iteration of this surfboard trophy, of the main trophy at the very least. Michigan State won that in 2024. 25, Buster comes around, and Boise State knocks on the door of a championship inside of the surfboard trophy. But that's not to say that Michigan State didn't go away with the trophy either of a surfboard. Michigan State won the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Cruise Trophy to take that surfboard home. So Michigan State, 2 years running, though in different games, does have a surfboard trophy to take. Boise State looking for their second, but the newer teams coming into play here, we will talk about momentarily. But our first game is one of these new teams coming all the way from New York, which is Syracuse. Gababy, Lyser, and Tiz will be playing on this game. And this Syracuse team coming from 4,827 miles away from Syracuse, New York, the farthest of any team here on this roster and playing in the PEC. One team not also new to this entire roster, or to your entire roster of teams, Grand Canyon University, the Antelopes, coming by the way of Phoenix, Arizona, 2,913 miles away from West Oahu. Bean Boy, Debo, and Decagon in here for your matchup. And again, first appearance in HEI, but played in the Mountain West Conference, getting that number 4 seed, in which they would fall to a competitor here, Boise State, who took the number 1 seed in the Mountain West Conference last semester. They get the number 4 seed, but still a pretty impressive way to lead in that conference. So those are your starting rosters here. And again, 2 new teams are going to get to see brand new schools here. I'm very, very excited to see what these schools have to offer, especially now that not only are we changing games, but we're adding 3 new schools into this besides just the University of Hawaii, Manoa, besides Michigan State and Boise State as well.
Absolutely, keeping everybody on their toes. And just for a reminder, today is going to be just for seeding for the playoffs bracket tomorrow. So there's obviously, you're going to be playing every other team in this tournament once today. That's going to be a total of 15 different series. We will be broadcasting half of them, and the pit will have another half so we can get them going. That leaves a little bit of room for experimentation today.
That does. It's a lot of experimentation here for both of these teams, and it looks like we're going to get started here momentarily. Teams are starting to pick their sides. Now let's get things underway with our very first game here in Rocket League at Hawaii Esports Invitational 2026. Already starting off with a demolition. They're going to go off the ceiling here. Syracuse defends that out. Again, game of back and forth. It is 5 minutes on the clock for those of you that do not know this game. 5 minutes on the clock, back and forth they go. There's no one about it. It's just continuous play until somebody scores a goal. Just like that, as Tiz scores the first goal, and Syracuse off and running 17 seconds in.
Yeah, early start for them makes it pretty convincing, I would say, for the time being. You can see a lot of people just going in for the play, making sure that they stay on that offense. And now GCU looking to rally it back, see if they can do anything about it. Kickoff goes in favor of Grand Canyon, heading towards their goal. Nothing too crazy for the time being, but we can see a lot of people playing on the offense here. All three people on Grand Canyon's side going in for it. Demolition, a little bit of a miss. Good block on the side of Syracuse, and now back in the midfield.
Back to the midfield they'll go. They'll rotate out, get into the corner. And again, this game's a whole lot about pressure. And I know that watching GCU during their practice and warm-up on the main stage, they said against teams like this, you have to play fast, you have to play quickly, got to get fundamental touches in. And that's exactly what you have to do in this case, because Syracuse is a really, really tough team playing in the Power Esports Conference. They are right now placed 4th out of all the teams in there, 9 currently total. 4-7-3 match record between the 2 semesters of fall and spring. So this team is good. They know how to win. So the question now is, can they force the issue? Syracuse looking to defend out their goal right now. GCU actually getting a demo. So they'll make this a 3-on-2 momentarily, getting back to midfield, and it'll be a 50-50 once again. Syracuse looking for the lineup. Back to the corner they'll go. GCU defending that yet again. In place for one Syracuse. They'll battle the 50-50, won by GCU in the end.
Absolutely, and you can kind of see a lot of playing triple defense for the time being until the other team loses control of the ball, and that's when they take their opportunity to strike. Both teams playing as a 3-man unit, not necessarily defining by roles here. Good block on the side of Syracuse, making it even once again. GCU looking to hopefully get 1 goal in to tie it up here, as there's now 3 minutes left on the clock.
3 minutes left to play in this game, and it is a best of 5 here, folks. So we are going to see, I mean, at the end of the day, it is a best of 5, so no need to worry about the very first game. But the very first game does set momentum for you, does set that tone for you. But now the question is, what else can you play for it, as we got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go on the clock. Keep advancing it into midfield. They will go back and forth into the corner now. Syracuse having to play a lot of defense. There is a lot of pressure from GCU right now. They'll double commit here, but still get commitment to the front side on Syracuse's side of the floor. Back to the corner, this will roll. They'll get the defense on, back deflected. Now back to midfield, back to the center box. Gets bumped away. Do they have enough of an angle? Good save. I believe that was Lyser that was right there for the save. This will bring this back out, and it'll go back to midfield for the moment. But Syracuse, you can tell, the pressure is on. They have a 1-0 lead, but at the moment, nothing is safe.
Yeah, and that 1-0 lead does guarantee that you don't have to play offense. You could just play defense for the rest of the time, and if it ends 1-0, you get that first game. And you can kind of see right here, Syracuse are preventing Grand Canyon from setting up for a goal, let alone even getting the opportunity to shoot. But as I say that, Nando sinks it in.
Nando gets one in, very well done. Nightmare Rally on the assist to the pass from Nando, and Nando gets the goal. We're notched up at 1 apiece. And man, oh man, good start for this team. For GCU, 1-1. We've already got a banger of a game.
Yeah, and what was a really early score coming out for Syracuse now evened out by the side of GCU. Syracuse now going on the offense. Oh, a little bit of a mistouch coming there from 2 of the members on SU, but Nando scoring it for a 2-0 in a row, I should say, and now giving GCU the lead here in this game number 1.
Just the same sequence as well. Nando gets the goal, Nightmare Rally on the assist. That's 2 goals in the matter of 14 seconds, so that's how quickly this game can change hands, and that's exactly what GCU wants to do, off and running here to start. The midfield Big play off for right now. Square up on a 50-50. GCU's got a chance at another one here. They'll try for the double touch. That's taken out by Tiz. Back to the corner they'll go. Pressure now, and now advantage and push here from Syracuse. Can they find the right angle? Flips on under it. Gets a shot on. Scores off a goal from GCU. We're tied at 2 apiece. Baby right there with the goal.
Yeah, and the setup by Tiz there, kind of centering it for Gababy and tried to prevent it from going in, but a little bit too deep into the goal meant that the ball went all the way through, and it doesn't have to hit the back of the net or anything like that. It just has to pass that.
Just pass the line. Doesn't
Yeah.
gotta hit net. There's no net.
There is no net.
It's just a solid wall, I promise you. The back of that goal is a solid wall. The only thing it needs to do is fully pass through the bottom of the net, which just in soccer it has to do. So a minute left to go. We are tied up at 2 apiece. That is 3 goals in the matter of only 33 seconds in a differential here, and 1 minute remaining on the clock. We might get another one right here. Leicester gives Syracuse the lead, 3-2. Tiz with the assist, but man, Tiz carrying this one all the way down to the goal, getting that extra touch. Leicester with that extra touch to get it in, and Syracuse takes the lead.
And you could kind of see, you know, there was a little bit of defense at the goal, but I think right at when they kicked the ball, they also nudged the goalie just a little bit, and that prevented any blocking of the ball, giving Syracuse a 1-point lead. It's neck and neck right now, just 50 seconds left on the clock. You can kind of see Syracuse are still playing on the offense, trying to extend their lead, making it harder and harder to score multiple consecutive goals in this short amount of time. Keeping it on the offense, keeping it on GCU's side. And now Grand Canyon, they need to respond.
Yeah, 30 seconds to respond. Syracuse looking to add on to this. Good save by Nightmare Rally. Keeps this out. 25 seconds remaining. Nightmare Rally looking to carry this coast to coast. Can't do it. Gets tied up. Tiz is right there to defend. Now trying to get towards the goal here. Syracuse. GCU trying to find a way to come back here, but now the pressure is onto them. Back to the midfield. The baby's right there. Can they find it? Syracuse putting the pressure on. GCU needs a goal here in the next 5 seconds to force this to OT. That's not going to help. Puts it back into the corner. It'll go to the ceiling. Clock does not end. Game does not end, so ball touches ground. And that is it. Syracuse 3-2 victory. Taking the first one home. And that is a good start for the Syracuse team.
Absolutely so, and we don't really think about it until the end of the day, or at least past the halfway mark, but there is going to be the inevitable potential, I should say, case of tiebreakers, and game differential is going to matter here, so any game that you can get in your back pocket is going to matter in the end here, but you can kind of see Syracuse had that great start, like you said, 17 seconds in, already had that first goal. And then it was a bit back and forth, but they were able to close that out for just this first game so far.
You can see the pressure as well. Everybody got shots on goal here. A total of 7 versus 6, but you can see one player, Bean Boy, doesn't get a shot on goal, but the amount of saves as well evened up. And demos, I mean, 3-1-2. Yes, Grand Canyon got a lot of demos. Doesn't show for it in the end. Only gets 2 goals for it. But, man, I mean, everybody's scoring on the board for Syracuse. Everybody, GCU as well, getting themselves pretty much as many shots as they can, but unfortunately goes to the wayside. And game number 1 under the belt, but it's okay. Rocket League players are really good at this, by the way. I think they're probably the best at doing this. Even after one game, they're really good at resetting after that first 5 minutes. They get back in the game. They know it's a fresh start. Best of 5, though, so you still got, you know, 1 game down for Syracuse, 2 to go.
Absolutely so, and not saying that it's going to happen, but you can lose 2. You know, it is, like you said, a best of 5. It's possible to lose 2 and still come back out on top. I actually did want to point out that we saw both of the goals from game number 1 were from Nando. It seems like GCU kind of want to play around that. We're going to see if maybe a little bit of adaptation coming into the second game. And now Syracuse back on that offense. You can see all 3 members on the side of GCU's half trying to get that goal in.
Playing right now just to stay alive here. Syracuse putting on so much pressure at the moment here. They get the 50-50, they get the demo, so GCU's possession now back to Syracuse. Tiz is going to try to take this off the wall, look for that double touch, flip, reset. Nothing there though, no follow-up afterwards. GCU gets the advantage back, and good hit by Bean Boy. Could go for the double here if they wanted to, but that gets pushed away. Back to the midfield now, Demolition makes a 3v2 to the goal here, to the upper bar. Hits crossbar, doesn't go in. GCU survives, can breathe just for a little bit more. That one goes cross, that one doesn't hit either. That one just goes wide left. GCU can breathe a sigh of relief for all of that sequence.
Absolutely right, and you can see the aggression is just what is probably going to be defining a lot of these series here. Pedal to the metal, making sure that you don't give the other team any room to breathe. It's that type of in the moment thinking that is going to make or break a series here. Now, you can see Syracuse going in for that offense. Net is not necessarily open here, as Nightmare Rally is going to block it and make sure that ball stays in that midfield, making sure nobody has a good in onto either of the goals right now.
I want to point out again, first goal we had was in 17 seconds in game number 1. We have yet to score here, a minute 40 gone, and yet everybody's playing 50-50 balls, everybody's playing for pressure. And right now, both sides' pressures are really good. Good touch by GA Baby here. Can they find a way out? Yes, they can. GCU clears, takes it to the other corner, trying to fall from the ceiling. Nearly had it, just misses off the mark. And it's back to Syracuse for their possession. Everything's up in the air now, quite literally. Back to the corner they'll go. See if they can touch this, maybe get this back to midfield, but they won't. Good touch by Tiz. Can he get the double touch? Does so, and lands it right off the car, right off the top of a GCU car. Tiz is there for the score, the solo goal. No assist needed when you're flying on a double touch.
Yeah, banks it off the top and then just slots it back in. Nice and easy, makes it look simple, and that's going to be that 1-0 lead. It's been a close series thus far. In fact, no team has had more than a 1-goal lead on either side. We're going to see if Syracuse are able to break that. Going for that double touch again, and it's successful this time. GA Baby scoring one for Syracuse.
Yeah, so remember your thing about nobody's had a lead more than 1. Yeah, now it's 2.
It's the caster curse. It was inevitable.
Yep, 7 seconds in between the 2 goals here, so Syracuse has a 2-0 lead over the Antelopes. The Orange off and running. If they find a way to secure victory now, they would be this, again, you can see at the top of your screen, this is the group stage best of 5 in this round. And for those wanting the schedule here coming up in the next matchup here on stage, as they get towards goal. Next up afterwards would be Baylor taking on the University of Hawaii and Manoa. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go on the clock. Crossing all the way coast to coast. Double commit from Syracuse. Is that going to bite them here? And a great redirect from Nando in the end gives GCU a goal. And now they're only down 1. Cut the lead in half.
You just mentioned that that double commit did end up biting them in the butt just a little bit. Tried to recontrol that ball, but it just didn't work out. And now, just a 1-goal differential. It's hard to believe, but both of those goals from Syracuse were in the first half. Wait! Was that a kickoff?
That was a kickoff goal. No one home. Nando scores. Everybody on the kickoff here. Everybody gone. Everybody going towards something, and yet they left the door wide open. Nando was there for the goal, and we got a tie game, fresh game, and with 2:11 left to go.
And both consecutive goals from both teams were literally seconds apart from each other. Just shows how dynamic Rocket League can be. 2 minutes left on the clock, and it still feels like anybody's game. It's kind of hard to believe that only 3 minutes have passed in this one.
And yet, it's going to be Syracuse taking back the lead. Bean Boy gets one back. We have had so many goals here in the last couple of seconds.
That was GCU's.
It is crazy, but this time Syracuse gets it.
That was GCU's.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was GCU. My apologies there. I read that incorrectly. Sorry.
You're hyping. It's a little too much here.
A little bit too much. Yes, GCU does get the goal. Bean Boy there. My apologies, but Bean Boy gets it. And we're off and running. GCU with the lead, down 2-0, 3-2 now.
3-2 now. Scoring game number 2 would be massive for them. Ties it up, makes it a best of 3 if they're able to close it out in these last 100 seconds. Now, they're the ones on the offense. They're trying to make sure that they maintain this lead. Make it 2 goals if possible. Ball just bouncing around in that midfield. Everybody trying to set it up to the best of their ability. Syracuse trying to get control of it. ECU knocking it back in Syracuse's half. We're going to see if they can do anything about that for the time being. Just lots of trying to make sure that the ball is set up for them, but a lot of interceptions from both teams.
Yeah, right now, GCU just trying to hold on here. Syracuse going to put on the pressure. Double touch here possible. Tiz goes off the top of the goal. One more redirect. Good save by Nightmare Rally. Keeps them alive. Minute left to go on the clock. Back to midfield. No play. Now GA Baby's right there. Double commit up into the air. Here comes GA Baby. Good block from Grand Canyon, but here comes the touch, and Tiz is right there. Ties it up. 3 apiece.
Second goal for Tiz this game. Making sure that no opportunity is left. Now they tie it up, like you say, 3-3. Very eventful game number 2. And it's kind of games like these, especially being the first one out of the pack, defining what you have for the rest of your opponents, as you've got the entire lineup left to face for the rest of the day. Letting them see what you are capable of in this first series matters quite a lot in terms of making an impression. But goal left open, and Lasser takes the lead for Syracuse one more time. 4-3 is the score.
Lasser with an excellent redirect right into the back of the net. 43 seconds left to go. GCU's got to find some hope here. They don't have a lot of time, and in fact, that's the third goal that now Syracuse has scored that's been under a minute on the clock. One back for 58 seconds in game number one, now 57 and 43 seconds respectively here in game number two. Can GCU find a way out? Put this into tie position, into overtime position. Trying to get to the pressure on Tiz, takes it back out to the wayside. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. G.A. Baby takes it back to midfield. Opportunity for Syracuse staved off. To the wall they will go. Good block. G.A. Baby now gives Syracuse an advantage. They have enough of an open net. They do. Lasser's right there. That should seal the deal.
A little bit of centering action here from G.A. Baby, making sure he sets up for the rest of the team. And it was pretty much an open net, almost, I would say. Nightmare Rally tried to contest that one, but not to his ability. 12 seconds left on this kickoff. Syracuse gaining control of that one. They're going to have to score 2 goals just to tie it up. But with the time limitation here, don't think it's going to be too possible. That one pretty much defines it. And as the ball hits the floor, that's going to be a 2-0 lead in favor of Syracuse.
Yep, Syracuse off and running here, 5-3 final score in that game. And so Syracuse, I mean, you got to watch for the final couple of seconds. Less than a minute left to go. They score 3, 57-43, and with 12 seconds left, slams the door right into GCU's face. I mean, you can take a look at the score lines here, but mainly, again, you can see it's very spread out through Syracuse. One player doesn't get a score for GCU at the same time, too. But, I mean, they do get more shots on goal, right? They do get 8 shots in comparison to 10 for Syracuse, which means they're staying neck and neck with each other, which you really want in a kind of game like this. Makes it exciting. But just that last minute, it's just that last minute that they can't stave off the pressure on Syracuse, just pours it on.
Yeah, the tension builds up as the time ticks down, especially when you're the person that has to be scoring those goals just to make up that deficit that has been created in the last few minutes. But like you're saying, seeing the opportunities for both teams that they're making those shots, they're at least doing the attempts. It's just that it seems Syracuse is ready to defend more often, and then able to translate that into an offensive play. We're going to have to see if Grand Canyon have anything up their sleeves to kind of bring it back, because now it's going to have to be that reverse sweep if you want to win this first series.
Syracuse and GCU, game number 3. Syracuse up 2-0. Kickoff goal, maybe no, goes off the left side of the bar. GCU need a reverse sweep to win this game. Syracuse have 3 match point opportunities, or 3 match opportunities here to win. So it's going to find midfield here. Battle between Nando and Lasser, won by Nando in the end. To the corner, they'll play this off the wall. Do they have enough of an angle? Not enough power. Baby's right there to take care of business. Coming back to midfield, demolition. Here comes Syracuse. Tiz looking for the touch, a little bit too wide to handle. Goes off the wall for a demolition, and you can see the pressure again. Syracuse knows they have a 2-0 lead. They're trying to just put on the pressure. GCU having to play defense for most of this half so far. As again, they put it back to the purple zone here with a little bit of a double touch. Teammates hit each other up in the air, which lets GCU get it back to midfield. Finally seeing the orange side of the floor here, but 1 minute in to go. Nando's going to try and see if they can get a score here, but gets bumped around. Nothing off the ceiling. Again, back to purple side. Nothing really midfield. Pressure's back on. Syracuse just waiting for the right moment to do so. Good block from Bean Boy. Does that help? In the end, Nightmare Rally up in the top right corner of the goal and scores, and GCU finds their lead.
And I feel like we've been talking about this from the members of Syracuse quite a bit, but when you're playing that offensively, you start leading to these double, triple commits, and it's about that team communication that seems to be their weak spot that we've been noticing that gives Grand Canyon these slim opportunities to play that offense, take the ball in their favor, and they were able to capitalize on it here with their first goal in game number 3.
That's the first goal with 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Last time that took 2 minutes and 50 seconds to find the first goal. But then a plethora of goals happened after that first one within the same minutes as well. So this is going to be a lot. This is going to be some pressure here to see if GCU can stave off that amount of scoring happening. Block again. to the goal. Do they
roll?
have it? No, they don't have a deflection either. It rolls along the floor of the box. Mind you here, GCU now trying to find more pressure, but Syracuse now putting it in a very good spot. Lasser's going to win the battle in the end, gets there in the nick of time, just before a GCU player can get there. Lasser finds a way to tie the game for Syracuse.
Yeah, GA Baby barely taps it on the post, and Lasser's able to finish it up there, tying up game number 3 here. With 3 minutes still left on the clock, it could be anybody's game. Like you said, multiple goals within a matter of seconds could happen here.
Do we have another one? Do we have an, oh, nope. Tipped off each other up in the air on the wall, so nothing doing there for GCU to handle at the very end. Now GCU is going to go on the lower side. Here, good block from Tiz. J Baby also on the cover on the back end. Here it comes, back to the corner. Finds the old way. Syracuse trying to put the pressure on, missing off the wall into the corner. That might look good a little bit, but J Baby's right there to save face and give Syracuse still a little bit more breathing room. Here it is 1-1, so pressure's on both sides. 2.5 minutes left to go, but you can see just the rotations that are happening right now for GCU. They're putting the pressure on. They're trying to play the way Syracuse has been pushing them the entire way through. Ball just still up in the air. Need 2 back there inside of the goal just to cover.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said, Syracuse are ready to defend if they need, and then try to translate that into an opportunity to play offense. But now GCU, they've had 2 games of sample against Syracuse. They've kind of been able to start reading them a little bit. Still, the game is tied, and that hasn't become anything in terms of results just yet. But they are playing a lot more offensively, are GCU here in this game number 3.
GCU's trying to put pressure onto Syracuse, and they need to. They've got to win 3 games in a row. It needs to be a reverse sweep to give GCU the first dub of the day. Back to midfield it'll play here is Syracuse. Let's see if they can break the ice. Up to the top left corner. That's defended out by Nightmare Rally on the save. This will go all the way across. Is it in? It is! Coast to coast, Nando gets one, and Nando gives GCU the lead with 1:36 on the clock.
Yeah, and that one kind of came out of nowhere. It seemed like all 3 members of GCU were still defending, but playing offensively again on the side of Syracuse. Grand Canyon able to capitalize on the open net, and now they have the 1-goal advantage. Kickoff looking good for GCU for the time being. Control of the ball still up in the air.
Well, we're approaching that time though. 90 seconds left to go. 25 seconds until a minute left, and the reason I say that is if you weren't watching the previous 2 games, they scored 4 goals in the last minute combined in the first 2 games for Syracuse. So Syracuse looking to see if they can bump up this pressure and tie the game here, but now they're having to play defense just slightly as it goes back to their side of the floor. GA Baby looking for a little bit of a soft touch, a little bit of a flip, and just to get it over, dribbles it on over, but GC right there to take it back to the orange side corner. Minute left, here we go.
Minute left, 60 seconds. Is it going to be enough? Oh, but GA Baby redirects the ball. Goalie's looking good, but he says, no way, Jose. Swings it to the left.
Right in the pocket, right in the window. Beautiful,
that was beautiful
shot. And again, 5th goal now for Syracuse that happens under a minute. 3 games left, or 3 games played. This is an impressive streak here. Now tied up at 2 apiece. GCU looking to put on the pressure. They've got nothing there. Maybe looking to dribble this all the way, and actually a little bit of that bump helps out. 1-on-1, 50-50 ball, won by GCU, back to midfield. And this is where it starts to build up pressure here because GCU knows they're on the precipice of losing. Syracuse on the precipice of victory. Somebody's got to blink to win a 2-2 tie here until we get to overtime and golden goal. Nando takes it back out to the corner. This is there on the flip, seeing if you can dribble this all the way. Good movement here. But Bean Boy there to defend. 50-50 ball stays right into the midfield. Another 50-50, this time won by Syracuse. Up in the air, gotta hit it. Nightmare Rally does have the hit. Has the flip reset if he needs to. 8 seconds left. Ball is just floating there. It's just staying there. Triple mid from Syracuse gives GCU a chance. 3 seconds left to go onto the corner. Nando trying to dribble it over, defend it out. Holds the ball up for right now. Ball still up in the air. Can they find a touch? This is going to be right there for the triple. And finally, GCU puts it down. We go to OT. Golden goal time.
Overtime for game number 3 in our first series here in the group stage. What an opportunity for both teams to kind of read it. And like you said, it's the first goal. That's the one that matters. They get it out of the goal. Doesn't quite pass through that invisible wall that you mentioned a little bit earlier. And that means that the ball is still well and truly alive. First one in OT is going to claim it. Will it be a 3-0 for Syracuse? Or will it be a game 4 for Grand
Oh,
Canyon?
Rothbard
They get it
into
in!
it. And GA Baby says good night, gets the final touch, and man, oh man, that's the end of it. Only 30 seconds gone in overtime, but at the end of it, it is right there for Syracuse to win game number 1. Yes, it's a sweep, but that felt close.
It was neck and neck the whole way through. Do not let the overarching game scoreline kind of fool you. Both of these games, or all 3 of them I should say now, within 1 or 2 points of each other, both teams having goals on either side, and you can kind of see it, the shots very equal, very close between both teams, but it's just a matter of how many of them get translated into those successful goals. And Syracuse just happened to have a little bit more in this series.
Yep, Syracuse had more in the tank at the end, but it's just a warm-up game. GCU's not out of it, obviously. We still got round robin to go, and this is just for seeding. Everybody's going to play into tomorrow. Everybody's going to be playing for their rounds here, and you can see the stage. There are sound stage, if you will. Very nice stage as well. We had this last year, and again, thank you to the University of Hawaii at West Oahu here for hosting this event for its 2nd consecutive year. And again, you can tell right now for Syracuse, they feel pretty good coming away with a sweep to start off their group stage, and now they just got to go through the rest here. And they actually, if I look at the schedule here for Syracuse, they get a break in the next game too, so they can take a breather, they can debrief, and go into the next 4 games that they need to play.
Absolutely so, and every game that, or every series that you win here does matter, because not just for seeding purposes, but because we have a 16 bracket going into the playoffs, 1st and 2nd seed do get that quarterfinals bye. So
right into the semis.
It gives you more opportunity to kind of scout out your opponents. It gives you more opportunities to kind of practice. But yeah, Syracuse off to a pretty good start as of right now. They have that 1-0 in their back pocket. GCU, like you said, it is just a 0-1. That doesn't mean you're out of it. No. You could end 4-1.
If you get 4-1, you're probably getting a 2nd seed if that's the case.
There you go.
Unless there's, I mean, there's going to be tiebreakers here and there.
Potentially.
We're going to do the math on that, and
we'll
find out.
We'll keep you in touch.
How long did it take us to make our own
that was a while.
That was a while.
That was a while.
Figure out everything. But anyways, we are here at the University of Hawaii at West Oahu, and this is the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by the good folks at Zippy's. And Zippy's is, of course, our proud presenting sponsor. 22 locations in Hawaii, as well as 4 now in Las Vegas. Recently opened another one up in Las Vegas there, and I might go visit on my trip here soon. Zippy's represents the comfort foods of Hawaii. Of course they do. On a plate, visit zippys.com and order your favorites now. So again, thank you to the good people at Zippy's for presenting the Hawaii Esports Invitational 3rd year in a row. For 3 of 3 for presenting sponsors, and we appreciate Zippy's for all that they do. We are going to take a short break, and when we come back, the next game to pop up here on our main stage will be between two new teams. I mean, well, obviously we've only seen 2 schools so far. We got to see another.
The home and away.
The home and away. Yes, it is a home and away. Baylor comes to Hawaii. Will take on the University of Hawaii in their next game. When we come back, you're watching the Hawaii Esports Invitational. We'll be right back.
This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver and plugin is tested, optimized and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver, and plugin is tested, optimized, and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippies.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver and plugin is tested, optimized and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippies.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The Mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippies, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippies.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver and plugin is tested, optimized and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver and plugin is tested, optimized and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippies.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver, and plugin is tested, optimized, and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippies.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippies, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippies.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Hawaii Esports Invitational, live from the University of Hawaii at West Oahu. Clutch Key and Henry back with you as we get set for game number 2, round number 2 of our round-robin matchups here, and we get set for a new school versus a, well, familiar one, if you will. I guess you could call them the home team, away versus home here, although home technically about, 35, 40 minutes away from here on a drive. So University of Hawaii Manoa taking on Baylor. We'll start with our starting lineups here for the University of Hawaii and Manoa very quickly here. Didn't have to drive very far, but your starting lineup, 82 lit, Hoosh and Sly. Hoosh, by the way, coming by the way of Boise State transfer. So that is a really, Hoosh, Noahs, and Sly will be your starting lineup here. But one of the players, Hoosh, on this roster, played for Boise State before. And then we go on to the team from Baylor, Andy Hawkster and Zanil. Zanil, a very noteworthy player here for Baylor, actually transferring from one of the better, if not one of the best schools in the country for Rocket League, and that would be Northwood. So transferring on over from Northwood into Baylor here. So that's the player to watch if you're going to watch for anything here. So we are going to see a very exciting game, home versus away. But if you're the University of Hawaii, you kind of need a win here because the last game they played, game number 1 against Boise State, losing on a sweep 3-0 and a bad differential as well if you're taking a look at it.
Yeah, absolutely so. I think both teams were able to kind of do a 3-0 sweep for their respective teams, and now University of Hawaii are looking for that redemption arc for them, as a matter of fact, because you definitely don't want to end the first 2 series that you played 0-2, especially with the outcome of what happened in that first game, like you said. Yep. We will be keeping track of shots taken, shots differential, stuff like that, for the inevitable tiebreaker that could happen. Just so the teams know, it might factor in later.
It could factor in. Head-to-head will also start this off as well, so that's why we're keeping track of the games going on right now. Meanwhile, on the other end of on the side lab, I should say, Michigan State playing their first game up against Grand Canyon University, again, who just lost 3-0. So Michigan State looking for their first win in their very first game. The buys right now would be for both Boise State as well as Syracuse. So Syracuse gets a little bit of a break to debrief. So does Boise State. So now all teams will play at least their first match here in the round robin of the second round. Baylor still haven't yet to play a game, but the University of Hawaii looking for a win here in their second as we get underway with our second game, the round number 2 of a round robin underway for the University of Hawaii and Baylor. Baylor, of course, and that golden Baylor, or that gold Baylor color. Meanwhile, University of Hawaii in the Manoa green. And for right now, it looks like I've heard the University of Hawaii I heard them talking in their warm-ups. They say play their 50-50s, let players get boost, and that's the way they're trying to play this. Baylor's putting on the pressure already. You can see Sunil again, the player that's transferred on over from Northwood for their teams. And it's played very well up there in the tiers of Rocket League. It's Rocket League now, playing on terms of the Bears. So Zanil looking for a flip reset here, gets one, gets blocked out by Hawaii, but you can see the pressure already on for the team out of Manoa.
Absolutely so. I don't think I've even seen the ball pass that midfield in favor of Manoa quite yet. And Andy, from the roof, banks it down, starts the game off strong for Baylor here with that first goal.
Yeah, Andy just taking rightful opportunity there, just a miss up on the side ceiling, 47 seconds into the game. We have our first goal already for the Baylor Bears. 10 seconds though. Here, I mean, plenty of time still left to score. There's still plenty of time left in this game. And finally, I mean, you said it right. We felt like we haven't seen this ball into the yellow zone a lot. Now it is in the yellow zone, but just as quickly. Baylor clears this out. Sly will go ahead and touch this off back up of the top of the goal and out. But you can just see the pressure Baylor is putting on. This team out of Baylor, by the way, an undefeated record in the Power Esports Conference, 11-0 in the double round robin. 32. They have only dropped, in the matter of those 11 games, have only dropped 4 games total.
Wow!
In all of that sequence. So, and again, in the plus-minus differential, they're plus 85 and all of that as well. So this is a lot of pressure that stacks up against the University of Hawaii right now, playing against a team like Baylor.
And yeah, I would say even though they're on the back foot for a majority of this game so far, it kind of feels like they're putting on a good defense, you know? They aren't giving Baylor any opportunities to kind of center the ball or set it up like that. And now side of the ball is in the yellow area. We're going to see if they can do anything about it. Oh, a little bit of dodge coming in there. Not able to set it up for that double tap. Now back in the midfield, both teams contesting very, very hard. Baylor gaining re-control of that ball trying to see if they can set it up. It's going to be Andy going in for that 2-0 lead in favor of Baylor.
That's insane. Zanil showing off skills too. Double taps off the wall just for Andy to line this up perfectly into the center net. And that's what you get, man. That's what you get when a player like Zanil. 2-0 Baylor, 2:55 left to go. And UHE, I mean, if that's the way Baylor's going to be playing right now on a double tap from them, from Zanil, off to a goal like that, UH's got his work cut out for them.
Yeah, Manoa have to kind of step up here and start playing a little bit more offensively, but I don't think Baylor are going to give them the opportunity to do so. As a matter of fact, right now, still ball in the green zone. Only Sonic likes the Green Hill Zone in that matter of fact, but...
Well, there's no hills in this case, though. It's all flat land.
That is pretty true. That is pretty true. But we're going to have to see if Manoa can put on that pressure. Doing so right now, seeing if they can sink one in. As a matter of fact, they do. Just in time for, I believe, the halfway point for this game. They bring it closer by one more goal.
Yeah, they bring it in. It's a good pass by 82 Lid. That puts it right in there for Sly, right into the pocket. And a differential of only 35 seconds there gives Hawaii at least a breathing opportunity. They tie it up. Now it's 50-50 in the middle. Hoosh has to go for this. Take this back out to midfield on the corner punch. But yeah, I mean, at University of Hawaii showing some life. First goal in 2 games here at the very least for them. They're actually going to dribble it all the way up. 82 Lid wanted to just give them a friendly hello with the ball going right up into their faces. And it's just off and on here. But Hoxter in the meanwhile scoring and 1:58 left to go. A good goal for Hoxter. Solo style, by the way. No assist needed. This is just off the hands of Slide into the hands of Hoxter to score the goal.
The solo bolo does it for Baylor, and they maintain that 2-point lead. 2 minutes left on the clock. Manoa trying to see if they can do anything about it. Kickoff actually sends the ball to the side. As a matter of fact, nothing too much happening. Manoa on that offense, looking to see if they can get anything. Demolition.
That was like your traffic jam that you had to drive through today. 5 cars in that section.
It was terrible, man.
Was
Let me tell you.
Coming here. 1:40 on the clock. Just a bunch of cars just demolition on each other in that goal, but they finally break off of that sequence down into the middle side, off the crossbar. You can actually hear, before in the old days, you wouldn't be able to hear that crossbar. They finally added that sound effect, and it's the greatest thing in the world to hear that go off the crossbar, but they do not get it. Baylor still has the 2-point lead, has possession, minute 20 now. And so for UHE, you can feel the pressure again. Baylor's passing it back. They'll pass it back to their teammate. Here comes Hoxter off the top rope. Nothing there. Gets staved off, pushed out to the left side. Back to the corner. And let's see what Zanil does with this. Gets the flip reset. Can you get another on the block? No, you don't. Just stop to the right side of the goal and out. Minute left to go, though. Here's where a lot of goals happened in the last game. Doesn't happen now.
You can see they tried to rebound the ball. They knew that defense would be there, and they tried to see if they could realign themselves with that rebound, bounce it off the opponent, and then go back in for another goal. It wasn't able to connect there. So Baylor is still with a 2-point lead, 40 seconds left on the clock, and the time is ticking for the side of UHE. They've got to make 2 goals here just to tie it up and bring it into OT. But Baylor are not even letting them near the ball right now, as a matter of fact.
I mean, you have to score, 2 goals in a matter of 15 seconds per, if the math is right, and that just keeps ticking down every single second you have here. But finally we see the ball go into the Baylor zone, but can UHE find it? Playing a little bit slower, trying to dribble around. Zanil's right there, but that gets blocked up. 15 seconds left, but you can feel the pressure mounting, and it's starting to crush Manoa in the end here in game number 1. Baylor may just be looking for a show goal here, because at this point, it's a dagger. This game's over. Game's clock is going to end when that ball hits ground at 1 and 0 seconds left to go. That's the way this is going to end here. It'll go off. Maybe Baylor gets another touch in. They'll just drop it to the ground, and a 3-1 win for Baylor. Game number 1 is theirs.
Game number 1, a pretty good showing, and like we said, Manoa is coming off this series off of a loss to Boise, and it seems like they've kind of picked it up a little bit. We were talking about that goal differential not being necessarily in their favor for that first series. This one felt a lot closer, and yes, I say that knowing that Baylor was mainly the one on the offense this entire time. You can kind of see it just in the shot attempts in this post game here, but
16 shots.
Yeah.
That's the pressure.
But how many of them actually connected? The answer's 3. So a lot of good defense coming in from Manoa. They just need to start translating that, into control of the ball, into that offense, because we saw it. The rare opportunities when Manoa was in that in the yellow zone, they were able to do quite a bit of damage to the Baylor roster.
Yeah, you want to talk about the defense as well. Total of 16 shots to 9 saves, 3 across the board for the University of Hawaii. So it's not like there's not bad defense going on. Baylor's just putting on the pressure, and they need to play defense. That's really what this is all about. So if you're Hawaii, you got to find a way to stave off that pressure, put that ball more into Baylor's zone, because right now, I mean, it just feels like it's not even midfield that you can say that this game is being played on at all. It's all University of Hawaii side. They're being forced to play defense, so Hawaii's got to be willing and able to be a little bit more forceful with it. Yes, they got a goal out of it, but at the very least for UH, find your way out. Find your way out of the hole here, as Andy already trying to take Hawaii's own goal line here further down, but Daniil right on the top rope, good at least pinch off of the ground for Hawaii. They get that back out, and don't have game for a second. Looks like okay, so it looks like game might be paused here for just a couple of moments. Might be a little bit of a tech issue, if you will, but that's to be expected here at a LAN event. There's never nothing without a tech issue here. So again, game number 1 going 3-1 in favor of Baylor, and it looks like there was a goal scored in the process. Who's able to score one? So hey, that's for the University of Hawaii. They're up 1-0.
A little bit of movie magic, I would say, working in favor of University of Hawaii at Manoa. They're able to get that first goal. And let's see if they can maintain that lead in their favor. We're actually seeing it. We had a little bit of critique from them in that first game about that offensive play. And you can see it right now. A lot of pressure being put on the Baylor roster, seeing if they can get a second one in. And Hoosh, I believe both of the goals so far, just all him. A little bit of setup from his teammates, but he's the one hook, line, and sinker. And that's going to be a good 2-0 lead for them in the second game. Exactly what they needed to rebound in the series.
Goal differential, 15 seconds of play. And Hoosh is out and running, former fourth stage player. Able to find 2 goals up on the board for Manoa. So yes, we're in West Oahu, but can Manoa find a little bit of Manoa magic here? Last night, baseball gets theirs in the 10th inning. Can UHE Manoa find their way to some magic here on the west side of the island? 3:50 on the clock. As it looks like some pressure on. That ball's just going to float right there. And Zanio will take that any day of the week. Yes, there was a lot of collisions going on. There was a lot of action down. But Andy right into the hands of Zanil is right there. Ball's just going to float there, but with the double commit, nobody home. It's there. Andy, good pass. Zanil with a goal.
Yeah, I think they were thinking that the ball was going to go a little bit further out than that. Kind of left it a little bit open. Kickoff almost lines up into a goal, but nothing comes from that. And now Baylor putting the pressure back on once again, trying to see if they can set anything up. Looks like a pass, but intercepted.
Floating there. It's floating there. And he's going to get a double touch. Oh, it goes off to the right side, though, so nothing doing. He's just standing there. And those are the moments, right? You just gasp for air, like, just like, please don't go in, please don't go in, please don't go in. But UH gets a break for the moment. As now this will go into the goal here. That's a good save from Slide. Does double commit though, so this is no advantage to Baylor for the moment. Baylor Hawksler will center, nothing doing, back to the midfield. Into Baylor's zone and will go. And yes, I mean, we said it, it's barely been here, but they find a way to do it. Baylor's now on the push. They know that they have to push. They're down 1 here. Could be need to go, but now it's going to be dribbled on by 82 Lit. Back to the corner, good hit by Hawksler. Hawksler can set, but no, isn't allowed to. Back to the middle here. Addy gets it over 1, but 82 Lit is right there. And you can see the rotations for Hawaii as well. Making good work of the rotations so far here, staving off all of this Baylor pressure, but it's because they keep needing to, and this is the way the Bears play.
Yeah, it's back and forth for control of the ball, and you can kind of see Baylor are taking a shot and Manoa are defending it, but there needs to come a time when Manoa decides to switch the roles here and translate one of these shots into a little bit of an offense. That one goes ahead and hits the post. Nothing too much coming from it for the time being. They're lining up another shot, seeing if they can get anything with it. Another interception from Manoa. Good defense thus far.
Still plenty of time, though, for Baylor to try to make their comeback here. 2 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock. Back to the corner. And again, this ball has not left Hawaii's zone in a very long time. No, even then, they had an open opportunity to get it back to the midfield. Baylor says no. Finally, it'll stay there for only a couple of seconds. And Hawkster's just going to go ahead and float up and push this around here before 82 Lit can get there. 50-50 balls are where Hawaii needs to win. Right now, I mean, just as pressure is on up at the top of the roof, that might waterfall down. It doesn't.
It's
but
in.
It's a double tap from Hawkster. Nasty off the top of the roof and down. And Hawkster ties up the game here at 2 apiece.
Yeah, a lot of the same play that we're seeing. Kind of bounce it off the top of the goal and then just kind of nudge it in there. Works in favor of Baylor, and now the series is tied. A minute and a half for this second game. Manoa looking to tie the series up. Baylor looking to bring it to series point here. These last minutes of play. We're going to see if anything comes of it or if this will even go to an overtime. But once again, BU just putting on that pressure, making sure that Manoa has to play defense the entire time, and that just gives Baylor more opportunities to keep making shots if they want to.
Yeah, they keep adding on to the shot total here. I mean, it was 16 last game.
It was.
They're going to add on to the shot total, but can they find a way to a victory here? They tie up the game at 2 apiece. Baylor got 3 goals to win last time. They're going to need a 3rd goal here to take the lead in this game with a minute left to go. And remember, for Syracuse, back in the series we had before, there were 5 goals scored in between 3 games in the last minute of each game.
Yep.
So right now, Baylor needs one of those. Both teams really need one of those, but Baylor, they're going to go up top here. Wins the 50-50 off the top, off the post. Here comes
center.
Andy for the center and Andy for the goal. 38 seconds left. Baylor scored 3 straight.
3 in a row. Tensions rising, but they don't give a damn so far. Who's tried to defend it was not entirely successful there. And like you said, this game started off 2-0 in favor of UHE. And now Baylor have swung it back in their favor with half a minute left, 30 seconds. Demolition coming in, seeing if they can make anything come of it. But the goal is just open.
No, that was the best look Hawaii was going to have. They had it centered, they had it everything. Nobody home though. And it's just a 1-2 triple commit push here for Hawaii. Hawkster lines it up and in. Hawkster with the 2nd goal. Daniil with the 2nd assist. Oh man, that might be the dagger.
That might be the one, because 30 seconds, we talked about this, I think, just in the last game. Not a lot of time and opportunity for Manoa to get these shots in, especially with the fact that Baylor just keep pushing pedal to the metal. Full-on aggression here. Trying to see if they can even get another one within the time left, as a matter of fact. Manoa got to drive this ball home, but control in Baylor's hands probably means that this is going to be it.
Are they going to put one more? Are they going to put one more? Oh, off the top left of the post. Doesn't get it, but the exclamation point was already there anyways. 4-2 final score in game number 2. So Baylor 1 game away from the broom out of the closets. And again, for Hawaii, starting off there very strong, 2-0. It looked like Hawaii could take it, but that's too early in the game to tell with only 4 minutes 12 seconds left in the game. And then Baylor comes on, 3:46, 1:37 to tie up the game, and then the last 2 goals coming with 38 and 27 seconds for the dagger. And you can, again, the pressure is on. Remember, last game was 16 shots, tried 21 this time around for Baylor. And for Hawaii saves, yes, they got 9 last game. This time they had to do 12, but man, oh man, this is all Baylor right now. Baylor's just showing off. They knew they could score the 4 unanswered right there. They knew it. They knew it. They're that good.
Okay.
They're just that good.
I don't know what you expect me to say after saying that they're that good. I will say this is the beauty of something like Rocket League, is you can start off with this convincing lead. It's not like any other game where things like that snowball into something that becomes a little bit out of control. Every time a goal is scored, the game gets set back to dead even. It goes to kickoff, and then everything from there is independent of what just happened in the previous goal. Maybe mindset would be the only thing that really carries over, and Baylor really took that to their advantage. Like you said, a 2-0 start for Manoa translated then into a 4 consecutive goal for the Baylor squad.
I mean, for Hawaii here, again, you had the lead. Now you just lose it in 4 straight, but now you got to reset, right? It's another game you got to play here. 5 minutes back up on the clock. Here in our very next game. This is the way you have to think, right? They might be talking it over, saying, okay, what do we got to do? What do we got to do? Right now they're playing good defense. Let's put it simply. Yeah. The way that 21 shots have played out, they could have let a lot of that go, and they only that's a pretty good math major. That's a pretty good percentage not to let go out of 21.
4 out of 21, yeah.
Do the math, no?
Okay, I didn't know you were going to put that on me. I actually want to talk about that in the sense that we saw there were 4 shots on the side of Manoa, but more the thing I want to highlight is Hoosh actually had a 100% shot into goal translation here. So I would say if I'm the side of Manoa, maybe start trying to play around that, as a matter of fact. Like, Hoosh seems to be really good in terms of responding to the setups, able to land these shots and translate them into goals. That could be something they decide to play around in this game number 3, because if Baylor closes this one out, unfortunately for the guys in green, that's a 0-2 to start off your round robin.
And especially the worst part about that is going into the head-to-head, or at least the game differential 0-6. You never want to start that way, right? That's not a very ideal situation to be in, and especially for the home team, right? You never want to disappoint the home crowd. You never want to stay home and go that way. But unfortunately, right now, Manoa on the precipice of going 0-6. So this is a big game here. If they can get one back, heck, if they can get one back, that's a good start for them, right? It's just get one game at a time. If you're Hawaii, take it one game at a time. You're looking just for that lead and hold the lead, because you know the pressure that Baylor can prepare for you. 21 shots in game 2, 16 shots in game number 1. I mean, 37 shots in the matter of 2 games is hard pressure, and yet out of all of that, they've only let in 7 goals out of all of those shots. So you're pretty proud of your defense. Now you got to convert from defense to offense, and that's the main thing for this University of Hawaii team. That's what they got to work on right now.
Absolutely so. And I'm going to be honest, it was really nice. We talked about it in that first 30 seconds. It was a great showing on the side of Manoa. They played that offense. They got control of the ball, 50-50s at kickoff, and they were able to translate that into 2 consecutive goals within a matter of seconds apart from each other. But Zanil says, that was last game. This is our game. Starts it off with just an absolute banger. I don't even see an assist. That was a complete setup from just him.
All Zanil, all the time. All Zanil, all day there. And first goal, we were saying defense didn't want to let him anything. Well, on a kickoff, maybe it's a little bit harder to defend against that, but still, Zanil taking it all the way and gets us started right away. 6 seconds in, 1-0. Bears go back into Hawaii's zone here. Now they finally have a clear lane here. They could probably maybe put on some pressure, but just as I say that, Hawks is right there. A little bit of a goodbye demolition from Hawaii. But man, Baylor's offense is so good in the fact that Hawaii just has to keep rotating back. We do have a shot on for Hawaii. That goes off to the left. It's defended out by Baylor. They try to win 50-50s as many times as they can. Baylor's just getting to the ball way too quickly. May have to rely on demolitions and all that, but goes back to the corner here. Set up for Baylor, way too far up in the air for any Hawaii player to catch it. Here comes Andy off the double rope. Gets a little bit of a tip on and survives that, but that's what Baylor's going to try to do to you. They're just going to put the pressure on any which way and any which direction you can look at.
Yeah, and I kind of liked what Manoa did with that play. They translated it into a bit of an offense. You can now see that the ball is in that midfield a lot further up relative to Manoa from what it has been this entire series. We're going to have to see if they can do anything with this, but Huckster and Andy have been playing really good defense, trying to maintain control of that ball. Anytime that ball gets airtime, hits the post, doesn't matter to Huckster, sinks it in.
Plan.
All planned.
Yeah. I think Zinio's idea was to take this into the right side, but Zinio turned it into a pass. Hawks will get it, but Zinio said plan, probably. Plan.
He's like, oh, I missed. No, you didn't.
Yeah. So Hawks are getting the goal on the assist of Zinio for what feels like, again, it feels like it happened again. That's the 3rd time that pairing has happened, goal and assist on their side. 2 happening last game, so Baylor's found their pair to work off of. Manoa's got to find someone to work off of. Bruce does lead the team with 2 goals, but Hawaii has yet to respond here. And 3 minutes in, I mean, again, it may be only a 2-goal differential, but in a matter of 3 minutes against this Baylor team, time's going to run out quick.
Time is going to run out quick, and it seems like Baylor has refound their footing in terms of the aggression. Manoa trying to answer it. So ball playing around in that middle area. A lot of 50-50s coming in, but the ball slowly being nudged towards the side of Manoa's goal. Now, all 6 members. Is it going to make it through? Hawkster says yes. Escorts it in. Thank you very much. And they couldn't do anything about the ball. It felt like they had to have somebody go into the net to bring it back out. Hawkster was just ready to respond to that before anything else, and now 3-0 in favor of Baylor.
Yeah, so also to the point here, Zanil just also kind of bumped the goal, whoever was in goal, out of the way.
Yeah.
So really it should be Zanil getting the assist there for that goal, because there was a goalie, but Zanil just kind of shoved him out of the way. Yeah, just kind of just slightly pushed him out of the way for that goal. So, but Baylor up 3-0 here. Hawaii needs to find a way for all, and we're halfway through the game. They're down 3 unanswered, and in fact, that is Baylor's 7th straight goal here without a Hawaii goal to respond yet. So Manoa's got to find a way to respond, and unfortunately, all the pressure that Baylor goes up here, this is probably their best look in a while, and that ball's not even centered for anybody up there.
Yeah, this is the most convincing Baylor have been all series, which is funny to say because it feels like Manoa have been starting to understand the classic Baylor playstyle that we've been seeing throughout this series. But Baylor can kind of been using, okay, Manoa, you're going on offense, great. If you're not going to be able to set up your shots, we're just going to take control of that ball. And we're going to translate it into our own plays. And now that Manoa have been given more opportunities to be on that offense, it feels like they're not covering their defense for if plays go wrong.
Yeah, this feels like right now Baylor's, it's offense versus offense right now. That's what Hawaii wants to do. Unfortunately, Baylor's offense just putting on too much pressure here. Hawaii gets another good look at it. We'll double tap it off the wall here for Sly. Gets to the corner, but way too quick for any Hawaii player to be there. Now, Hawaii will get an opportunity. That one maybe a little bit sitter. That was a good pass to the midline, but unfortunately doesn't go the way they wanted to here. Might go up and over. Good save, but a minute 15. Time just dwindles away here with Hawaii having to go back to defense and Baylor's rotations just making them have to cover countless amount of time. Zanil gets it over. Zanil gets a bump. Slide right there to cover, but again, the way this is playing slow and steady, Baylor's right back at it.
Absolutely so, and they're dribbling the ball to make sure that the other members of Manoa can't really contest it up until the shot. Everybody in the air, the ball so close to the goal. Zinio going for a shot, actually gets it in despite all 3 members on the side of Manoa putting on a little bit of goalie action. He finds that pocket and just gets it in. Absolutely beautiful coming out from Zinil.
That's the Northwood transfer for you, putting on a show here for Baylor. Giving Baylor a great shot at a trophy to take home here. All the way up to the other side. Best look they've had here. They're going to push it in. 82 late. Gets Hawaii on the board for the first time in 9 goals after 8 goals straight scored by Baylor. But they need 3 more of those in the matter of about 40 seconds.
To tie, as a matter of fact. So I'm going to give them, you know, with kickoff included, maybe 10 seconds per goal. We're going to have to see what they can do from it, but so far Baylor have control of the ball. 82 lit, nudges it back. And now Slide trying to see if he can escort it anywhere. That's the 30 seconds. You can tell Manoa don't have a lot of time on their hands, seeing if they can do anything about it. The goal's actually just open.
Okay. Halfway home. Halfway home.
Was there a demolition? No, yeah, the goal was just open. Baylor. Oh, right there was. Okay, there was.
Yes.
Okay.
Right at the right moment.
I could have sworn I saw something explode and it wasn't a Michael Bay movie.
Yes, you did see that correctly.
Yes. Yeah, okay, great.
Yes, who should be assist there, I believe, for the demolition. So Hawaii's halfway home to a tie, but they need, well, 2 more in the next couple of seconds here. And they're already having to back off. This might just be it here for this game. Hawaii tried as they might. They did very, very well to do so. But at the end, Baylor's pressure, Baylor's offense. How about one more for the road? No, miss. Baylor brings it down 4-2 final score in that game. In 2 straight games, it's a 4-2. Manoa with a very, very good effort, but Baylor in the end, pressure too much.
Absolutely so. When you start seeing that scoreboard increment higher and higher, it's feels like an overwhelming amount of pressure and a lot to overcome. They did do a little bit of damage to that 4-0, ending it up in a 4-2, so that should help their game, their differential a little bit. But at the end of it all, now Manoa are looking down that 0-6 game differential, and Baylor now have a win on their, on their scoreline, looking a little bit better for them. I believe that was also their first win.
That was also their first game,
yeah.
So they start off 1-0 on the board. And again, like we said, on the other side, I guess on the side lab, not the other side here, Michigan State taking on Grand Canyon. So Michigan State will also have their first game here. Baylor will move off the stage momentarily. Syracuse will get 2 straight games into the stage here momentarily, which would be against the next game, Boise State, and then Michigan State. So this is going to be some fun here because both of those teams, again, Syracuse in the Power Esports Conference, that 4 of these teams play in it, which one of them you just saw in Baylor, the other 3 being Syracuse, Boise State, and Michigan State. So all of them playing in the Power Esports Conference. And I know last year, I think for Valorant, one of their matches actually counted for the PEC as well.
Oh,
so
yes.
That was a game that was kind of cool in itself to see, and of course, all for the Power Esports Conference leading up to that Vegas tournament later. But right now here in Hawaii, 4 teams playing against each other, and also I should say all 4 of them in the top 4 of the conference itself. So we got a really, really good matchups here. And again, this is only for round robin seeding. This is only for this is only for seeding for tomorrow's tournament, because when we get to tomorrow, best of 7 single elimination. There's no double eliminations here. There's no second chances. No, it's all one. But best of 7's the rest of the way through on the bracket.
This is kind of their second chance if you think about it, because you could go winless and just be 6th seed going into tomorrow, but then your journey to that win is going to be a little bit harder, right? Dynamic seeding says 6th is going to have to fight 3rd, and then depending on the results, the 1st seed is going to get to pick that matchup after that. Yep. And so even if you make it through 3rd, 1st is probably going to pick you, and that's the biggest underdog story you can create for yourself. So every series here in today's bracket does kind of count, as a matter of fact, if you want to make your life easier for tomorrow.
Yep, every second matters, every match counts, and the next matchup is going to be really big here, because it will be Syracuse versus Boise State. We'll talk about those storylines and more on the other side of this break. You're watching the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's, and we'll be right back.
Seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver, and plugin is tested, optimized, and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The Mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver and plugin is tested, optimized and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The Mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver and plugin is tested, optimized and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
Simon. Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver, and plugin is tested, optimized, and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippies.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver, and plugin is tested, optimized, and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippies.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and
Back here in West Oahu, at the University of Hawaii, West Oahu, Clutch Key along with Henry with you for the HEI 2026. One of these teams here, or two of these teams, I should say, looking for their second trophy on the mainstream. Meanwhile, 4 other teams looking for their first. But this game involves one of those teams looking for their very first trophy here and making their first appearance, I should say. But the other team looking for their second surfboard to take home, and that would be the Broncos of Boise State, which we'll get to next. But first, we want to thank one of our sponsors here for Southwest Airlines, which is offering a special promotion for the Hawaii Esports Invitational. All registered attendees will be entered into a raffle to win 1 round-trip e-pass ticket to anywhere Southwest flies in the United States, valued anywhere between $400 and $800. Be sure to pick up your raffle ticket when you check in at the registration booth, with the drawing taking place Sunday, coming up at 3 o'clock p.m. local time. Learn more about Southwest's new Kama'aina Ohana Rewards program, offering quarterly inter-island travel discounts. Visit the Southwest booth during the event. And if you're not here at the event, check out southwest.com/Hawaii/inter-island-flights to get your next flight started with the new Kama'aina Ohana Rewards program. In the meanwhile, here back again, like I said, Boise State versus Syracuse coming up momentarily here. Let's introduce to you some of the Boise State players, because this is one that we haven't seen yet. This is the team that we haven't gotten to see yet, but your starting lineup here. We'll start with Syracuse, actually, with Tiz, G. Baby, and Lasur. Again, we saw them earlier on in their series. Got the win on a 3-0 sweep over Grand Canyon. That was only their first game. Now they're playing their second game, and both of these teams playing their second game. We go to Boise State, which, again, a team that we haven't seen yet, but Woozy, Thurtho, and Preston, plenty of good names there, and a very good Boise State team, currently second in the Power Esports Conference, but the team out of Boise, out of a very well-known program, if not one of the most known programs in the entire country for collegiate, in collegiate esports in general. So these 3 players have been to many lands before, so this should be of no problem to them whatsoever getting used to the environment.
I mean, speaking of getting used to the environment, I was talking to a few of the coaches and the representatives that flew over here. They are very grateful for how warm it is relative to where they came from. I was actually speaking to Michigan State. They said at one point there was an 80-degree Fahrenheit differential between them and us. Okay. And I can't even imagine 80 degrees lower than this, because this is paradise.
Yeah, this is nice. I mean, yes, it's raining outside a little bit, but it's a good thing esports isn't held outdoors.
Yeah.
Unless you were League of Legends, technically speaking, a couple of years ago in Beijing when they had the
Worlds. Okay,
but they
had
the tents over them anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But so it's a good thing we're inside. We're in a very weather-controlled arena, if you will, here at the ACM Studios in West Oahu. But we are set to go for Syracuse taking on Boise State. Also, I believe Tenacity also on the stream with us as well. We want to welcome him and his fans out there right now to the Hawaii Esports Invitational, live from Kapolei, West Oahu, in the state of Hawaii, as we get set for Syracuse taking on Boise State. See Lasur, Tiz, and J. Baby on your left side of your screen, and Orange taking their boost and playing some defense here, because Boise State's already putting on the pressure, and this is what we talked about earlier on, where teams that usually make more offense, make more goals, and usually get more wins here, and especially with that underway, 24 seconds in, Woozy's off and running.
I was going to say, we saw a really early shot attempt coming in from Boise not long after the kickoff. Woozy kind of finds the opportunity here, sees an open net, and goes for it. And with just less than half a minute into this first game, they've already got a point for themselves. Kickoff now in favor of Boise as they try to play on the offense one more time and see if they can get it 2-0. But Syracuse going to contest it, bring it back into the middle. Lasur trying to drive it home. Good block coming out from the side of Syracuse. Back into the middle of the arena.
Back in the midfield, a goal, a little bit of a miss by Syracuse, but that's okay. It still falls back into Boise State's side of the floor. And again, see the pressure they're putting on Boise State, by the way, in this Power Esports Conference matchup. They are currently running second place on a 10-3 record, 32-11 game record, so the same amount of games won, just giving up a little bit more games than that as Baylor, but they still also had 2 more games played than that of the Bears, sitting in first place at the moment in the double round robin, at least according to the live site. So right now, Boise State, again, knowing what it's like, they played many a LAN tournaments before, and that one almost slides in, but luckily Boise State's there to respond. And yet again, another shot for Syracuse. Syracuse trying to add up to the pressure here. Unfortunately, none of them landing. Yeah,
right place, right time for the Boise lineup as they prevent Syracuse from scoring any goals. And now, ball sort of in the midfield area, making sure, but Boise kind of have control of it. And now Syracuse are the ones that are on the defense. 50-50, kind of goes nowhere. Second one also. Now control of the ball up to Tiz. Knocked out by Preston, and it's just a bunch of back and forth right now.
Yeah, there's really no clear lead here other than the 1-0 that Woozy scored. Otherwise, it's been back and forth. You take away that goal, and there's no clear pressure like it was last game where Baylor took on Hawaii. This time around, it's a little bit more back and forth, as you can tell. I mean, these two teams familiarized with each other at the very least through the season earlier on in the fall. They played each other. Now we'll get a chance to look at the matchup here because at the very least, going back to previous matches here, they haven't played at least any significant ones as of spring yet between these two teams. They will later down the line as this season progresses, but so far halfway through the game, only one goal. This is a game of two good teams right now.
Two very good teams, unstoppable force, immovable object type of game, as Syracuse trying to drive it in. And honestly, I think what I've been noticing just in these couple of minutes is a lot of interceptions, I would say. Yes, we're seeing, you know, shots being blocked and things like that, but the setup is just stifled so early from both sides. Oh, they can see that a play is being set up, and you can see right there, an interception. It's just been happening before they even have the opportunity to pass the ball or center it or anything like that. And that's why you can kind of see this is a high-octane game despite the low amount of goals that have actually connected thus far.
Really the low amount of shots, if you will, too. I mean, like, again, we're comparing this to the last game that we had, which was so many shots. Many shots. So it's not like you can really compare the two, but right now, again, you can see back and forth. Wide open net, finally covered by Syracuse. Back to the midfield. It'll go in now to Boise's corner. It will go back mid, 50-50 ball won by G. Baby gives Syracuse a chance. Wide open net right now, up onto the ceiling, but Gurthel right there to bring it back down to earth. Again, back and forth we will go. No clear pressure site, but if you're Boise right now, you'll keep a 1-0 lead any day, maybe even trying to put the pressure on to get a second. Back to the center it goes, a little bit high. Who's going to get there? Won by Boise, but tipped off back to the top of the wall. Now a little bit of a dribble going on by Syracuse. Gets it over Preston, but not before Preston can tip it up into the air. 50-50, nothing there. Drops down. Is that ball going to drop in? No, goes off to the right. Caught out by LeSueur. From the center, Gurthel right into the center. Had a chance, nobody home. One more chance, maybe no. Syracuse there to cover. 50 seconds left, back and forth. We keep going.
Yeah, and then you can see the attempts being made, but nothing coming to fruition. And Syracuse, no, it's literally one goal to prevent this from being Game 1 to Boise State. They're trying to do everything in their power to make sure that they can at least close out this one goal, but time is ticking. 30 seconds left. Boise have been putting the pressure on. They've been trying to score it, you know, for themselves, as a matter of fact. Are they able to bounce it in? No!
Crossbar hits in a minute, and basically all the time it's gone. We have scored one goal at 4:36, and since then, silence in the goals so far, but Boise will take that anytime. 10 seconds left. Syracuse is going to need to work for some here. Wide open net, even a triple come in happening. Demolition needs LeSueur is the only one that can keep this game going right now. Ball goes up in the air right alongside the wall. That's going to kick, and that's not going to get there in time. 1-0 lead for Boise is all they need. It was only Woozy to score, but that's all they needed to take game 1.
It's one of those, it ain't much, but it's honest work. Because that is literally, like you said, it's all they needed. There were 10 shot attempts that just, I mean, a lot of them didn't connect, but that just shows the pressure mounting over Syracuse, and they just didn't have many windows of opportunity to bring it into the Boise side and even get a shot attempt at that. It's 10 shots to 3. I mean, the story in the scoreboard kind of says it for itself. It's not a high-scoring kind of game, but it was an honest, like, fundamentally strong for Boise, and they were able to close out game number 1 here.
I mean, it shows you that both of these teams, I mean, they know each other, but also at the same time, they're throwing blows right at each other, right? They're throwing punches left and right. And at this point in time here, there's not a clear winner. Yes, Woozy does get the goal to win game number 1, but that's not the decider yet, right? We still got at least 2 more games left to play here before Boise State can run away with this game. But as close as it is, you saw the defense as well for for Boise State. Syracuse scoring for 3 shots, Boise State with 3 saves. So everything was at the goal. Everything was at the net, but Boise State is able to deflect it away. So Syracuse can find a way to add on to that pressure to keep throwing into the net. They got there some way, somehow, there's going to be a slip.
Yeah, and if we want to just reference all the other series that we've seen so far, a lot of the shots that ended up being successfully translated into goals had somebody else playing sort of a a catalyst for it. There was either a demolition to kill out one of the goalies, or there was some other form of person blocking somebody else. And so none of these shots that we've really seen that got translated into goals are just like you shoot it in and it successfully works, unless it happens to be wide open, which is not the case we're seeing this series so far.
Not at all. I mean, back and forth, it's just a little bit of contact between two Syracuse players, but they're at least able to recover. But back it goes, advantage to Boise State on this possession. Preston wins the 50-50 on the showdown. Ball is centered. Anybody home? No, nobody home. At least blocked-wise. Syracuse blocks it out for right now, but here comes Boise State on the attack again. Up in the air, Preston gets one down. Water falls back down to the ground. But still, no sight of blinking on either side. They keep clear after clear, save after save. And it just keeps happening here. There's a wide open net. Boise State almost had a free one. Instead, Syracuse clears out. Boise State keeping on the pressure. With a little bit of contact going on. Syracuse gets it through. Back to the corner it plays. They're going to roll this around. A little bit of a bouncer. 50-50. One out by Woozy, and it's back to the midfield. Very long shot. This could drop. Almost had some help on the drop, but doesn't happen. Nearly a wonderful goal from Boise. It just doesn't connect.
And that's turbo management for you. If they were just a little bit less in the tank, there was not going to be an interception there. But Syracuse able to successfully defend that one. And now control of the ball looking like to be in Syracuse's back pocket as the ball enters the blue zone. We're going to have to see if they can do anything with it. Boise kind of rounding about the ball, intercepting the delivery there, but Boise trying to bounce it back in, and look at that, just like that control, back and forth.
Back and forth we go. I mean, there's really no clear here. Both are rotating. They get a free net here. Wide open net, and Uzi is right behind to take advantage. Double commit from Syracuse, bites them, and it's a win out for Boise to finally get a goal here. G.A. Baby was on the wrong side of the floor when this happened. Woozy gets to go. Preston does get credit for the assist. Boise finally getting Syracuse to blink.
I think they were expecting to get control of that ball after the double commit, but Woozy was just able to steer it in the right place, right time, make it work out. And that's going to be that 1-0. Wait, but hold on. Oh, very, very close. Able to intercept that one in time. Going in for a second shot. G.A. Baby, though, able to close out a second one, though. And that, I believe, ties it up 1-1.
That does indeed tie it up 1-1 in only a matter of seconds. So, hey, guess what? In only a matter of seconds, we got a fresh game again. We're tied up 0 apiece. So it's only 12 seconds difference here, but guess what? It's like nothing ever happened in 12 seconds.
And the goalies were there for the side of Boise State. The angle just wasn't quite right. So Syracuse finding that just small pocket good enough for them to get their goal. But opportunities like that, again, super rare.
Nope. Well done on the block for Boise. Gets us into the Boise zone, though. Boise's half the field looking very, very nice for Syracuse, but that one gets blocked out. Yes, it was a low-bearing wall, but at least it cleared it out. Going to waterfall down all the way to the edge of the wall, but right into the hand of Lasser. Trying for the double, doesn't have enough to get there, at least for the amount of time that ball was given. Preston's going to try, gets a demo, but doesn't get the shot on goal. It'll go back on over. And again, it's like 12 seconds of a differential. Both teams get a goal, and now it's fresh even yet again. And we're just going to go back and forth.
This game has twice as many goals as the other game, though, which means there's been twice as much action.
Yes, 3 goals total.
Yeah,
like 3 goals total. Lots of scoring action in this one.
I know our stats person is going to be really happy about that one.
Our stats person looking very, very, like, smiling right now with the fact that you only have to calculate 3 goals at the moment total between 2 games. 1 minute and a half remaining on the clock, less than that. Corner it goes. Again, you can see that's at the bottom. Not a lot happening in terms of shot saves. Woozy does have 4 shots on goal so far. Only 1 to show for on a 25% shooting percentage. Boise's getting the pressure put on them right now. Syracuse looking to push here. Even a little bit of a pass into the middle. Ball will flow. Thurtho is right there to save it with a minute left. It's a wide open net too. It's a one-on-one. Who's going to win it? No, Tiz will go right for it on the block. There'll be a pass out, but again, we go back and forth here. Syracuse has a chance, wide open net, but Preston's there to cover. 45, I mean, There is no clear. There's nothing clear about this game right now. It's all fuzzy.
Yeah, and that's what I've been saying. They're intercepting the ball before it even gets the opportunity to, you know, be aimed towards that net. And both teams are so good at this because I feel like when you're able to contest the ball from so far out, you're able to translate that into an offense much easier. 30 seconds left on the clock. Next goal is probably going to determine who wins game number 2. And we find ourselves in the position, it's either going to be match point or it's going to be a tied series. Boise State looking with control of the ball. 2 people ready to intercept on the side of Syracuse. Final 10 seconds.
Oh, toss a ball into the middle. That's fine. J Baby's right there. That ball will bounce all the way to midfield. 50-50. Are we going to OT here? Keeping it up in the air. Syracuse just wants to down this at that point. They do so. We go to golden goal. The last time we had golden goal in this in this main stage, we played 30 seconds of it. Tiz wanted to end it right away, but it goes off to the right side. J Baby with possession now. A little bit of a flip. It'll be some back and forth still. Again, no clear lead here, but Syracuse have their opportunity, and it wastes away. And it just back into the corner, it will go. But for the meanwhile, I mean, anybody, the moment somebody blinks is the moment this game is over. That's the way this is happening right now.
Yeah.
Any rotation fails and it's over.
Syracuse trying to keep the pressure up, not letting the ball leave the Boise side. Boise trying to contest the demolition there, bringing it to a 3v2 momentarily. Are they able to set it up? It hits the crossbar. Boise able to intercept the ball. No centering allowed, and now it's on the side of Syracuse's half.
It's the Syracuse half, but can they find a way to clear this? There's a demolition, makes it 3v2 momentarily, but it's a good 50-50 ball to give time momentarily. Uzi's up there, J Baby's there on the tie. Now another 50-50.
Intercepted.
That's going to be long, but it's going to go wide left. So Boise State at least gets advantage right now. That ball is centered. That ball could fall down here. I believe that's Uzi right there to clear that out easily. Uzi's going to go ahead and attempt to dribble this around. Everybody nearly gets it past Tiz, but Tiz is not fooled. And again, a minute and a half gone, and we still have yet to find a golden goal. LeSueur could end this here. Slippery set off of one. No, gets a clear, and it goes back down for Boise. We are 90 seconds in, Henry, and there is still no clear sign. Ball goes out, nobody home.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the next one will decide this game. I feel like both teams recognize that as soon as they don't have control of the ball, they're sending multiple people to the goalie duty there. And right now, both teams fighting for control because I feel like once they have it, they can start setting it up. But like we said earlier, both teams are so good at intercepting early, and that's why it feels like the ball has been just around that midfield area for so long. 2 minutes now into overtime with no results from both teams so far.
We have nearly played half a game of extra time here. It is 2:20 on the clock. Neither team wants to blink. This is a staring contest right now that has lasted a while. Next goal wins it, obviously golden goal in OT. But neither wants to blink. It's the long goal. It's going to land up short right into the hands of Preston. Up into the air for the pass. Down below. Can Preston beat the two? Two people there, nobody upstairs. Roosevelt, though, left side gets cleared out. If nobody was home, that's a goal. But now Syracuse on the run here. Syracuse on the pressure. Now they have to rotate all the way back. Not a lot of boost to work with on Syracuse's side. Boise State's best chance here. J Baby's able to clear. We go back to midfield. We have played 3 minutes of OT. Who wants to end it? J Baby goes underneath.
Oh!
Best opportunity shot. Durthel clears with the final seconds of the final moments of what could have been the game. But again, 3 minutes have gone. Both sides getting tired from the looks of it, of this OT right now. They want to blink, they just can't.
And this is game number...
This is game 2. This is a 3-minute overtime in game 2, guys. What are we doing?
There is at least one more game in this series that will have to be played out. And I can't imagine the tension both sides are feeling right now. Syracuse, opportunity to tie it up. Boise could bring it to that series point. And don't look at me. I know you heard that. Don't look at me.
Oh, what I'm looking at is the game right now. Best opportunity for Syracuse off of a miss. Just misses. 3:45 have 3 minutes and 45 seconds have elapsed. Yes, you're reading that right, folks. We are nearly to a full game of Rocket League just in overtime. Only a minute left to go until we fulfill that. And it is back and forth. No clear. Nobody blinking. They need eye drops at this point. It's back and forth, and this is round robin. This is their second game, their second series of this entire weekend. If this is the way this is going to play, do not be surprised if we get a very good matchup. And this is also going to be a tiebreaker implication as well later on down the line if these two have to go at it as well. 4.5 minutes gone, and still no sign of a winner.
And you can kind of see it. Both teams have this issue where there's no two consecutive people on the same team that are able to tap the ball in an offensive play. As soon as something happens, the other team has somebody on the other side ready to intercept and go with it. Another demolition, but it's not going to amount to much. You can see everybody's kind of got their respective person to manage both for offense and defense. And now a full game of time, 5 minutes on that overtime clock. No results thus far.
Tiz may get this. No, cleared out at the last moment. Like Henry said, we are down to a full game of overtime. If you were to watch any series, this is the one to start off your day here at HEI in round 3 of action. Yes, both of these teams have played their second games. They both have one bye so far. Woozy with a chance, maybe to clear. This is a long game. You've now played a total game time of 10.5 minutes.
And I just want to point out, I'm pretty sure.
Finally, we get it. Preston finds a way to get into the goal and finally ends the stalemate. 5 minutes and 37 seconds go by, but finally we get a winner.
And Boise State able to close that one out. It was so close for the longest time, but Preston able to secure it in what seemed like a really long sort of just war of attrition here.
It's the war of attrition. Yeah, you're pretty right on that. It's kind of insane to think that finally somebody has ended it, and finally somebody puts on the dagger. That was 5 minutes and 37 seconds. I mean,
just look at the shot attempts.
Look at the shot attempts. I mean, either way, you had 15 on Syracuse side. I forgot what Boise's won, but
30 total-ish.
30 total-ish.
That's a lot. Right, it was very even.
All right, I think these guys need a water break. Don't you think? Just a little bit of a breather. Just like, okay, we played nearly 11 minutes of game so far, only to put up 3 goals, by the way.
Yep, only 3 goals.
Only 3 goals. So right now, the differential right now is 0 in terms of number of goals scored so far. 2-2.
I believe this one goes here.
Yes, you're right.
So it's 2. The goal differential is 2.
You're right.
Across 2 games, I mean, honestly, that you got to be pretty happy about that. Yeah. Not necessarily happy in the sense that now the scoreline is 2-0, but happy in the sense that you know if you're Syracuse, you are definitely keeping it close. You're able to go toe-to-toe with Boise here. And I was going to mention before that game abruptly ended, I believe Syracuse have a second series on stage after this one based on our match schedule. And Woozy says, all right,
take care of it right now.
We'll make sure that Syracuse has some stamina for that second series. They're going to be able to sink one in super early. Open net, just like that. And that was 2 seconds into the game. That was 2 seconds into game number 3, what would be potentially the deciding game here if Boise are able to close it out. And with a 2-second goal like that, it's looking pretty strong for them. Syracuse realized that, okay, they are not messing around. It is all business here. They're putting the aggression. They're making sure that they have multiple people managing and dribbling, making sure that they have control of that ball. Boise looking to play interception.
Playing the midfield still. There is a lot of action happening midfield. They might get one over, and Woozy does so. Woozy with the second goal already. We're not even a minute gone here in this game. Woozy, Preston with another assist. That's 2 goals for Woozy, 2 assists for Preston. The pair finds Boise up 2-0.
The 2 for 2 cashes out beautifully. That's a good coupon, you know? And so now, like you said, up 2 goals in just 30 seconds of time. Syracuse definitely have to start playing a little bit more on the offense, but Boise making sure that they have control of the ball. But as I say that, Lasser finds an opening. Yeah, go ahead, play triple offense. You're going to leave your goal open, and when we steal the ball back, we are going to sink that in with every opportunity we get. And we have now tied the most amount of goals in this entire series within 40 seconds and change.
Yes. We are 1 goal away from tying the number of goals in the first 2 games.
Combined.
Combined.
Yeah.
All right, so that shows you that that shows you how these players reset, though. I mean, after 5 minutes, every 5 minutes, or overtime, I guess you could say 10.5 minutes, they reset very well.
See, normally the goals are very heavy at the early of the series, and then as tensions start rising, you start playing more strategically like that, I would say. This series is the opposite.
Yes.
You got a read of everybody? Okay, all right, go, 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 go. And that's what I think every team, on both sides, I should say, is kind of facing. You can see multiple men commit onto the same play here, trying to make sure that they can execute their play out. Demolition to see if they could get anything from it, but the ball just nudged slightly to the right there. Stifles that play. Yeah, baby, trying to see if they can steer anything about it, but Durtho hits it on the post.
Just for the save, mind you. Needed the post to save it, gets it. So good news for Boise. You're still up 1. And here comes Syracuse on the run again. Tiz carrying this all the way to midfield, carrying this all the way to the box, finally stuffed out. Just had a free carry. That traveled coast to coast on the car. Meanwhile, a good pass. Preston tries to pass it, nothing there. Gets deflected off by Syracuse. 3 minutes remains on the clock here in game number 3. Boise, it is best of 5 despite what you see right now. Boise up 2-0 despite everything that has happened here and how close it has been. Boise is up 2-0 in the series for the moment. And again, both of these teams, first matchup, by the way, where both of these teams are coming off of a first-round win. So a 2-0 versus a 1-1, very big, no matter which way you look at it when you're only playing 5 games.
And you talk about that win. They were both 3-0 wins. So quite literally, whoever wins this series, no matter what the game differential is going to have that head-to-head and that game differential lead over the other team. That's going to matter for seeding down the line as we continue to trickle in the rest of our games. As they say that, Lester almost escorts one in, unsuccessful due to the block, and now back in play in Boise's hands. Syracuse able to take control of the ball momentarily. Are they able to translate? A goal is currently open for the time being. Durtho looking to intercept successfully, does so, gain control of the ball now. Back in Boise's play.
Back to Syracuse zone, it'll go, but deflected out by Tiz, minute 44. And we go back again. First 3 goals that have happened. 4 minutes and 58 seconds, 4:29, 4:17. Since then, silence. There has been nothing.
Oh!
GA Baby gets credit for a goal, but I think that goes off of a Boise player, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, yes, Lazar gets the pass. Very well done. No, it was GA Baby that was there. Preston tried to save.
Yep.
But too little, too late. Ties up the game.
And the more things change, the more they stay the same. Kickoff results in a 50-50 and a demolition. Minute 30 left on the clock. Game is tied, which brings the potential, the opportunity for an overtime again if needed. So close to that goal there.
Off the crossbar too. On the corner it goes here, and it almost feels like now fresh game, 2 apiece.
Oh yeah.
I mean, do we go back to it? I mean, it almost feels like they're gonna go back and forth again.
I think they like the stage time.
Yeah.
And that's why they're extending our game, you know? But Boise looking to dribble this in. Intercepted out by Lasser, who now has control of the ball. Has to fight 2 Boise members. Tiz doesn't quite get to connect there.
Demolition in the air, but good thing you had a backup at the end. We're trying to carry this, gets the flip reset over 1, not over the second one. Nobody there to cover on the back end. A lot of bumps going on, but it's a free net right now. Double commit here, 1 versus 1, 2 versus 1 on the backside, and all Syracuse can do is watch this go in. Preston gets the goal, Boise gets the lead.
Finds the Goldilocks zone, as a matter of fact here. 1 too high, 1 too low. And also, I believe Lasser got nudged out of the way there. And that, you know, opens it up for Boise. Now they have a lead, 30 seconds left on the clock. Syracuse, this is the opportunity for them to score a goal, because if not, it's going to be 3-2 for game number 3. That's going to be a 3-0 series that you now have in your record books for this tournament. Absolutely not something you want to ruin the record.
The record.
Yeah.
So right now, Boise peeking the broom out of the closet here. 5 seconds left. Syracuse is going to need some work here. They've got it centered. They have it off. Do they have it in? No, gets tipped out by Boise at the last second. Nobody to cover. In the end, ball still up, but nobody from Syracuse home, and that is a sweep for the Broncos. They're going to take their second surfboard home, but man, did they have to work for it.
Yeah, this was not easy. It was a lot of back and forth. You could see most of the goals in this game were consecutive ones. And so you can really tell, even through the kickoff, there was that sense of, okay, we have control. We can make it work. Look at the shots. 10 shots on Syracuse, but only 2 of them were able to connect versus Boise. 3 out of 4, they were going for precision. They had multi-man plays. Every time somebody tried to attempt to shoot it, you could see someone else blocking a goalie or trying to cause a demolition so that the way was open, and everything kind of worked out for them as a result. And now Boise with 2 3-0s in their back pocket.
I mean, it looked at me as well that, like, for at least for Syracuse, I mean, they were so close every single time, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like you can say yes, the 0-3 was on the record, but at the very least, you made Boise work for it, and especially a team like Boise State, Woozy, Thurthel, Preston, a very well-rounded team. Again, a very solid team to go up against Syracuse, finding their way in to score, to put pressure on Boise. And even then, again, it was a fresh start after they scored 2:38 left to go in that first game. That we went 5.5 minutes into overtime.
Oh, yeah.
And then as well, they tied up the game. Down 2, ties up the game with 1:33, forces another goal with only 32 seconds left to play in that last game to secure it. So Syracuse, yeah, it's an 0-3, but you don't feel too bad about it.
I mean, if you want to talk just about how close the series was, it was a 3-0, right? But the goal differential, literally 3.
Yep.
1 from every game. And that just goes to show that both teams, you know, if this ends up being a tiebreaker scenario that we have to get, and we get to watch them again before tomorrow, my God.
I know.
They are going to remember this series. Boise, they're going to remember it for how they were able to sweep it, and so they have that lead. But Syracuse will remember it as we were so close, and that revenge would taste so sweet if it were to happen.
Yeah, and again, for the seeding-wise, at the very least, it is top 2 teams getting that first-round bye. So
Yep.
Boise right now on a 2-0 record. They are pretty much two are needing to sweep out to get it, because I mean a lot of tiebreaker scenarios happen towards the end of the day, but the fact that you're 2-0 starts off really well for you. And in fact, for the Broncos, I mean, again, for those that don't know the history of this tournament, year 1 Michigan State was here. Boise was not here. Then the year after, aka last year, Boise and Michigan State were both here in the same building in the championship round in Valorant, but Boise took it home in the end. I believe it was a 2-0 series win in Valorant. Ended up at Haven to end the entire series, but Boise wins it and gets the surfboard home. So both of these schools, at least on the mainstream here, have 1 surfboard each. So Boise looking for 2. They start off strong. Sparty, by the way, a 3-1 win in their last game against Grand Canyon. On the side stage going on right now, you have the teams you have the matches going on right now after the buys for some of the teams here. It was Michigan State taking on the University of Hawaii at Manoa. So Michigan State does give up a game, but hey, to a worthy opponent there as well. That was up against Grand Canyon. So, well, 2 teams now. 2 teams were 0-2. So let's find out if anybody can at least make the comeback here in the rankings. But they got to chase a good Boise State team, and they got to chase a really good Baylor team right now at the top of the ranks.
Yeah, and now that we're kind of through a few games and you've gotten to see on the stage, but also you've gotten to play against a fair share of teams, we're starting to hit that middle point where you've played about half the teams. It's 5 teams, so you can't really, but you've played about half the teams. You kind of have an inkling of what you should expect each team to be like. Some teams might even start being like, okay, yeah, this is probably first seed, this is probably right. And you can start playing the scenarios in your head of, okay, if I want to at least have a bye in that first round, which teams would I look to beat? Which teams do I have a higher chance of beating? Which teams are going to be a little bit more tougher to beat? And everybody can see, you know, their schedule for the rest of the day. I mean, you at least know you're playing each person once. So whichever teams you've already done, maybe those are out of the way. You don't got to worry about them too much. But it's that it starts trickling down, you know? As the day goes on, the scenarios start dwindling, and a lot more of these matter. But like you said, if the standings end up being this, like, okay, we've got one Omega strong team, we've got one not as Omega strong team, the only possible tiebreaker scenarios then would either be the head-to-heads, which you have 2 teams, in which case that is easily resolved. The multi-way tiebreakers are going to break down to more things. For example, like we said, game differential, goal differential. Those start mattering a little bit later, but when you get to that, last few games, you're going to start trying to make up that difference.
Yeah, especially going down 2 games already, having to make that difference up is going to be tough, right?
Yeah.
If you're down, I mean, for Syracuse, a 1-1 record, not bad. If your team like Hawaii right now, or the team out of GCU, trying to make up those 2 games, gonna be difficult to climb back up the ladder, especially now that you potentially with 2 losses on your docket, if you do have that, you're pretty much out of a top 2 scenario. So now you got to play for placing. Now you got to play for seeding. You do not want to be that 6 seed playing the 3 seed that's tough at it.
Oh, yeah.
Your best chance is playing 4 versus 5 getting in. And so it is going to be very, very tough. And against the comparison, too, as we take a look at our head-to-head matchups here in our player comparisons over the course of the match here, Woozy and Gababy right now in the stats at the very least, the total score of 15 shots for Woozy, goals with 4. And again, you can take a look at the shot comparison versus save shots. Woozy getting 15 shots on 4 goals, Gababy with 9 shots on 2 goals. Still, the percentage works out for the Broncos.
Well, percentages be damned. As long as that goal number is higher than the other team, you got to be a little bit happier about that. And so, I mean, we could also kind of see it. It was a little bit of that offense and defense play that we've been talking about. Some of the teams are just absolutely stuck on offense. Some of the teams are stuck on defense just based on the play styles. And so, you know, as you play through the rest of the teams, scenarios start being a little bit out of your hands and dependent on all the other games. You want to control your destiny while you can.
Yep. And speaking of destiny, I think it's my destiny to get some food later. I want to get it from Zippy's, though.
Okay.
What do you like from Zippy's? What do you like getting?
I am a Korean fried chicken stan. That is the classic. It's great. You should get it.
Chicken katsu is mine. And Zippy's, by the way, we've had it for a long time, but they've been here even longer. They've been here for celebrating its 60th anniversary this year. Born in 1966 on King Street in Honolulu, Zippy started its expansion to the continental U.S. back in 2023, just 3 years ago, when it opened up its first location in Las Vegas. So now, 22 locations in Hawaii, 4 in Las Vegas. Zippy's serving the home-style comfort food that has nourished generations of diners, and hopefully they'll be in a city near you one day. I saw some very exciting announcements on their social media as well. So if you ever want to see any of their announcements, follow Zippy's on social media, because they are going to be opening. I think if I saw this correctly, there may be one not in Nevada. There may be one outside of Nevada here. So they may be going to a new state very, very soon.
Okay.
So that's going to be some maybe when we go to a spot like that, a very popular spot where Zippy's is, we just go there just for food.
I'll only go where there's a Zippy's.
So you won't even go to the mainland except for Las Vegas.
Only Las Vegas because of the Zippy's.
Okay, well, we know what our next trip is, I guess. So
okay.
We know what our next vacation is, and we'll go visit a Zippy's in the meanwhile. And speaking of a little bit of a vacation here, we'll take a vacation, quote unquote, a little bit of a break. So we'll take a break here. Coming up next, another matchup for you in round number 4 of action. Michigan State, Syracuse on the main stage on the other side of the break here in the Hawaii Esports Invitational, presented by Zippy's.
She said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver, and plugin is tested, optimized, and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver, and plugin is tested, optimized, and ready to go, all without
Welcome back, everybody, here to West Oahu, the campus of the University of Hawaii at West Oahu. Collegiate alongside Henry with you. We are about to hit our halfway point here. Game number 4 between the Orange and the Spartans. Syracuse taking on Michigan State. Next, Syracuse staying right where they are on stage. But for the first time today, we get to take a look at Sparty, first year's champion, at least in Valorant, but the main stage looking for their second surfboard.
Absolutely so. And I mean, what an honor it would be to bring these surfboards home, not just to bring pride to your school, but to show that you are the best of the best in multiple games, you know, that just speaks to your entire program as a whole. And I mean, where else are you going to get a surfboard as a trophy? Come on.
Yeah. Where else are you going to get it? So we took a look at Syracuse's lineup just now with Tiz, J. Baby, and LeSueur for them. And they've been producing a lot of goals, but the question now is after a 1-1 split between Grand Canyon and Boise State, can they find a way to get that 2-1 record? In the meanwhile, we go down to the Michigan State lineup here where this team, again, one of the 4 teams here in the Power Esports Conference, they are the only school, by the way, to make an appearance in all 3 Hawaii Esports Invitationals here on Oahu, whether that was the first year back at Hawaii Pacific University or the last 2 years here at West Oahu. But in the Power Esports Conference right now, an 8-3 match record, 3rd place inside of the conference right now, a 26-14 game record with a plus 35 goal differential. But Morvu, Opbomb, and Knock will be your 3 players here playing for Michigan State. So Sparty so far 3-1, a 3-1 series win against GCU and 3-0 up against the University of Hawaii Manoa team. But that's against the 2 teams that are 0-2. Now you got to play the upper echelon here in the tiers.
Absolutely so, and I'm glad you bring that up because Syracuse winning here against MSU would start actually bringing in those tiebreakers a little bit, because then it would put Syracuse and Michigan, I believe, both at 2-1, which would bring this to a little bit more of an interesting thing in that middle of the upper half kind of bracket. So we're going to see if they're able to do anything. In their previous series that we saw on stage, they did hold very, very well against Boise. It was just the unfortunate +1 goal in favor of Boise for all 3 of the games that they had, and therefore that resulted in a 0-3 for them, looking to see if they can rebound because, like you said, they didn't really have to go anywhere. They're back on stage again, get those, those on-stage jitters out of the way, and maybe they can bring it back up.
By the way, I will say that the attire for the Michigan State team, yes, they're wearing the regular jerseys right now, but we saw Coach Eaton earlier on wearing the Aloha print with the Spartans logo written on the chest. So I want me one of those shirts. If I'm going to wear another Aloha print shirt, that's the one I want, because that looks very, very cool in Sparty green. But but the greens for the University of Hawaii also very similar to that of Michigan State as well, so I have to choose between each of the greens. But yes, for the team out of Syracuse here, first game, their previous game you just saw go 0-3 against Boise State. Not a bad loss by any means whatsoever.
Oh,
even
not
if
at all.
It wasn't 0-3. It was only a 1-goal differential between each of the 3 games.
Yep.
So even if they lose, even if the goal loss is there, they still have that 3-0 win over to GCU to make it a 1-1 series record, or 1-1 record so far here in HEI. Michigan State, meanwhile, again, like we said, a 3-0 sweep against Manoa, but the 2 teams that they have played so far, both of them 0-2. So, or rather, GCU 0-2, Hawaii 0-3. So here we go, now to the top side where you're playing a 500 team here in HEI. Can you find a way to win? Sparty in green, orange, of course in orange, stay there, and here we go. 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, we're underway again. See Morvu, Knock, and Opbomb here. It is going to put a little pressure on the green side of the floor. Morvu's there to clear, stays on midfield side. Get to the corner, but Syracuse, I mean, again, they earlier on today, they said they wanted to put the pressure on, especially against these types of teams here. So pressure is put on so far, and it's going to be a wide open net here for LeSueur. That's the kind of pressure you want to start.
Absolutely so. We saw it right off of the kickoff. Somebody was already trying to do a goal attempt, hit the post just a bit close to that. able to close it out this time. Lasur starting the game off strong for Syracuse, showing that that previous series is not in their head at all. They've already started thinking about the next one. Kickoff into a demolition here is now everybody's trying to get control of that ball, trying to see where they can take it. So far, living in the midfield for the most part. Double commit coming out on the side of the Spartans. Are they able to turn that into anything? The Syracuse now with control of the ball. Tiz steering it, but to no avail.
And so far right now, Syracuse just wants to hold the lead. They are getting pressure onto their side of the floor. Zippy wants to carry over everything, but you can see right now from Michigan State, they are playing 2-1 rotation, looking to see if they can get some pressure on. At least the rotations are working well for them. Just unfortunately didn't happen to work out in their favor with Syracuse's first goal back with 4:19 on the clock. But now trying to carry it over everybody. Does get a reset, but nothing going, at least for Syracuse heading back. Michigan State will not have a chance to attack. Up bomb on the nice pass. And the nice carry on over from wall to goal. Morbu with the assist to the wall on the 50-50, passing it right on over to Hot Bomb. Gets the score, and we're tied at one apiece.
Yeah, and that setup was pretty good. It seemed like it was going to be like a 50-50 there, but Opbom was able to win that part out just a little bit. Like you said, bounces it off the wall, lines it up perfectly for his teammate. And now, series tied 1-1. As both teams putting pedal to the metal, making sure that they have control of the ball altogether to prevent the other team from making any offensive play. Michigan State going for a shot, blocked off by Lasur.
Sis is there to cover. In the meanwhile, Lasur's going to try to take this coast to coast. Has the opportunity to on a 1-versus-1, but a 50-50 one out by Knock. So they're keeping this in the corner. Double come into the corner by Spartans. Black and green cars on that side of the floor, but nothing there. Tiz will try to carry it over from the wall. Have the reset to work with. I will try again, but this 50-50 won by Morvu. Syracuse recovers. This game has stayed on that side of the wall for the last couple of seconds. Knox trying to carry this, has the set, has the pass, goes off to the right side, hits the post. Nothing there. Knox trying to get at least a block on to keep it on this side of the floor. Tiz to respond. Do they find a hit? Yes, they do. In response, off the top of the crossbar, Syracuse had a chance. Nothing there as it goes off the top of the goal. Knocked out with a pass off the top of the wall. Can they find a response? They find a follow-up, blocked out and a save. And 2 minutes left to go. Back and forth, defenses trying to play at the last second.
A lot of these shots being disguised as passes, you know, bumping it off the top of the goal for another teammate, but both teams able to respond to that on time. And like you said, it feels like one team has possession of the ball for a very long time. They try to make their offensive play, they try to make a shot attempt. Doesn't quite work out, and then suddenly the other team has control. And a lot of these escorts into the goal aren't panning out. Other team has a really good read of where these shot attempts are being made. As I say that, a little bit too far to the right for the side of MSU, but they're trying to rebound and get the ball back.
Back to the midfield, it'll go into the top echelon side. Good bump. That was good enough to get a shot attempt on. But nothing doing there. Syracuse is able to cover. Off bomb now on a 50-50, one out by Syracuse. Good dribble. I believe that was Lasur that just out-dribbles everybody and gets his the goal to put Syracuse up 2-1. Lasur with some moves here. Gets a fake. Oh,
yeah.
Nasty. Tiz with the follow-up.
Yeah, not only that, you could see the only person slightly able to contest was being body blocked. And so that was essentially an open net. Kickoff goes just extremely to the right now, and now it's anybody's game for control. Syracuse able to punt it onto the green half, and now Spartans have to play defense, but they do need to maintain and then play offense after that. As I say that, Tiz off the right side, able to juggle it with the help of his team, and kind of just kicked it in. Yeah, Knock was not able to fully defend that there. And that's a 2-point lead in favor of Syracuse.
And guess what? Tiz has the hat trick. 3 goals in for Syracuse. All by the way of Tiz. I'm sorry, 2 goals rather, I should say. 3rd goal by somebody else. But anyways, for Michigan State at the very least, needed to find 2 goals here in the process of 41 seconds. The time starts to dwindle away as it will find Michigan State onto the backboard here. Nothing really doing in that corner. Time wasting away. 30 seconds left. Needing 2 goals out here. The serve with the other goal line. My apologies about that, but maybe with that assist. Oahu though, trying to clear this one out. Lasser to the top of the backboard, and maybe a 50-50 ball. One out by Syracuse in the end, but it just clears it anyways. 10 seconds left, and this should be in. Michigan State needed to find 2 goals here, and unless a miracle can happen against the wall, seconds are just going to drip away from the clock. Michigan State would need this. Doesn't get it on the 50-50, so a 3-1 scoreline. Unless Syracuse wants to just add on the showboat, why not? Lasser scores, so Lasser gets a pair, and so does Tiz to end the game 4-1 in this case.
That was so unexpected. I feel like everybody was just routing around the ball, trying to see if they were able to just pass it to a teammate, but Syracuse had a different idea in their head. They saw the vision, and they were like, you know what? We heard goal differential might matter somewhere down the line, so let's win this first game and also win it by 3.
4-1, yeah. I mean, to start, it was Syracuse to, or sorry, it was Michigan State that started off with that, and then Syracuse just started to run away with it. I mean, it was just it was a good start for both teams, really, but at the end of it, only 1 goal coming by the way of Opbom. So Opbom gets the only goal for Michigan State on a total of 9 total shots. Meanwhile, Syracuse, 50% is pretty good in this game. 8 shots, 4 goals for them.
Yeah, and so you can kind of start seeing, you know, on Syracuse's roster who's playing up front, who's playing midfield, who's playing defense. Obviously, these roles can be very dynamic throughout, you know, the pace of a game, but you can really tell who is looking for these opportunities, who's doing those assists. I mean, you were kind of talking about it, but I believe Lasser has been a big person in terms of making these plays happen on the side of Syracuse. It seems like his name is popping up very often, whether it's an assist or whether it's a shot into a goal. Playmaker, what can I say?
Playmaker, yep, there it is. So let's see what this Michigan State team can do now on their heels. Well, not on their heels quite yet. They could lose game number 1, but it is a best of 5 still left to play here, so plenty of time left to play. In fact, another 10 minutes of gameplay at the very least for this series. As right off the top rope, Lasser is right there. A lot of contact happening up in the air. Tiz is able to find its way through, though. 2 contacts on the ball, and that ball just floats there the rest of the way. And Lasser is there to get it past the defense. Gets the goal. Syracuse already up 1-0.
Yeah, kind of like Tiz was just escorting the ball, making sure that no one on the side of Michigan State could play spoiler to it. And then Lasser kind of just bops it in, connects it with the goal, and that's going to be that 1-0 lead once again. Remember, in the previous game, Michigan State was the one to score the first goal here, and Syracuse now, I believe, 5 in a row without any Spartan victory here. Now the boys in green looking to rebound.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, 4 in a row for the last one. My fault there. Michigan State still having to find a goal. The last 4 unanswered here for Syracuse. Keep this going, though, and pressure now on Syracuse, but they'll clear it out. This is their best chance. Michigan State trying to find it off the right wall. Nothing there. Don't come in for it, though, so they will have time to reset. Ball moving a little bit slowly. So they'll put it off the corner. Yet again, another pass. It's up in the air. Can Michigan State find it off the right side? Lasser's there to block it. Nobody in goal, but nobody home for Syracuse either to find a shot. So to go off of Moravu now. Moravu looking for 50-50 ball up in the air for Syracuse. Can they redirect it? They can. Opbom's there. They get a shot attempt. Good save for Opbom. And again, though, Michigan State being stifled on their way into the net. They've only found 1 goal here. Syracuse has found 5 total. And when you talk about goals for, that makes a difference. Goal differential makes a difference here. Lasser getting a little bit of a good flip. Flip off to redirect it. Opbom looking for anything off the wall here. Movu looking to carry this thing all the way through into the goal. Nothing there. Dunk. It gets a little bit of tip down as he was trying to hit it. Falls down towards the ball and gets the pinch off and gets it into the goal. What a goal for Movu.
Yeah, and it didn't look like after that hit above the goal, it didn't look like there was going to be any play to be made, but Moravu able to finish it out and tie up the series. I was just about to say that Opbom has been doing very, very well as a goalie in this last minute here. A play that Syracuse had to make, Opbom was there to defend. And now, you know, offense is sometimes the best defense. He goes in for a goal himself here.
Oh, it was a couple of bumps around there, too. So it was a couple of, and a very good redirect, mind you, from Opbomb into the air, but just a couple of collisions by teammates there. So it was Opbomb getting the goal, and it will be a lead here for Michigan State for the first time. 2 minutes and 55 seconds left to play. And how about another one for Moanalua? Gets another one, 2 goals here right off the kickoff, and the 50-50 ball one. All you needed to do was hit this in, and nobody could say anything about it. GA baby, not a word to have for that ball. Moanalua gets a second goal. Michigan State's up 3-1, their largest lead.
Their largest lead, and their game to try to bounce back and tie up the series if it means anything. Like we said, if Syracuse are to win this one out, that will put both teams at 2-1. Michigan State saying, you know, that could be good for them, but we could put ourselves in a 3-0 series position if we were to close this one out for ourselves. So yes, game 1 happened. That one went to Syracuse. Michigan State, again, not out of it yet. As you can see right here, they still got a lot of fight left in them.
Now, I do want to point out as well, Michigan State's doing very well at recovering. And when they lost their first game against Grand Canyon 1-0, they then went on to win three
consecutive
afterwards. So Michigan State losing game number 1, but they feel confident enough to win the next 3 here. Syracuse needing to try and stave this off. 2 minutes left to go, plenty of time. J-Baby just floating alongside of the ball here. Somebody's got to reach it. Finally, Syracuse does. Knock on the 50-50, does get it back to a position where Opbomb can get it. Misses. Still gets the follow-up in the meanwhile. Double tap off the wall into the corner, but cleared out by LeSueur. Get this back to the middle, and then it'll go cross-country to the other side. Now somebody's going to win another 50-50. A lot of 50-50 balls here to be fighting for. This could be a pass. Opbomb.
Oh!
One more time off the crossbar. Gets it, and a pass to a, technically a pass, into a goal. Moanalua just hanging it there right off the top of the post. It's a good thing Opbomb was right there to follow up. It's a pair of goals for each of Opbomb and Moanalua. And we're 4-1 for Sparty.
Yeah, and if you're talking about inter-team synergy, that was the, I believe, second or third goal that Moanalua and Opbomb both contributed to, whether it was the goal or assist respectively. But you can really see the dynamic that the Michigan State players have. They've, you know, gotten the opportunity to synergize with themselves throughout the entire season, and that's kind of showcasing here right now. 3-goal lead with just a minute left on the clock in this game number 2. Michigan State feeling very, very comfortable. They can play in the back foot for the rest of the game if they wanted to.
Nearly had a flip reset goal there. That would have been crazy on the carry, but 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Moanalua trying to get this off the right side. Gets bumped around a little bit. Follow up yet again by Opbomb. Opbomb with a hat trick here. It's 5-1. Michigan State pouring it on now.
Yup, and there it is. Another play from the same 2 players. Making sure that the pass into the kick, it's textbook for them essentially. And now with 4 goals, 50 seconds, I don't even think Miley Cyrus's The Climb could describe what Syracuse would have to do to win this game number 2 here.
That's nearly impossible at this point. They have Syracuse scored. This is a game of runs apparently, because Syracuse scored 4 unanswered, and then Syracuse answers with 5 unanswered points now. So we are no back and it's quite right, a back and forth. How about a 6th one? Knock gets on the board now. That's his first goal, and Knock with the assist of Opbomb here. Opbomb riding the wall, and will get the pass right off to Knock, who was there at the right moment, pouring it on. 6-1 Michigan State.
Yeah, and with 30 seconds left, if I were Syracuse, I'd probably start talking about, okay, what happened this game compared to game number 1? Is there anything that we would potentially have to change heading into the rest of the series? Because it seems like, if I'm reading this just from a scoreline perspective, that Michigan State kind of figured out Syracuse's playbook from game number 1 and adapted to go against that playbook. And so now Syracuse is going to have to be the one in the inventor seat, try to figure out what Michigan State are trying to do.
Not going to do it. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. Has to flip reset. Yes, he does.
Wow.
On the flip reset. How about a Brazil? 7-1. The score line at the end of the game here. Not getting it on. Gets a pair. So it's 3 goals. It's a hat trick for Opbomb. Knock with 2 and Moanalua with 2 to end the game. What a game for Michigan State.
And the silver lining for the viewers is I'm just happy not every one that we broadcast is going to be a 3-0 at least. We have a series on our hands. It's tied 1-1. And you can see right here a lot of shots from Michigan State and a lot of goals to connect with it all around. Everybody had their fair share of contributing, whether it was an assist, whether it was a pass to a teammate, or whether they were doing it themselves. That 7 spread out very, very well. On the other side, LeSueur was able to start this game off very well, but it fell out of their hands a lot faster, and I think a lot more than they thought it would have.
Yeah, and you can see the assist number as well. I mean, you talk about a hat trick of goals and a hat trick of assists for Morvu as well. So, yes, Morvu gets 2 goals, but also gets 3 assists for it as well. And Michigan State right now getting a chance to – I guess they needed the 1-game warm-up, like we said earlier on, against GCU, against Grand Canyon. The Antelopes got game number 1 on a 1-0, which was very close. Not that it was this close this time around in game number 1 up against Syracuse, but then Michigan State starts to warm up, only allowing I think at most 1 goal in each of the last 3 games they played. So for Michigan State, looks like they've warmed up. Looks like they're ready to go for game number 3 here.
Yeah, and if you compare game 1 to game 2, these are 2 very different results. We saw a dominant Syracuse in game number 1. We saw a dominant Michigan State in game number 2. And it's all about how well you read your opponent, how well you can figure out, you know, what plays are they trying to make with multiple people. We're not seeing too much of the double commits and such that we saw from the previous series. So every player on their respective team knows their role and is able to play that. It's now a matter of how well you can match against the opposite person doing the same thing.
4.5 minutes left to go, only 30 seconds gone. Nearly finds the window. Almost right there. Nearly finds the window to put that goal in. In the meanwhile, yet again, another 50-50 won by Michigan State. Stays on the side of Syracuse. Fighting for the corner here. LeSueur getting a little bit bumped. A little bit of battle going on. Midfield empty, but Morvu's right there. Does get demoed. It's not going to matter. Enough time to reset onto the 33 booth. Meanwhile, left side of the wall, this will run. GA Baby looking to make a run at it. So will Morvu on the back pass. Back to midfield. It'll go. Trying to dunk this down. Tiz leaves this up in the air for anybody to get to. Morvu gets there first. Michigan State will off and run back to Syracuse's side of the floor. 3:50 remaining on the clock. And now you can feel the tension a little bit. Tries to fly it over. But now you feel like one game was dominant, game 2. The other very dominant, game number 2. Game number 3. Might be a staring contest coming.
Yeah, and a lot of demolitions happening. It feels like, you know, they can't grab control of the ball if we just eliminate the person going for the ball. It seems to be the strategy within the last minute or so here, but now ball on the side of Michigan State as they try to steer it back into the midfield. Tries to go for a shot, not necessarily connecting, and now Morvu a little
Wide
too low.
open.
Leaves it open. GA Baby finds the opportunity.
GA Baby to Tiz there on the assist. And that is, well, that's one way to start that off here for Syracuse as they get their first lead since 3:06 back in last game. So they find themselves with the first lead. And we're underway here on the next kickoff. 3:16 for that goal time. Now we get to see if Michigan State can respond here. Knock going up top, gets a block there. It'll run back up the wall here. Stays in this corner, though. Lots of battles happening on this corner of the floor. And they find a way out. They finally do. Syracuse able to push down. Now they got a 1-on-1 situation. 2-on-1 now.
Driving it in.
Trying to carry this over, but instead a block there. Up bomb will take it to the corner.
Yeah, and the shot attempt, somebody was in the right spot in the right time for Michigan State, and so nothing else comes from that. J Baby trying to steer it in one more time, intercepted once again. Now bringing it back into the midfield. Appam going for a play, not quite connecting there either, but Spartans putting on that aggression.
Trying to keep the pressure on here. Michigan State against 7-1 in that last game against the Brazil. Yeah. But now finding no success on the floor thus far. Now trying to push it up. Syracuse going to apply some kind of pressure here. They're already putting a 2-on-1 commit. Up bomb though. Getting into the other side. Here comes Knock. Great pass to the middle. Bounces off the wall.
Miss.
Not there for Morvu. And now a wide open net. 1-versus-1 opportunity. Knock gets there just in the nick of time. 1-versus-1, 50-50 ball, one out. LeSueur's going to push this back to the corner. Allows GA Baby to get this ball back into a position where Syracuse likes. Syracuse on the attack now. To the right side wall. Tiz is there, lifting it up. 50-50 against Knock. Won by Tiz. Back to LeSueur. Nothing there, though. And again, back and forth they will go, but Michigan State, they know these 50-50s aren't going to do it. They need to find a way to score here. Down from the ceiling, down for a dunk, nobody home. On the top, nobody on the follow-up. Tiz hits the backside of the goal. Meanwhile, Morfu with a chance at the goal, gets it. And we're tied at one apiece. Morfu on the score here. That was from Knock, pass to the midfield, and Morfu says, thank you very much.
Yeah, no one was able to go high enough on the side of Syracuse to block the ball. And a minute and a half left. Our lowest goal scoring game thus far in this series. And on top of that, none of the goals very close to each other, as a matter of fact. They took a long time to finally find that opportunity and shoot it in. Now, tied game, minute left, looking to see who can set up a play for their teammate, who has the line of sight.
Minute left to go on the clock here, down to 50 as it's a tiebreaker right now. Stalemate could come down to head-to-heads later on as goal for a shot from Knox to the top right corner, blocked out from Tiz. Everybody, two people up in the air right now. Morfu's got there first, at least to tip it. Still on Michigan State's side of the floor. Sparty looking to defend here. Actually gets a defend. Actually gets a great pinch on the ball, but nothing doing there as it's cleared out by Syracuse. 30 seconds left to play. Looking for the dunk, nothing happening. Up bomb, up in the air, trying to find something there, nothing doing. Goes back to the other way. Michigan State has to respond now in kind. Lasura up in the air. Gets the tip off, heads into the wall. Off bomb's there to cover on the follow. 10 seconds remaining. Just looking to clear, does so. Now a lot of fights happening in favor of Sparty, though. They are get the clear out. A little bit of pass. One person misses. Knock tries. One person floating in the air, and Spartans get a goal with 2 seconds remaining and may have just clinched this game to take a 2-1 lead.
2 seconds before overtime was all Syracuse had to hold it for, but it wasn't enough. Kickoff is probably all they're gonna get here, and that's gonna be it. Michigan State take the lead in this series.
What a game there for Michigan State. I told you with game 3, what it looked like was two teams having very dominant first games, and then we come down to the next game now, and the best of 5 turning into a best of 3. Well, game 1 out of the 3 going by the way of Michigan State. You can see all the shots as well. Only 4 shots for Syracuse compared to 10 shots for Michigan State. They put on the pressure at the end with 2 seconds left. It pays off.
Yeah, and we always talk about that time bank, how it's ticking down, and you got to start worrying about stuff like that. But when there's 2 seconds left on the clock, not really a lot of room to kind of close it back out, as a matter of fact. And so I think Michigan State using the time in their advantage and closing out that game number 3. And you kind of mentioned it when they played against GCU, gave away that first game, ended up winning the next 3. Could be the story here for them again. I mean, if I were a team and I knew giving up game 1 to start reading my opponent and winning the next 3 would be pretty much guaranteed after I got a hold on them, that's a good strategy. Again, this round of play that we have, this round robin in this day number 1, is purely for seeding for tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, seeding wise right now, it's just waiting for one more. I mean, every game counts at this point, right? I mean, if you're a team from Syracuse right now, a loss here means technically you're out of the top 2 position in a round robin group small as this. It's 16. And you're only playing once each.
Yeah.
Not like you're playing 10 games, not like you're playing 20 games. You're only playing 5 here at HEI before we get to tomorrow's bracket. So we're underway here in a pivotal game 4 here. Sparty wins, it's over. Orange wins, we play 5. As for Spartans, putting a lot of pressure on right now. This ball very, very quickly into the orange side zone, and pressure is on. You can see the rotations here from Michigan State. They want to keep the pressure on the left side of the floor here. Finally clearing it out. Syracuse wants a chance at their left side of the floor now. As Lasur tried, Morfu to cover off the wall. Dono and Joust won by Syracuse, so it goes back out to the corner now. Now, having a chance at it, nothing there either. Floats it over, gets the bounce, but a pinch goes to the corner. Who gets there first? Michigan State gets it. Back to the middle it goes. Nearly had a shot at it. Wide open net. Can somebody get there? Knocked out their get just in time to save that. So 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. Nobody blinking an eye right now.
Not playing defense, covering the goal while the other two teammates go on the offense to try to see what they can get done. Control of the ball still up in the air. It feels like we are just going back and forth with this. Is every team vying for a spot in that top two. That first round bye could be oh so important in terms of preparing for tomorrow. Syracuse, they need to win the next two or this series is done and dusted. And that would be a 1-2 series record for them. They would love to see a 2-1. They would love to be alongside Michigan State in that standing if they can. Destiny is still in their hands right now in this series.
Right now, Michigan State series to lose here. They have the 2-1 advantage lead. Again, going into tomorrow, I mean, teams should be basically warmed up by this point. Getting used to the scenario, getting used to the LAN area here known as the ACM building at West Oahu. So now this is the games where you try to figure out who's best here in the LAN situation. Right now, Sparty looking to go 3-0 to start off their record series with only Boise State and Baylor left, arguably the toughest two teams remaining on their schedule left to go in this day. Syracuse trying to make it so that they can make some noise against this team right now. Up in the air, 50-51 out by Syracuse. Ball's taken out for the moment. Back to Lasur. Lasur looks to carry this out. Do they have a pass to GA Baby? Blocked out for the moment, but gets enough of a bounce, so GA Baby gets the score here. Lasur with the pass. GA Baby gets there. Block into another block. GA Baby with the score. First goal of this game in game number 4.
A double tap using the defense's car as the backboard is definitely one unexpected. Tiz, was that a kickoff into a goal?
GA Baby gets a goal and now gets an assist for it right off the kickoff. 50-50
Wow.
ball stays right there.
Yeah.
Perfectly kicked up for Tiz.
Doesn't get more centered than that, really. As now, all of a sudden, we were talking about how close the game is. Now that's 2 goals in favor of Syracuse in this game number 4. This is one of the 2 games that they would have to win in order to win the series, and they're starting out strong. Half the time already gone, and 2 goals just like that, back-to-back within seconds of each other. And looking for a third, not quite connecting quite there.
Tiz nearly had a block on that one. Meanwhile, up in the air, 2 versus 1. 1 misses, but 1 does connect for Michigan State to play defense. Minute 47 on the clock. Up bomb looking to carry this one all the way home. Goes past the ball, though, doesn't have the reset for it. Knocked down, off the wall, jump, gets there. Not before Tiz can get there first to clear out. Off of the wall, 1 versus 2 on the cover, but no one's there to get back into the goal in the nick of time, and Tiz finds a way to score their second. And Syracuse, the Orange, go up 3-0. By himself, carries it all the way home.
Half-court shot, as a matter of fact. Banks it from the left. Closes it out cleanly. Like you said, the one-man army right there. Didn't need a teammate for that play. And Michigan State, you've got to start feeling nervous about this one. Sure, the time is still pretty good. There is still room for you to score 3 if it's possible. But if you're Syracuse, you know damn well you can just start playing defense to make sure that Michigan State don't get their opportunity to play around the ball, and that's game 4 closed out if you're Syracuse.
3 goals in the matter of 44 seconds for this Syracuse team. The Orange looking good to try to take this over. Can Michigan State find a way out of this? They're in a jam right now, and I'm not too sure they can get out of this. 3 goals in a matter of 50 seconds, very tough to do. And in this collegiate setting as well, not much you can do about it. Syracuse laying on the pressure. They are not wasting any time trying to get this. They do triple commit, though, so if Michigan State can get back there in time, they would have it. A little bit of a miss by Lasur, but Tiz there to cover. Michigan State looking for it, but another good block by Tiz. 30 seconds left. Feels all but lost here. And if you're Michigan State, you look to just reset, get a goal to end this game here. And reset yourself up for the next one. Off of the bar, off of the post. That's a good save. I think it was Tiz yet again that gets credit for that, but of the pinch off the left post and comes down. Morvu looking for some help here. It's a battle of attrition now, but that attrition goes all the way back to Syracuse. They will take game number 3, or game number, yes, they will take game number 4 by a score of 3-0. And guess what? We play one more. Best of 5, playing all 5.
Thank God it's a best of 5. Some teams probably say as they play their series out today. But yeah, I mean, we saw two dominant games, one from each respective side in the first 2. Game 3 was a little bit closer, and now Game 4, Syracuse now evening up the series, but also lowering a bunch of that goal differential set by Michigan State from that game number 2. Looking pretty even, as a matter of fact. Both these teams going toe-to-toe, able to spar with each other. Syracuse showing that they should be tied. Michigan State feeling a little nervous now.
8-6 in terms of shots, pretty even, but the ones that went through, Syracuse going 3 for 8 on their shot percentage. So right now for Michigan State, it's a little bit more of a reset here. Syracuse carries momentum going into this last game, and it's the first, by the way, out of all the games we have played here so far, 4 rounds in, first time we are going to go to 5 between these two teams. And again, both of these teams playing in the Power Esports Conference, and even if you were to take a look at all that they have played so far, pretty dead even in any case here. But Syracuse earlier on this year, and actually these two teams did play each other earlier on in the spring back on January 19th, a 3-0 sweep for Syracuse. Now Syracuse being put to the brim. And both sides looking for a Game 5 victory. Could carry some momentum heading into the rest of the day here today. Remember, today's only round robin day. Everything tomorrow is single elimination bracket with the 1 and 2 seed getting the bye. Sparty does have the first 2 wins on their record. A win here could carry them and gives them the opportunity to get a 1 or 2 seed. So watch the games tomorrow. Yeah. Meanwhile, for Syracuse, a win here gets them at 2-1. They're still in contention as well. That's when the tiebreaker's starting to happen.
Absolutely right. And if Michigan State are able to close it out, like you said, they'd only really be contesting Boise for those top 2 spots. It's almost all but guaranteed along, unless something goes terribly awry for the rest of the day. Syracuse don't want to miss out that opportunity to be in that top 2, get that bye, so that they have more time to scout out their opponents who would have to play before them tomorrow. But that comes down to who closes out this Game 5.
And Baylor, by the way, has only played 1 game here in 4 rounds. They will play the remaining 4 straight, 2 in the side lab as well as 2 on the main stage. The last 2 games we'll feature on stream here will feature Baylor. So Baylor's had a bit of a bye here to see what the teams are about, at least on the main stage side. So might have some opportunity to figure out it and scout. In the meanwhile, Tiz is right there to score the first goal of game number 5. With a pass from Lasura off of the ceiling. Does hit crossbar, but that's enough for Tiz to take control and get the first goal for Syracuse.
Yeah, Tiz goes lower with that ball, and so Knock was not able to read that correctly. 1-0 lead for Syracuse. Could be all you need to close this one out if no other goals were to happen. But of course, you'd feel more comfortable if you had more goals in your back pocket, and so you can see the Orange playing aggressively, making sure that they maintain this lead or more. Michigan State looking to stifle that.
The right corner it goes, sliding it along the way, keeping it on this wall for right now. Oppom's going to take this off of the ceiling, off the right side a little bit too wide, hits the post, does make a Syracuse player miss, and then Morvu follows up right behind that to give Michigan State the tie. We're at 1 apiece. Morvu following up, Knock gets it off the post. No one home to save. GA Baby needed a miracle to save that one, and Tiz isn't there in time. Morvu gets the goal, 1 apiece.
And a lot of these like double take rebound sort of situations where the initial shot doesn't necessarily connect, but then the second one does. There we go, GA Baby coming in at just the perfect time to make sure that doesn't translate into another goal for Michigan State there. Keeping it even, 3 minutes left. A little bit of dribble taken away. Oppom trying to escort this in. Ball taken out of his hands once again. Going for a shot. Back and forth attempts. Nothing coming to fruition quite yet for either team.
2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Again, a stare-down battle here between Syracuse and Michigan State. Both teams, for the first time, by the way, for the first time since Game 3, we not alternated goals for a little while, but those alternating goals are just 1-1, if that. They trade off blows yet again. Who's going to get the better of it? Who's going to blink first? 2:15 on the clock. This is a pivotal Game 5 in terms of record for both sides here. matter of who can score. Maybe that next goal makes the difference considering the way they're playing defense right now. Demolition on. Michigan State looking for it from the ceiling up. Do they get there? No. Tackles the wrong way. Back to the corner. Up bomb is there. So it'll go back to the midfield for right now, but the pressure's on here. Syracuse need to defend this out. Back out. A little bit of a pass. Nearly there for the drop. Stur's going to try to dribble this up bomb. Stops it for right now.
Yeah, almost able to connect with that, but not sure where it is. Defense looking good for both sides. They have, it seems like, a dedicated goalie on either side right now, making sure that no stray ball ends up becoming an accidental goal for the other team. And with about 1 minute left in the bank, 1-1 apiece, it seems like the next goal could define the rest of these 60 seconds here. Michigan State with control of the ball. GA Baby taking it out of their hands, bringing it back to Lasur, who is looking for an attempt. Is he able to escort it in? The answer is going to be no. Bounces back to Tiz. Michigan State bringing it back to midfield.
Less than a minute remaining on the clock now. Tiz looking to take this off the ceiling, only gets 1 foot for it. Brings it back down, 1-on-1. Here comes Opbom, 2-on-2 actually. Opbom gets the hit, but it's blocked out. Syracuse now can run with it. Up the wall they will go. This comes back. 50-50 ball. Who wins it? Tiz is right there for the corner. And again, another stealing shot here. GA Baby's going to try to drop down. Nothing doing. Spartans still half possession on the clock. 29 seconds remaining in this game, in game 5. Morvu's there. Morvu gets the clear, and Opbom is right there to score. Follows up. Morvu carries it all the way to the middle of the goal. Opbom, the hero, right at the end of it. Yes, there was a bit of a push and shove with a 50-50 battle, won by the momentum of Opbom to give Michigan State the lead.
It looked like it was just going to be a drive-by, but Opbom had other plans. 30 seconds left. A lot of these almost time runs out situations, and Michigan State scoring the goals to put ultimate pressure on Syracuse to say, you don't have much time, buddy. You've got to score another win in, or we're going to win this game.
We've seen goals happen with 1 second left to go on the clock, but someone's got to get there for Syracuse. No one's at the wall. They might just drop this, and they will do so. Michigan State scores with only 23 seconds left on the clock, but Sparta comes away with game number 3, and here come the tiebreakers in play. Michigan State in play now, 3-0 record. This could very well come down to one of the final games of the day.
It very well could. We now have 2 teams in that 3-0 position, and this gives room for, like you said, the tiebreakers. It could be that we have a lot of pairings throughout this 6-team bracket, but we're going to have to see how that ends up. Props to Syracuse, but I want to point out that it seems what we're seeing right now from their time on stage, a lot of close series, but just unable to close it out in the end.
Yeah, and again, this is vengeance, if you will. Michigan State getting swept by Syracuse back on January 19th, 3-0. Now this time around, getting the 3-2 victory. So a well-done job by Michigan State, and the Spartans now look like they're running here. They beat the team that was 500. Syracuse now drops down to 1-2 record, so they are most likely out of the top 2 competition, barring any sort of craziness happening.
Very
but
crazy.
They should be, by the way of opportunity records, basically out of it. But so for Syracuse, a win, they got to take the last 2, and their only last 2 matches here for their schedule right now, looking at both Baylor and the University of Hawaii. So Baylor's going to be a challenge in itself already. University of Hawaii, Manoa, they can get a win there, but I mean, 2-3 record would be optimistically there. It could go 3-2 at the same time as well if they beat out Baylor, but it's going to be a really big scuffle at the top.
Yeah, especially now, if you're Syracuse, you're thinking about, you know, that first round of playoffs. Like you said, they're probably not going to get that bye. It would put you in a better position to be in that higher seed so that you could face a lower seed in your first round. 3rd or 4th will give you the upper seed against, 6th and 5th respectively, and you definitely want to be in that position so that you can have an easier road into that second round, into that semifinals.
Yeah. And remember, folks, for those that don't know the bracket here, again, 3 versus 6, like Henry was saying, 6 versus 3, 4 versus 5. There is a reseed. Lowest seed will play the first seed, or lowest seed remaining will play the first seed. Then the highest seed remaining will play the number 2 seed, just to get that a little bit closer in terms of matchups. But again, this can go any which way by the looks of it right now. Syracuse, yes, 1 and 2, still a dangerous team. Baylor still having yet to play. That's the question mark right there, because Baylor has only played 1 game so far. They still have 4 games left to play here in this entire series. That can shake it up, because the next 2 games, their schedule looks to be Syracuse, GCU, Boise State. At the end of it, though, Baylor will play Michigan State. That could be the one you look at.
Absolutely so. So we're going to have to see what the games are going to be like, how they close it out.
So we do have a player of the series here, and that will be Morvo, who gets a lot of things done for Michigan State here. And there is the stats: 4 goals throughout the entire series. But man, I mean, it came up a lot of times where Morvu was right there at the right time, especially on that last game right at the end as well. Morvu with that pivotal goal to tie it, and then the assist to help out at the end to allow Opbom to score, and that's going to be why Morvu is the player of the game here for this series. But again, Michigan State 3-0, that's the way you want to start, and a player like Morvu will help.
Absolutely so, and I think this is a deserved shout out for the for Morvu, because we saw on a lot of plays that they made, he was the one either handing it to his friends, or he was the one taking the shot himself and connecting it. So all around a very, very good player and well deserved of it.
All right, well, the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's is also brought to you by Prodigy Chain. You can stop by their booth to create your free digital trading card. It's a very easy way to share who you are, connect with other players, and even raise funds while building your personal brand. You can create your card today and share it with friends and family for a chance to win one of only 15 limited edition Prodigy Chain hats available exclusively only here at HEI. The future of esports belonging to those who show up, share their story, and build their brand. Get started now at Prodigy Chain booth. And if you're not here and you want to visit, check out what Prodigy Chain is. You can visit their website at prodigychain.ai. We are going to take another break. Round 4 is done. We are halfway through all of our matches. And when we come back, it will be yet another good one. Syracuse gets to stay right where they are. But as we come back, we will get 2 new teams here in round number 5. University of Hawaii taking on GCU. One of these teams is going to get their first win coming up in the next series. We'll be right back from West Oahu. You're watching the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver, and plugin is tested, optimized, and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver, and plugin is tested, optimized, and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver, and plugin is tested, optimized, and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the University of Hawaii at West Oahu, Kapolei in Hawaii on Oahu. Collegiate alongside Henry with you, and this entire thing brought to you by and presented by the good people of Zippy's. And just taking a look at the menu, part of the bentos as well that we had, part of the menu as well. It does a story in itself, shaped by Japanese, Chinese, Portuguese, Filipino, Korean, Native Hawaiian, and Classic American influences. And you can take a look at it. That's the story in itself. More than a restaurant, Zippy's reflecting the people of Hawaii. Join us as we celebrate 60 years of local culture and community. You can learn more by visiting zippys.com. And again, a good shout out to the people, including Kevin from from Zippy's as well that has been here with us for the last 3 years. Zippy's has been the presenting sponsor, and we want to thank them for their continued sponsorship of esports, not only here in Hawaii, but at least for the collegiate scene in such a great tournament as this. And now we go on to round number 5, I should say here, between the two teams of Grand Canyon University and the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Both of these teams sitting right now at 0-3. Both teams will look to see if they can get their first win right here.
Yeah, and this is going to be the difference between 5th and 6th place, as a matter of fact. Whoever takes this is, they're going to win the head-to-head. That's kind of how that works, right? Even though GCU currently do have a better game score relative to UHE, if UH are able to close this one out, assuming that they, maintain the same amount of wins and losses throughout the rest of the rounds, that would put GCU in 6th and UHE in 5th. Conversely, if Grand Canyon were to win this, they do also edge out against UHE, and that would, respective 5th, 6th.
Yeah, and so far, again, not a very... If you're GCU or Hawaii, this is one of the times in the first half of action that you kind of really don't want to talk about. We'll talk about that in a second. You can take a look at the starting lineups first. University of Hawaii on the board right now. Hoosh, Noah's at actually 82 Little is also in the lineup as well. Sly is here for their lineups as well. In the meanwhile, for the side of Grand Canyon University, got to take a look at them earlier on in the broadcast. Dekugon, Debo, and Scorpion on the lineup, but I believe the last game that we did have for them had Nando, Beanboy, and Nightmare Rally, so maybe a change-up if that's the case, but otherwise we are set to go here. And again, we were talking about a storyline that we had here. Again, both of these teams 0-3 looking for their first win in competition. And so far, not so great for both sides, at the very least, goals allowed. But they have been playing some tough competition, so no problems in that case. Grand Canyon, though, a -14 goal differential for the University of Hawaii, looking to make up a -28 at the moment in terms of goal differentials. For Hawaii, throughout the entire 3 games, have scored 10. For Grand Canyon, have scored 19. So going to be, it's going to be a battle of who wants to take that win here for the first win of their entire day here today.
And we've kind of been seeing the two opposite ends of the spectrum here, where we've been seeing either the most high-octane, low goal count amount of games, or everybody is just sending it and goal, 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 goal seems to be the name of the game. I'm not sure what the game plan is for both of these teams going into it. Do they want to start making up that goal differential and play more offensively, even if it means leaving their defense open? Or are they just looking to make it nice and simple, close it out with as minimal variables as possible?
Both of these teams just want to get a win at this point here. You'd love to see, again, both for Grand Canyon have only little parity here, because their first 3 games, one of them being against Michigan State and one against Syracuse. I mean, they did score 7 goals in that contest, only 5 against Boise State, but again, getting 19 goals, 33 scored on. You're 0-3, but at least you're scoring. In the meanwhile, for the University of Hawaii, some of these score lines, not very pretty, if you want to say that at the very least. So maybe this is their time to make it up. Maybe this is their time to get back into the shape of things, as it's Grand Canyon and University of Hawaii. And actually, if you're looking at just the athletics department as well, both of these schools will be in the Mountain West here very, very soon. So maybe in terms of play, they could be facing each other very, very soon. As I say that, though, Dekugon goes in, and it is a rotate out for the roster of Grand Canyon. Dekugon will go in, and it will be a score there. Debo also with the assist on that play.
Yeah, Dekugon kicks it low and abides by the 2 defenders on the side of UHE. They're able to get an early goal for themselves in their back pocket. We'll see if it translates to anything else. And since we were talking about, their goal differentials, it's going to naturally be low for them. Like you said, both teams are right now 0-3 in the bracket, not looking too hot, and looking to get their first series win here. Obviously, the goals are not going to be looking good because of their natural losses here, but they can see if they can make up some of that ground in this series, which could go, again, minimum 3, maximum of 5 games in this best of 5.
Right now, you can see GCU putting on the pressure. Lots of good rotation, some contact as well. They are making sure that UH does not feel comfortable whatsoever. Scorpion even doing a little bit of a struggle, finally getting saved away from UH. Up to the wall here from the ceiling. Home team versus the visiting team here, and yet again, a soon-to-be Mountain West Conference matchup, if you will, to keep this going. At least on the athletic side.
Yeah.
But now for GCU, just getting a little bit of a bump. That one goes up. It's a double commit from Hawaii. Manoa team Able to stave off pressure for right now. GCU can just keep pouring it on them. They do have a triple commit here, so a deep shot for UH will do. They do get into the middle, but GCU is going to be right there to cover. 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here for Grand Canyon. I mean, they are not taking their feet off the pedal here in terms of pressure against UH right now.
And I swear I've barely seen the ball out of Manoa's half this entire game thus far. There was the occasional, like you say, overcommit on the side of Grand Canyon, and that allows Manoa to punt the ball into the other half, but it's quickly just shut down after that. Grand Canyon putting on a lot of pressure into the University of Hawaii, making sure they don't have many opportunities to kind of go for it. There's going to be a little sneak in there, though. Hoosh finds it, ties it up 1-1.
82 Lid gets the assist there, but Debo actually lifts this up for Hoosh to get there. And that's a score there for Hoosh, and the first goal for the University of Hawaii to tie this game at 1 apiece. 2 minutes and 56 on the clock. That's a good start for them. That's at least some momentum here in a game where you need all the help you can get, especially getting a win, moving forward to what is your final game coming up later tonight.
Getting a win here is just so important from avoiding those lower first round seeds, making sure you're the tougher opponent heading into that first round. It would have to start here, though. As I say that, Sly redirecting the ball just towards the goal out of nowhere there.
Yeah, and gets it down underneath. Finds a way in, and so for University of Hawaii, 2 minutes and 28 in a matter of only 28 seconds. They find themselves with another goal. Nearly got scored on the kickoff goal. Good thing Hoosh was there. Hoosh, the transfer out of Boise State. By the way, getting a note passed along to us from
yeah,
saying that he changed his major to changing his major to marine biology, transferring to Manoa last year. But marine biologists in Boise might not make a lot of sense because there's no ocean there, but that's okay. We like more graduates from the University of Hawaii. How about that?
we do. Our campus is very cool to be around, honestly. Yes. Lots of cultures, get to meet up with each other. It's a great experience. It would be a better experience if Manoa are to say that they were able to beat out GCU in this series, but we're going to have to see how that goes. Minute and a half left on the clock. University of Hawaii with a 1-goal lead, almost makes it 2. Hoosh says, why not almost? Let's just make it 2.
Sly on the assist there as well, getting it to that post, and a little miss by GCU gives Hoosh the opportunity to score the goal. 3-1 in favor of Manoa now. They give themselves a good, comfortable lead for the moment, but a goal can change that any factor. Hoosh is going to go up yet again, trying to carry, gets the flip reset, gets bumped around though. He's not going to find any more plays on the ball. GCU will carry this up on the wall, on the right side, little pass, good center, nobody home. Nobody home to take advantage of that. So now it's going to be a demolition on GCU's got to find a way to rotate out, which they do. So up to the middle, carrying this all. Can they find the way off the wall? Maybe trying to get a double touch. Doesn't need it. Tekugon is right there to follow up. It's the carry from Debo, coast to coast. Tekugon just right there to finish it.
Yeah, brings it all the way to the goal. And Dekugon's in the right place, right time, just lines it up. Thanks for the delivery. And shrinks that deficit now in half. Only one more goal within this last minute to tie this series up, tie this game up, as a matter of fact. Bring it into overtime if necessary, but making sure that that game one is in your pocket. Both teams are vying for that first series win, like we said, trying to escape that 6th seed.
It's an escape for the lowest seed here, potentially. GCU scoring it in. Debo's just waiting right there, right ever so patiently. Tekugon brings us up all the way, places it in a perfect position, and Debo right there, just chilling out right next to the corner of the goal, placing it in.
Yeah, kind of hugs it around the post, to be honest. Just brings it in, ties it up just like that. Just 20, I believe, seconds apart from each other, around there. Now, with the same amount of time left, it will come down basically to that golden goal here. Whoever makes the next one is probably going to win this game number 1.
Hawaii up on the fly here. GCU looking to put pressure. Scorpions up top. Passes it down to the middle. Is anybody home? No. 50-50 wall defended out by Manoa. Here comes Dekragon. Dekragon has had plenty of things to work with. Has 2 goals. Has 1 assist. 3 seconds left. GCU wants one more try at this. Bush can't touch it. Dekragon keeps it up, but only momentarily. Hits it down to the floor. We play OT.
Overtime in game 1 of this series, where both teams have so much riding on the line here in terms of the standings for tomorrow. Almost a goal there if nobody were to come in and block that for the side of GCU. But Manoa, they know every goal matters for this entire series here, and they want to make it count. Grand Canyon not giving them that chance. Playing on that offense, making sure that the ball stays on this half.
And they do. Pushes it in. 33 seconds off of overtime. They are able to find the goal. They get it in, and it will be GCU taking it in the last, or taking it in golden goal. So a 4-3 win at the end. And it is GCU getting the victory. So it will be a 1-0 lead for the Antelopes, who were down 3-1 with only a couple of minutes left in the game. And then finally, 106, they score. 36 seconds, they score. And they score the 33-second left in overtime. So well done from Grand Canyon to get that back. You can take a look at the stats comparison. Grand Canyon, 13 total shots to Hawaii, 6.
Absolutely right. And now, if I'm GCU, I'm thinking about the series that I've already played before. And I'm trying to not let any superstitions get to me, because if you've seen the previous 2 series that Grand Canyon have played, yeah, they won a game, but they were never able to get past that 1-game threshold. We're going to have to see if they're able to conquer their demons here. But if you think about it on the flip side, Manoa, they've yet to win that first game. So some record is going to be broken here in this game number 2. We're going to have to see whether Manoa are able to finally get a game in their name, or whether GCU are able to bring it to 2 in the second game.
Yeah, they need to. Really, I mean, this is a game for not to be 6. I think that's pretty much the storyline of this entire thing too. And potentially, if Grand Canyon does move to Mountain West fully, they are going to be seeing University of Hawaii at least maybe on the Mountain West Esports Series too. So this is going to be a kind of a warm-up, a kind of friendly hello between these 2 teams in the future. But for the moment, GCU with a 4-3 win, and now they're off and running here in game number 2. Not backs against the walls just yet, but again, if you're Hawaii, you're up 3-1, and then you basically got Cleveland Cavaliers essentially. You up 3-1, and then a 4-3 loss at the end of it all. So 4.5 minutes left to go. GCU finding us to the wall. Hawaii's going to keep it there. Manoa looking to play some action here. Center good, up in the wall. Good block by Dekragon. Right up in the air, seeing that the entire way through. Sligo pushes back to the corner. Nobody home to the mid right now. Hoosh will take it out to the corner. Let's take it out. And back to GCU.
Goes over 82 lit here. Trying to see if they can set up for another play. Honestly, boost looking low for both sides. Gonna have to be a little bit of taking control of those boosts. And Hoosh is able to secure the first one, I believe, again, on the side of UH Manoa.
They're the first ones to score for Hawaii at the very least. And both of the games thus far, it was a 1-0 lead with for Grand Canyon to start game number 1. Game number 2, Hawaii starts off. But yes, both of the opening goals for Hawaii starts off with Hoosh doing it all by themselves there with about 3 minutes and 57 seconds left to go in the game. Down to 3:45 now, as for at least for Hawaii's side, they can stay comfortable for the moment, but GCU knows they got to turn up the pressure. They got to find themselves at least an entryway to score, but Hawaii is making it hard. They are rotating well, but here comes an opening. 1 versus 1. Scorpion winning it on the tail end, to say the least. It was a 1 versus 1 scenario up in that goal. Had enough boost to work with throughout the entire thing to get the block. Sly versus Scorpion. Scorpion wins that all day.
And not quite able to cover that one there. Our University of Hawaii at Manoa. And so GCU, they tied up 1 apiece. Kickoff was pretty break even not going anywhere too far for the time being. But a straight shot into the goal here from the side of UHE was blocked out. Another one hitting barely on the crossbar, not quite there.
Just missing it off, and now GCU gets the chance. That's off the left post. Both sides had a chance to it, a little bit of a miss. One goes wide, the other one just misses in general. 50-50 ball, no boost there. Decker going, there's nothing there. Gotta go to the other side, rotates out for right now. GCU is looking. Decker going, got the defense out, backs it up by Debo. Here comes Scorpion. Maybe looking to carry, but has no boost to work with. It's just going to have to float there. Finally does get a little bit of that 33 boost, but still has to back off. And just waiting now. So GCU fighting for the right opportunity. That one's not going to happen either. Too far off to the left side. We'll keep it into the corner, though, for right now. This is off. A little bit of a pass. That one hit off and saved. Lee Boost was the one that saves it and will be the one to clear it out. Decker going keeps it here. It will be Sly and Hoosh clearing this out all the way to the corner. Hoosh nearly got a second touch in it. Sly one-on-one against Decker going. No, that hits bottom right corner. 82 lit is there to cover. 2:06 left. Hawaii ties it. Or Hawaii takes the lead, excuse me, for that matter. 2-1.
And that took all three players on the side of UHE to get that goal to work. Whether they were blocking somebody from GCU or actually contributing to the path of the ball, in the end it does work out for them. And that just kind of shows, you were talking about it, everybody making use of their entire boost bar to try to make a play. But when it comes time to shoot it, they're not able to close the distance just because they ran out of their resources. So a little bit of boost management needs to come in play here for the rest of this. 1.5 minutes left in this game number 2. UHE looking to tie the series up if they can. The ball is currently in Grand Canyon's hands.
Getting it back to midfield. Grand Canyon wants to put the pressure on. They're the ones down by 1. Scorpion, the only one to score the goal, has 2 shots, 1 goal. 50% shooting percentage right now with it being the only goal. Up to the top of the ceiling, falls down, will go right into Debo's hands. It's up in the air, Decker going wants it, tries to drop it, no, Sly is right there to cover. Scorpion's going to advance on 50-50 ball 1 for right now. Sly's going to push it. Somebody in the goal, yes, Scorpion gets there just in the nick of time, actually hits their teammate. So a little bit of a reset now has to happen, but UH will also do so. Back into the corner with less than a minute left to go. We're just playing corner game here. Nobody's blinking yet. Slide does so. It'll go back to mid. I think this might be UH covering it just in time. Deckerlin will go up, plays it out, goes back to the corner, and they reset.
Tensions are high right now. Sly trying to drive the ball in. Redirect it elsewhere. A little bit too far to the right for that one on the side of 82 Litz. And now Grand Canyon bringing the ball back to the Manoa Green. Seeing if they can do anything about it with 20 seconds left on the clock. Scorpion going in for an offense. Is caught up by 82 Lit. Also takes the boost from him. So not much of a play is to be made in that area, but now finally bumping it out of the corner. 10 seconds left. RGCU able to close this one out.
GCU doesn't have any boost left. They finally do. 2 seconds left. They can put the pressure on. This one's going to ride. Does UH want to just drop it? No. Scorpion gets there first. Scorpion crossing. It goes back to mid. Does anybody get there? No. UH will just let it drop, and we're tied up at 1 apiece here in the series. Best of 5 turns into a best of 3.
And a close game from now officially both of them, as each of them had only like I believe a 1 goal difference. Yeah, so series is tied and the number of goals is tied for both teams.
Yep, so a total of 6 goals scored between the 2 teams right now, as we are rather for 5 goals, I should say, between the 2 teams here total. As we take a look at your stats from the last game here in round robin, round 5 for Grand Canyon, still pretty much putting on the pressure, but Manoa finally finding a way to get more shots on goal. That's 9 shots on goal in for 2. Meanwhile, Grand Canyon looking at the other end of this shooting, getting 8, but only getting 1 in. That's the way Manoa wins this game here. Pressure's on. Amount of saves, too, does almost equal each other out, but it's just Manoa gets a pretty good look at the end of the game there with about only 2 minutes left to go. That's the final goal that they needed.
Yeah, and you can see from both sides, they are making the attempts to shoot the ball in, but the defense on both sides, they are very aware of what happens if you kind of just leave your goal open like that. And so they've always had almost like a designated person trying to play spoiler here. and prevent, you know, a stray goal from coming in. And so we saw a high goal count game 1. It's gotten a lot calmer since, but now that we've shrunken it down to a best of 3, surely it resets.
I wouldn't say calmer. I would say more defense-based. That's the way we'll take it.
Probably.
Rotations are good on both sides here. It's just going to be a matter of who blinks first. That's for 82 Lit. 82 Lit is going to carry this, but not enough airtime to make that matter as he gets demoed out. Play on into the box now for UH. Doesn't have anybody to follow up. GCU was all covered there. Now, again, pressure on. You can see the 2 commits here for Grand Canyon rotating out right now, but nobody has any boost to work with, so GCU looking to reset. They do get a carry on over. Decagon's there. Good save out by Debo, or by Hoosh. Is right there. Now Sly will try to take this off the wall. Do you have enough boost? Gets the flip reset. Nothing doing. GCU's there to cover. Off the wall yet again. Hoosh getting the right angle, keeping this center. Does anybody get there? No. GCU's there first. To the corner yet again. 82 Lit is there, but actually gives GCU a little bit of a boost. That might go in off of the car of 82 Lit. Decagon gets credit for it. It was a 50-50 ball, but right at the end of this, gets it right off the car of 82 Lit, who faces the wrong way, and it's going to be GCU getting it in.
Yeah, and that was a really far shot. As a matter of fact, it didn't even look like anything was going to come of it. UHE kept getting the rebounds off of their attempts, like you said, from corner to goal, to corner to goal. But GCU able to break that cycle, and Decagon finding a good, you know, opportunity to take it away. Translates that into a goal for Grand Canyon, and now they are up 1-0.
Antelopes get the first goal this time around. That's the second time they've done this here in the third game so far. But after that happened in the first game, Hawaii going 3 unanswered. GCU still lining up with the win in that game regardless. But now let's look at what Hawaii wanted to do. Debo was able to stave off what Hawaii was planning, and now we'll try to go shot as well. Doesn't get a reset for it, has to float there. Leaving it in the hands of their teammates right now. Scorpion looking to fight for it. Sly will try to go up in the air, carry this over everybody, which does so.
Yep.
Does get a directional push. No, Decagon's right there to cover. Here comes Hoosh. Hoosh is there for the flip. Both of the GCU players have to flip backwards just to get there, but it would have hit post anyways. Sly now comes off the wall, trying to get through the corner, trying to dribble up. Fakes one, hits another, but it doesn't really matter there. Hoosh was covered 2-on-1. Here comes Slide to the middle, finds the goal line, finds the shot, nothing there, covered by Scorpion. And GCU will reset and recover to lay the pressure on as they get into the corner for right now. GCU looking to push, but it just stays mid.
Stays in that mid area as Manoa start gaining control of the ball, bringing it to Grand Canyon's half. Seeing if they can do anything about that for the time being. Looks like no. Although ball is centered and Hoosh sinks it in. Another one for UHE as they tie it up just like that. Nice pass into the delivery. Couldn't write a better script for that one.
Hoosh is able to score Hawaii's goal. 2:25 on the clock now. Tie game yet again. We keep this going. And a good game here between the 2-0-3 teams of this day. Both fighting to get a win on their docket. Hawaii looking to take advantage of this good angle, bad angle for the second tip. But now this is going to hit top wall, 50-50 shot, both miss. This goes back to the corner. Hawaii with advantage. They'll bring this back out. Midfield, yes, they get it. 82 Lit on the turn, is able to find it. Gets the hit, gets the flip thanks to Hoosh. 82 Lit turns right around in time. Hoosh set up good for 82 Lit's goal, and it's a 2-1 game in favor of UH.
And Hoosh has just been the catalyst for success on the side of UHE, setting his teammates up for a good shot or taking it himself. It seems like a lot of the goals that UHE has been made has come off the back of Hoosh. Star player on the roster, making things work for this Manoa squad, and now they present themselves with an opportunity to take Game 3 for themselves and go up to match point in this series versus Grand Canyon. But Grand Canyon, they're not out of it yet. Minute and a half left on the clock as they try to reclaim control of the ball. Flip reset. Is it going to be good? Demolition to try to cover, but it was just a little too high. Hits the crossbar. And now back in the GCU half.
Back into the GCU side with a minute 15 on the clock. GCU had pressure on Hawaii's side, not enough though. They had an opportunity, but a lot of demolitions happening. Meanwhile, Sly looking to go for the right side wall, nothing there. Gets hit back, Hawaii covers. 82 lit. So far having that one goal, having everything on the board. A goal, assist, shots, and save. Bush will try to cover up top, nothing doing. Sly though, very quiet. 4 shots, now 5 shots here. Saves, no goals, but still having the team out in his own way. Hawaii looking for the win with 40 seconds left to go. We are tied 1-1 at a best of 5. Shot out by Sly, goes off to the right side. That one technically not safe. The 2-on-1 bumps the teammate out of the way. Sly had a good line at it. 82 lit actually hits him. And now GCU might reap the benefits of it. Let's see what happens up to the corner side. GCU's going to set this up. Scorpion's trying to get there. Do you have the reset? No, it's going to actually be hit up on top of the wall from Sly. Sly will move this on over. Debo there. Debo open net opportunity. 50-50 won by 82 lit. Keeps Hawaii alive in this. 5 seconds left to go. Grand Canyon's on Hawaii's side, but they can't find net. This will drop in. 82 lit might be a little bit of a show here. GCU drops it, but they needed to keep it up. And in the end, Hawaii takes game 3 and are 1 game away from a win on their board.
And I just absolutely love when the two teams that are on our stage are just so well matched against each other. You can kind of tell that both teams have a good understanding of how their opponent likes to operate. But it's the 3rd game in a row now where 1 goal made the difference between who was going to win that respective game. For the first one, it was Grand Canyon, and now they're in that same position. They have not been able to win more than that game 1.
Yeah, 12-6 in terms of shots on either side. Once again, Hawaii finding a way to outshoot the Antelopes, but yet again, it's still close. It's 2-1. The last 2 games, mind you, tracking your scores here for this game, neither team besides game number 1 has scored under the 2-minute mark. But if you're GCU right now, you never wanted to let it finish like that, especially when you can get a win on your board here, and getting that close stings both times, really. And that's going to be interesting to see how they come back from this, especially now that they need to reset for another 5 minutes on the clock coming up here momentarily as we get set for game number 4. Decider game. Hawaii wins this. They win series. GCU wins this. We play one more.
And kickoff very in favor of Manoa, seeing if they can turn that into a successful play. Centering the ball, and they're able to do it. Sly, just like that, doesn't need a helper here, is able to do it all on his lonesome. Defense not quite there. Dekugan not able to cover. And we were talking about early goals. How's that? 10 seconds into game number 4.
10 seconds in. And another only 3 seconds in, and Dekugan's right back at it. Near kickoff goal, essentially. What happens here? Oh, it's a great pinch out here.
Yep.
And Dekugan's just a backflip and let Sly do all the work to get that end. Dekugan gets it. We're tied at 1 apiece. 13 seconds in.
13 seconds have passed, and 2 goals, 1 for each side, showing that both teams are ready to give it their all if it means putting a series under their name. However, we have seen these flurry of early goals before. It's now a matter of if you can maintain that tempo heading into the rest of these 5 minutes here. As you can see, Grand Canyon backs against the wall. They punt the ball past that midway part, back into Manoa's side.
Wide open. Dekugan right there. Takes it home. I believe doesn't even need an assist for this. Just a mishit ball.
Yeah.
And is able to put it in. Dekugan gets it back to lead. No assist needed there either. In a matter of 42 seconds, it's 2-1.
2-1 in favor of the team that would need this one in order to get us to game 5. So if you're the Grand Canyon fan right now, you'd love to see it. We're going to have to see if they can maintain this lead or even extend it in their favor. But Manoa standing in their way, looking to make a goal for themselves, keeping the pressure up on the side of Grand Canyon. Finally brings it back to the middle. A little bit of a miss there from Hoosh, but he regains control of the ball. Is able to, I was going to say is able to slide it in, but two people coming in the midway of there. And now back on the side of Manoa. Shot attempt being made, but nothing connecting quite yet. Hoosh again with another one. Bumps it up. Finally blocked. Now both teams bring the ball, like you say, coast to coast, as a matter of fact, just exchanging opportunities to get a shot in, seeing if they can translate that into a goal.
Back off the corner wall here, and 82 Lay wants to get the center. Actually, Hoosh will get it centered, but nobody there on the follow-up. Back wall side, you can see GCU want to put this game away here if they can. Go on to a game 5. Again, that win on your board is so important here. Again, pretty much almost, unless something miraculous happens, that gets you out of the 6th spot. Gives you a better chance of the 4 versus 5 game. In the process, though, you take on a tougher seed. You would take on the 1 if you win, but, or rather the 1 or 2 seed going in there, which is already tough on its own. Dole looking for one upstairs. Tries to get the double tap. That one waterfalls down. 82 Late is there before any more trouble can happen. But now it's an open net for GCU. Unfortunately, mishit. And it's cleared out by UH. Or cleared out by GCU, excuse me. Back to the corner side they will go. Hoosh is there to cover. 1-on-1. Hoosh is right there. Does Hoosh have enough boost? Hoosh can carry this all over. Does have a flip reset, but unfortunately GCU's there to cover already. As now it goes down the middle of the line. 82 Lit there to cover on the save. They just keep going back and forth. But Hawaii can't keep up the back and forth. You have to score here with 2 minutes remaining.
2 minutes left. Hoosh looking a little low on the side of Grand Canyon. Makes sense because they have been pushing aggression. Seeing if they can do anything about it. Hoosh a little bit too far to the right with that play. Doesn't quite make it into the net there. But they're keeping the ball on the side of Grand Canyon to make sure that they can keep their pressure up. Hoosh driving the ball. Breaking ankles, as a matter of fact, in that corner area there. So far, nothing to come of it. Dekugan fighting for control here. Finally brings it back into the mid.
And you can see the pressure that Hawaii's putting on here to GCU because they know they need the goal. GCU just playing defense for right now. Now turning it into offense. And here comes the rotation. Up in the air, Dekugan is right there. Scores it, puts it home. And a little more security for the Grand Canyon team. 3-1. They want to see 5, and they're well on their way to doing so.
We were talking about Hoosh being the star player for UHG. Dekugan has been everywhere. And like, if you need him to defend, he's going to be there. If you need him to shoot, he's also there, contesting the ball, making sure that his team is in the best position possible to maintain and even extend this lead. And now we see a 2-point advantage in favor of GCU with a minute left on the clock. UH Manoa have to make something happen. But Scorpion says, nah.
And for once in this game, by the way, Dekugan on the assist, not on the scoreline of the goal. Scorpion there to cover. Dekugan does get the assist on the line. 58 seconds left to go. You feel like that's the nail in the coffin, at least for this game. But Dekugan with a hat trick here. We'll cover that in a little while. It's a kickoff. It's off to the right side. UH needed that. Hawaii, Manoa needed that, man. They needed that badly. But instead, wide open nets. Finally, 82 Lit covers. GCU let it roll for a little while, but maybe just toying with their fruit in this case. At this point, this game's locked unless Hawaii can score 3 goals in the matter of 30 seconds. And really, I mean, if you're UH at this point, you're looking for a goal. You're just looking for something to carry you into the next game, which could happen here. It's up in the air. Scorpion covers back to mid. Sly looking to cover on the wall. Devo's there. One-on-one, 50-50 ball. Out for Dekugan. 15 seconds left. That is pretty much going to seal it. Dekugan's going to try to show off here. Off the post, off the crossbar, off the post, and into the back of the net. 11 seconds left. Dekugan, not a hat trick. Add one more.
And I'm glad you bring up how UH should try to use these final seconds to bring the score closer because they only have a 1-goal advantage after game number 3. That is entirely wiped away and then some if the standings stay 1-5 for this 4th game because GCU just make up a lot of lost ground by scoring 5 goals in this 4th one. And it looks like that's going to be it. It's going to touch the ground here. GCU bring us to a 5th game, the deciding factor one team here is going to be left with that 0-4 record, and whoever it is, they are not going to be happy.
Yeah, and again, this game started off, by the way, with Sly scoring that first goal, and then from there, the train kept rolling. The train in Phoenix kept rolling here for Grand Canyon. Total, you can see the total shots, by the way. Deco going 50% on shots to goals. 4 of 8 there with an assist to help out, and everybody helping out on Grand Canyon side with an assist. Hawaii does get a goal off of Sly. No assist to work with, only on that single goal, but the shot differential big as well. 12-5 in favor of Grand Canyon. That's big, and that means that GCU is putting on the pressure, turning it up. And right now, from that last game, UH couldn't handle it.
Absolutely not. But like we say, every goal is independent of each other. Every play is independent of each other. Take this game 4 out of your brain if you're on the side of UHE. You need to do a mental reset. Even if you lose it here, that's probably going to settle it. You can at least try to make yourself look good and learn from the opponents that you've played so far. This is, I believe, their 4th opponent? No, 3rd opponent. This is their 3rd opponent. No, this is their 4th opponent. This is their 4th opponent here. They've only got one more match to play. And so take your learnings into tomorrow. Try to see what they could do. But they can still give themselves a little bit of redemption here by closing it out, making themselves 1-3 if possible. Scorpion, though, says, hypotheticals be damned. We want that 1-3 spot.
Decagon on the assist there, but yes, Decagon leading this up right perfectly smack dab into the middle of the hands of Scorpion. And so go by Scorpion, assist by Decagon, only 5 seconds in. GCU want to take this one already. They said we're tired of playing games, and right now they only need to survive another 4:55, down to 4:45 here to keep this going. If you're just joining us here at the Hawaii Esports Invitational, this game has gone crazy so far. Manoa and Grand Canyon, and as I say that, Scorpions able to find themselves another goal here, this time thanks to the hands of Debo. Game number 1, 4-3 to Grand Canyon. Next 2 games, 2-1 to Manoa. Game 3, 5-1 for Grand Canyon. Right now, 2-0 in favor of GCU.
And if Grand Canyon are able to close it out here, how happy they would be, because not only do you guarantee almost that you are not going to be that 6th seed heading into this, but you vie for the potential of being even 4th or 5th, or 3rd or 4th, if you're able to contest your remaining matchup well. It's going to have to count here, though. This goes for both teams, as a matter of fact. So GCU starting off with that 2-0 lead in this game. Got to be pretty happy about that. If they want to keep it simple, they don't really have to go on that offense. They can just make sure that the ball doesn't enter their goal at least twice in these next 4 minutes.
Well, why didn't GCU almost putting it in? GCU almost added on a 3rd here. And Scorpion also working on the hat trick as well. Has 2 goals already, looking for a 3rd. Place the exclamation mark on top. And yes, this went 5 games, but this has gone 5 games so far. But GCU turned up the pressure to 100. And UH is still settling in at about 20 right now from the looks of it. They finally get it across the timeline. Getting it to Hawaii's side, or getting it to GCU's side, but GCU respond 50-50, one out by Hoosh. Hoosh has been trying to do his best to help this team out. GCU pushes it back to the corner. Here comes Debo. Maybe setting this up for Scorpion once again. Gets a little bit of a bump, but he's there to cover. As again, back and forth, these 2 teams will go, but it stays in this corner. Debo won't get there. Both sides miss to let the ball run. A good bump as well. Maybe a backflip off the top of the wall. Commits 2 Hawaii players to 1. Is there cover? No. Sly is there to play back as we go back to the midfield.
Yeah, and Grand Canyon keeping the ball in the Manoa side, making sure they don't have the opportunity. If they're going to take a shot from here, it's going to be a wide open net, but they got to even find the chance to regain control of that ball. Grand Canyon are not letting Manoa have it here. 50-50 at the midfield. It's going to be bumped up by the boys in green. Are they able to do anything with that? No, because Grand Canyon, they are still being the aggressor in this match, in this game number 5. Hoosh looking for that window, finds it. Goalie not in the right place necessarily, just short of it. You can see it right there. Debo not quite able to cover that opening. Hoosh just brings it in a little bit closer with half the time left.
Cuts their lead in half as well, down from 2-1. Oh, 50-50 is all over the place here. GCU finally clearing out of the middle. As Devo now taking this up. Good look from there, but good defense from Hawaii. Staves it off. Number 2 here now, pushing it up against the wall. It's going to ride the wall all the way to the goal line, but it's cleared out by Dekugon. Off the wall this time. Here comes the pass. Taken away by Sly. GCU wants another try at it. They are being aggressive. Dekugon can carry. Has the boost for it. Runs out. But not before Sly is there. We'll get another chance at it. No boost anyways. They'll reset. Debo looking to keep this on the GCU side. Yet another bump. Debo doesn't have any boost to work with. 82 lit is there. Boost off the top of the wall. Do you get there? It is. It's in off the top of the ceiling. We got a tie game with a minute 45 of the clock. Hoosh working on a 2 versus 1. 80 lit getting it over a 2 versus 1. Hoosh there at the right time. And Hoosh there it is.
Okay. I mean, half-court shots are pretty impressive, you know, as is, but Hoosh now doing 2 back-to-back goals for his team, keeping them in the running here, ties it all up with a minute and a half to go, making sure that their team has that opportunity to bring them to that 1-3 record, escaping 6th place to the best of their ability. Now, GCU, they want to score one for the first time in a long time. They want to take back that lead if they can.
Up in the air now, minute left to go on the clock here, 2-2 time. First 2 goals went by the way of Dekugon. It's a battle between 2 players only. It's Dekugon taking on Hoosh here. Terror goes for either player on either side. 55 seconds remaining on the clock now, looking for any sort of blink from either side. Now, they put the pressure on. GCU relieving it just a little bit, but now they're going to turn it up. Here comes Dekugon. Star of the show here for GCU so far. Finding the middle point. Can they find it? They'll bump around. This is going long. This is going all the way to GCU's goal. Dekugon is there, able to clear it back out towards mid, but 82 lit doesn't get a tap on either. It's 2 commits and now Sly by themselves. Ball goes back to the mid. Hoosh is going to be there to clear it out. 30 seconds left. The tiebreaker game. Only one team can win out of the series. Double commit there. UH clears it. No follow-up from GCU. This is going to roll. Dekugon clears, and Dekugon saves it. Back up to the arm for the wall side. 10 seconds remaining. Looking to see if there's an opening anywhere. Sly's going to be the last chance for Hawaii. Trying to lift it up. Gets bumped out of the way. Hoosh is there. Gets it underneath. 1 second left. 82 lit gets it up for right now. Hawaii will keep this up onto the board lines until they let it fall. We play golden goal.
And overtime in game number 5. It cannot be more, I would say, anxious for both teams right now than this.
I can see right now that all of the local Hawaii people here that are inside of this building gasping for air right now, holding on to their breath. Same thing for all the GCU people. 2-2, and it almost goes in. That goes off the right side, misses. Nearly had a good look at it. Sly's going to take this out to the corner, takes it to the mid, has enough boost to carry this. What, get the front reset, nothing there, gets blocked off. GCU holds on. 30 seconds in. This might
Wait, it's
goal.
open!
It's in, Hoosh is there! Hoosh scores! Hawaii wins! Hawaii wins! Hawaii wins! 3-2 final score. Hoosh is there, the hat trick for the victory.
You've got to feel so relieved if you're UHE right now. They're able to finally bring one series to their name and able to close it out. And like you said, Game 5 was a tale of 2 players right here, but Hoosh was able to get a 3rd one in a row, I might add, for his team. And that closes that series out 3-2 in favor of UH Manoa.
And Manoa getting the win. Some magic coming from Manoa all the way to the west side here in Kapolei. But Manoa getting the win over Grand Canyon. They now move up to a 1-3 record. And in the process there, maybe saving themselves from a 6th seed unless any craziness happens. But at least for the head-to-head, Hawaii takes that over GCU in a very exciting matchup as well, considering the fact that you had no idea where this game could go. Game number 1 went 4-3. Game number 2, 2-1 in Hawaii. 2-1 for Hawaii. Game 1, I should say, was 4-3 Grand Canyon. Then you had that little bit of a slip-off for Hawaii, 5-1 in favor of Grand Canyon. So you never knew what this game was going to be. And then we go to overtime, and Hoosh gets the hat trick for the win. And that's how we wrap this up here in this series. And
you wonder right now what that means for Hawaii here to get that win. I mean, they stood up immediately right after that was over.
Oh, yeah, one of the players went like this, and he just, like, brushed his hair back like, oh, thank God it's over. I mean, I would feel the same way. Being able to rebound like that in a Game 5 from, like you said, Game 4 was a 4-goal deficit, you know, in favor of GCU to overcome that, to overcome, I believe it was a 7-goal streak in favor of Grand Canyon to finally close out Game 5 in an overtime goal. That's got to feel good for them.
Yeah, that's got to feel good. Probably one of the good moments here. And so far, by the way, buddy, we are looking good here up on the main stage. In fact, that's back-to-back Game 5s
We're eating good.
We're eating good.
We're eating good.
And those are the only two best-of-5s here so far. But now, coming up next for Hawaii, they will have to play a tough team in Syracuse. That will happen on the Sad Lab. So University of Hawaii will no longer be up on the main stage here for the last 3 games of today. Instead, 3 teams will be up here. It'll be Boise State, Michigan State, and Baylor in the combination of the next matches here. And Baylor's going to have to go through a slew. Baylor played in round 2, have not played in round 3 or round 4. They're going to have to play the remainder of their matches straight here, which tough schedule already. By the way, for this last match here, we go to the comparison in between these two teams. Deku Gonahush, this is the matchup we want to see about. Tied for goals in the end, 7-7. And that is without the 5th match for Deku Gona as well. But it's still in the matter of the fact that they tie up in goals without that last match there. 19 shots, but still, I mean, at the end, Hoosh, the transfer out of Boise State, man, that player, so good.
So good. So good.
Yeah.
And, yeah, they made it work. It was neck and neck through and through. It almost looked done and dusted after Game 4, like we said, but they were able to close it out Game 5. They were able to close out this series, and now they sit pretty at 1-3.
Sitting, well, not pretty, but sitting there. They sit there. I wouldn't say an 0-3 start would be pretty, but they get the win that they needed at the end. So that wraps up round number 6, or round number 5. We'll get back to round number 6 here in a moment. But first, Vanta is now proud to be a part of the Play Versus family, creating a unified education-aligned platform designed to support organized competition, expert coaching, educator enablement, and clear pathways for student growth, development, and advancement. Together, they can support the students and schools through structured competition, expert coaching, educator enablement, and expanded programming across esports, broadcasting, and STEM. Learn more about their announcement with Play Versus and how schools can get involved this spring by visiting playvs.com. That's Play Versus, aka playvs.com. On the other side of this break, we go to round number 6. Remember, 3 teams only showing up here on the main stage the rest of the day. First one up, Boise State versus Michigan State. A tale of the 2 schools that have won surfboard so far here on this competition. We get to see them in the round robin next, right here from the Hawaii Esports Invitational, presented by Zippy's.
Progress and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver, and plugin is tested, optimized, and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The Mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver, and plugin is tested, optimized, and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The Mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver, and plugin is tested, optimized, and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The Mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver and plugin is tested, optimized and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The Mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver and plugin is tested, optimized and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver and plugin is tested, optimized and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
Back here at the University of Hawaii at West Oahu for the Hawaii Esports Invitational. Clutchgate and Henry with you as we have been throughout day number 1. And of course, again, the Hawaii Esports Invitational is brought to you and presented to you by Zippy's, which Zippy's more than a restaurant. It's a way of life in Hawaii. From their top-selling Korean fried chicken to freshly baked favorite, Zippy's is where Hawaii comes together. After the games, for birthdays, anniversaries, or everyday moments, really, life celebrations happen there. As they say, next stop, Zippy's. And my next stop is Zippy's as well, because that bento we had for lunch was very good. So,
it was so good.
Oh my god, it's so filling, and I kind of want to go now yet again for what was I want to make chicken katsu or a zip pack or something like that. Everyday moments, by the way, folks. Everyday moments.
My secret is I always get a chili moco, but I sub out the rice for mashed potatoes.
Oh.
Think about that. It's a very hearty meal.
Mashed potatoes.
Yeah, think about that. It's
Okay,
a very hearty meal.
You might be off on something.
Okay.
Anyways, next game up here between two programs that have won the trophy, or, well, the surfboard before, if you will.
Yeah.
Trophy unlike any other. It is Michigan State taking on Boise State. Now, if you remember the history here, Michigan State won it back in 24, Boise in 25, and now playing for the surfboards yet again. You can take a look at the starting lineups. Michigan State first, Morvu Knock and Opbomb to start us off here. Michigan State currently on a record right now of 3-0. Boise State on the other end also working off of a 3-0 record, with the same amount of games played, by the way, almost on either side, really. Woozy, Durtho, and Preston, all three of those very well suited for line events, but as is Michigan State as well. But you take a look at their prior games, Boise State having to play Hawaii first, wins 3-0, beating Syracuse 3-0, and then Grand Canyon 3-1. On the side for Michigan State, 3-1 win over GCU, 3-0 win over Manoa, and then we got to the game against Syracuse that we got to see as well, 3-2 there against Syracuse. That was a really good game in itself, and also, mind you, this game, these heats are getting even closer, because if you take a look at some of the results that we had, Baylor got taken to 5 games against Syracuse as well. So the Power Esports Conference kind of mixing it up a little bit here, and we are all over the place. For the next game up, Broncos, it's basically Buster versus Sparty coming up here, because Michigan State, Boise State, both in the Power Esports Conference, lining up right now in terms of their notable status within the PEC in second and third place in the current standings in the double round robin school year between the two teams here. So this is going to be a very big game between these two, because 3-0, somebody has to lose here.
Yeah, and I know you were talking a lot of emphasis about Boise and Michigan State, because those are the two teams that we're about to see on stage. But both teams are going to have their shot at taking down Baylor after their match with us here against each other. And I bring that up because Baylor, they've been on a little bit of a rest, so to speak. They've had their first series very early into the day. We actually haven't seen them for a while. They are having their second pit match on the side, and then they're going to be joining us for our last 2 games on stage. I bring that up because they are the only other undefeated team for the time being. And so now we've got Boise, Michigan, and Baylor contesting each other, and there's only 2 byes to give them in the semifinals.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be 3 teams fighting 4 right at the end, and theoretically as well, there's a team that can still get in the mix of this between Michigan State, Boise, and Baylor. Like you said, the only one's going to get the bye here, and Baylor's having to play 4 straight might be a little rough, but we will see, just because they had those early on byes in rounds 1, 3, and 4. So maybe they scouted a little bit more just to see what their opponents could be like, and just to see what could happen in terms of pressure. But again, these 2 teams here in front of us right now, Michigan State, Boise State. By the way, they played each other back in earlier on here in 2026. January 26th was the date that Michigan State beat Boise State 3-2 in their series back in the PEC. So this is going to be a very, very worthwhile battle to watch, especially, once again, 2 very well-known programs throughout the world of collegiate esports, and the only 2 winners of surfboards here. Yes,
proud surfboard owners.
Proud surfboard owners that from Hawaii, actual surfboards from Hawaii, none of the California, New York, whatever.
Okay,
Hawaii,
okay.
Right. So, but again, you go back to the history of the HEI here. First year back in 2024, that was held at Hawaii Pacific University. That was won by Michigan State. Sparty took it home in Valorant. And Valorant
again back in 2025. Last year, Boise State would win it in a 2-0 series over Michigan State for that surfboard trophy. Though Michigan State did take one home as the Super Smash Brothers Ultimate Tournament went on there. They won that in the cruise battle. They would take that home. Super Smash actually going on right now, in fact, in the theater room here at the ACM building at the University of Hawaii West Oahu campus. But Michigan State took home one. But on the mainstream here in itself, on the main stage is what we like to call it, they are split 1-1 on surfboards. So now this could be a tiebreaker, and maybe if Baylor doesn't get in the way, we might see another championship that splits these two yet again. What fun that would be to go back-to-back years on Michigan State, Boise State for a championship.
And what a storyline it is for our 3 leading teams right now in the group stage. 2 surfboard owners, like you said, vying to separate themselves from the rest by potentially getting a second one. And I'm glad you bring it up. Baylor here to play spoiler. You know, like you said, every year a new team has won the surfboard thus far. And so if Baylor were to come in this year, their first year, their freshman year, coming into this tournament, and if they're able to take that surfboard home, not only does it cement the 3 teams that we've had as, you know, the 3 best teams that we've brought onto the into this tournament, but it kind of keeps bringing in this idea of the fresh blood being the victors here in this HEI.
Yeah, and in fact, too, for this entire thing, parity is the name of the game here, because if I was looking at this correctly, on the side right now between, and I'm just looking here because we are getting updates as we go along here for this GCU and Baylor game. GCU actually beat Baylor game number 1 3-1. On that side stage. So there could be some interesting parity if GCU is able to hold this. GCU might be a little bit mad about that heartbreak loss in overtime in Game 5 against UH, and they may be taking it out on Baylor right now. But yes, a 3-2 scoreline. Everybody on the team from Grand Canyon scoring with Bean Boy Nando and Nightmare Rally back into play. It looks like that's their A team, and in fact, we might have another one here just as we get on. And Baylor,
that's a 9.
Baylor went off. Baylor got a 9. Yes.
Okay.
So it was 9-3 at the end of the second game. So it's 1-1 series there. Meanwhile, we get our started. Sparty and Buster going at it as we play on here for round number 6 in our round robin. Best of 5s throughout the entire way. Only 3 games left here in day number 1 of the HEI. All proceeding tomorrow. We play the 6th, starting right at the same time, bright and early in the morning. Meanwhile, 4:40 on the clock. To the corner it goes. Starting lineups, by the way, once again, for those that weren't here for it, Morvu, Opbom, and Knox for Michigan State. Boise State with Gerthel, Preston, and Woozy. They're off and running here. Ball back to the midfield. That's a wide open net. That could roll. That's going to go. Preston scores first for Boise State. Broncos off and running to start.
It's kind of funny because if you look at the position of where everybody was, it kind of didn't feel like that was a intended goal, so to speak. Everybody was kind of still playing around contesting each other, but Preston able to close it out, start the game off in favor of Boise State, leading in 1-0. Of course, it is game number 1, but as I say that, a second one from Preston, just trickling them into the goal. There's a flip reset, a little bit of a bump, gets it high above, prevents any type of block coming up. And just like that, within the first minute, 2 for Boise.
7-second differential between Preston's first and second goal. And Boise's not letting their foot off the gas here. They're going to try to pressure from any which direction. Michigan State needs some help here to get things going. They are trying to go off the wall, nothing doing. Boise clears. And it's just 2 slip-ups here for Michigan State. And against a team like Boise State, you cannot blink. You cannot make any mistakes, or Boise's going to come back to fight. Boise right now second place inside of the PEC standings. Only down to Baylor. Currently in a 1-1 tie-up with Grand Canyon. And again, the head-to-head as well as match play could very well count for the tiebreaker. We'll find out where that is later on. 3:35. How about another one? Durtho tried. Woozy with the follow-up. That gets blocked. Durtho again. That gets cleared. And Michigan State can breathe. But they're hyperventilating at the moment with so much pressure being added onto them.
Yeah, Boise making sure that they keep pressuring the ball so that Michigan State don't really have an opening to go in. Keeping the ball on that Spartans half as they now bring it back to midfield, looking for an opening, centering the ball, kind of going for a right. Then there it is.
What a lift!
Opbom able to close it out there.
I love seeing it.
Pretty much a one-man work here. Just guides it in and then bumps it to the right.
Take the short hop and a roll in. That's a
Yeah.
nice shot. 3:06 left to go on the clock. I just got excited for that. That was very nicely played.
That was nice.
They get there, back to the corner. They might score this
Oh.
again. Knock is there to clear. A very nice stop though from Bob. Gives Michigan State some life into this game. But plenty of life still to play with. 2:55. Boise's looking to push. Then Bob is able to clear. Woozy on the other side. Back to mid. Down to Preston. Preston looking to turn this all the way on its head. Gets the pass off to Durthel. Durthel right there.
Oh.
Saved out by Knock, who's right in the middle of the goal. And actually just trying to beat them one-on-one. But Preston's there to clear. Back to the corner. Back into mid. Morvu misses. Opportunity Boise. Nothing there. Nothing home. Morvu now with it. Does Durthel get there in time? Yes, Durthel had plenty of time to get there. And does so. Back off the wall into the corner. Game of corners. It's a game of passing. Michigan State tries. They go off the top of the wall. Off the top of the goal. Morvu gets bumped out of the way. No opportunity for Michigan State here. They'll clear it out. Resets for Boise State. Demolition now making it 3v2 momentarily. Durthel goes up. Blocked out by Bob. Bob will try, but gets cleared out by Uzi on the other, or sorry, by Durthel on the other end. Now just waiting in patience here. Finding somebody to blink. 2 minutes left. Nobody is at the moment though.
Defense looking very strong for both sides. A little bit of miscalculation when it comes to the shots. Like you said, either a little bit too high onto the wall or just bumping posts. Flip reset. Ball taken away immediately after that. And now Boise going for a shot. It's good. Uzi clears a third one for the side of Boise, bringing the lead back up to 2. Now in a comfortable position to win this first game. Like you were mentioning with the scores earlier, Boise have currently a better record in terms of series and games than Michigan State. Michigan State would need to win this one if they want to guarantee that top 2 seeding for themselves. Boise can still have a little bit of leeway past this series, but Michigan State really need this one. And if not game 1, then the rest of the series would have to work.
Minute left to go on the clock here. Preston up against Morvu right now. Morvu getting it out. Good block by Woozy. Gets into the green, half the floor. A minute remains. Michigan State needing life. They need to find it somewhere. But right now, Boise choking them out on their side of the floor. Durthel will try to push.
Oh!
And if that earlier goal wasn't the nail in the coffin, this one puts the hammer on it. Durthel puts it in by himself. No doubt about it. 4-1 Boise. Broncos looking like they're taking game 1 by ease.
Again, I swear some teams have heard that this goal differential thing might matter, and so they start sending it balls to the wall here. 4 goals. +3 goal differential here for the side of Buster. Looking to make it more, but Michigan State finally have that opportunity in the offense. As I say that, Woozy brings it back to midfield. See what they can do now. Knock. Trying to get a drive-by isn't going to work. It took 2 people to defend that ball on the side of Boise. And now, ball still on Michigan's side. 10 seconds left on the clock. Are they able to capitalize on this opportunity? Are they able to shrink that goal lead? Ball's going to touch the ground. Anybody going to bounce? It's a lot of contests.
Not going to matter anyways. Score's way too big for one goal to happen here. Michigan State grounds it. They just know they just need to reset into the next game. So 4-1 your final score in favor of the Broncos. And again, this team from Boise State starting off stronger with a 4-1 win, especially against a team like Michigan State. You do need to start out strong, but then again, Michigan State losing game 1, not the end of the world, especially knowing them. They can come back and charge back, roaring at you in the next 3. Final stats from game number 1, total of 12 shots for Boise and 4 of them going at a third of their shots going. Meanwhile, Michigan State can only find the back 1 out of 5 on a 20% shooting average here. So Boise needed to play a lot of defense. Unfortunately, defense doesn't get you scores.
Exactly so, but you know, closing out game 1 here for Boise, they've got to feel pretty comfortable. They only need essentially 2 more to secure that top 2 spot for them. That's assuming, you know, Baylor gets into the business and gets a little messy for the last 2 series we have on stage. But in terms of in terms of the timelines that they can control, Boise, I got to be pretty happy with 1 out of 3 now to finish out this series. Now, Michigan State, on the other hand, again, with a worse series game differential compared to Boise, would need to win this to override all of that and just have that head-to-head over them. You know, head-to-head is our first tiebreaker determiner. And then after that, we start trickling down to, like we've been talking about, game and goal. But if you can just beat the team you are tied against upright, you will automatically have higher seeding than that.
Baylor, by the way, getting the third game, winning 3-1. They're up 2-1 in the series, up on the side lap. No stream there, but we'll give you updates as we go along here. We have 4 minutes and 45 seconds, or 15 seconds gone here in game number 2. Boise winning game 1, 4-1. Now can push the advantage if they need to here. Michigan State turning up the heat. And again, even after a first game loss, Michigan State has been good. 2-0 after losing game number 1. Here out of 3 series here in HGI. Small sample size, yes, but that still tells you a story about them playing after that very first game if they lose. They run it up the corner. Now it looks like Michigan State wants to turn up the pressure now. It's keeping on this half of the floor. They're rotating out, and they are rotating aggressively to the point where everything's either up in the air, 50-50 ball. That one will rotate out. They'll freeze out for the moment, but Opwam keeping the pressure on, keeping this up in the air. This ball has not touched the ground in a couple of seconds the way these teams are rotating. Finally does. But man, Michigan State knows they have to turn up the gas, and by God are they doing so.
Yeah, they put on so much aggression within this first minute, like you said. Ball up in the air for a long time, but also not leaving Boise's side up until recently. And now a pass into a shot, finally. Good block from Opbom there, making sure that the first goal isn't going to be in favor of the opponent. Another attempt from Durtho, not quite connecting. Ball up in the air, being passed back and forth to the respective teams. Nothing.
Side of the air, Boise looking for the flip reset. Woozy gets it. But Michigan State's there to clear. Marvu, open net opportunity. Durkle there to cover. Back to the wall. Knock will have it into the box. Michigan State has an opportunity. Nobody home to play with. So the reset back to the Michigan State side. They'll rotate up. Durkle will get there in time. Knock, the only one back so far. And Durkle going to try to take it himself, but no boost to work with. Woozy does. Woozy looking to carry maybe, but gets blocked out. 50-50, won by Michigan State. Clears it back out. We'll try to rotate it, but no. The angle too steep. Goes off wide right. 2.5 minutes left. Durtho looking to carry. Flip reset available. Nothing there as he gets knocked away from Michigan State. On their end now. Good flip. Good send. Unfortunately, I believe that's Morbo. That's right. No, that was Knock. That's right there to get the save and the clear up. Not a lot of boots to work with for Opbom, though. Actually does get dealt on the way there. A little bit of a touch from Knock. Knock gets there from the middle. Nobody there to play. Boise State takes it back to the mid. Back and forth we go. Very, very good defense on either side. Demolitions and all. But man, Boise State had a very good opening goal with 4 minutes and 25 seconds. But nobody has blinked since. And really for Michigan State, they haven't scored since 3:06 in the last game.
Absolute dry spell for both sides, but that's what you get when you have two heavyweights contesting each other, going at each other, fighting for that ball. Right now, in the middle of two people, almost intercepted, not in the air. Woo! Shot on goal, blocked out by the side of Boise. And now Durtho looking to guide it in, not quite there. A little bit too far on that top left corner. Ball being escorted in that Boise half. Super heavily contested over as all three members of Boise circling the ball like sharks, trying to make sure they guide it in the direction they want. Finally, a little too far, and it goes in Knock's hands, except the demolition takes it right back out.
1 minute left to go on the clock here. Nobody has scored in this game. Our score sheets are blank.
Empty.
It is empty at the moment. Somebody's got to blink. We may take, the way this game is playing out right now, we may go to goal and go without a goal scored. It may come down to a 1-0. Do I jinx it or not? Let's find out. 40 seconds left. Woozy's up top. For the push. Michigan State pushes back up. Up to the middle. 50-50 ball, right side wall. Moorvu looking for a shot at this. Best opportunity for Michigan State here. Demolition off the crossbar. Nothing there. Second chance opportunity for Michigan State. That gets pushed around. Moorvu's right there to score, and he does. Boise State's tried their hardest to clear this ball. Durtho bouncing it around. Moorvu notices it and takes advantage.
They stalled the ball too long by their goal. Moorvu sees the opportunity, and Michigan State, they're so good at doing this. That's a kickoff goal.
And we're tied. We're tied back up. It's a kickoff goal. It's like the first 4 minutes and 36 seconds had
never happened.
Never happened in this game.
I was just about to say Michigan State are so good at these last-second goals. That's their third goal this tournament with less than half a minute to go. That puts so much pressure on your opponent. But Boise State don't feel that pressure at all. They get a kickoff goal immediately after that, ties it up. 15 seconds left on the clock. This could be it. This could be the overtime in game 2.
Wait. Oh, they go cross. Both teams, do they want to see overtime? Do they want to reset? Moorvu gets up there, gets up in time. What do they want to do? Do they want to play this up? They will try to, but no reach, no boost. We play OT, golden goal time. 1-1 score. We headed to 2 or 1 wide. Uzi looking for it left side. Battle on the 50-50. One out by Michigan State. Moorvu's going to push here. Moorvu gets another good touch. Up to the corner. Doesn't get another one. Op to help. Up to the ceiling though. Durtho with some boost. Looking to carry it. Trying to finish it off the car. Into Woozy's hand. One-on-one.
Is that it?
Woozy gets it. A one-on-one. Woozy gets it in the end. And that will do it for that match. 2-1, your final score for Boise State yet again. And Boise lives to see the third game coming up potentially being a sweep.
That game could have been a minute long. And all you had to do was capture those 3 goals within the minute, and that would have been it, because it felt like, you know, back and forth, and then goal. It just so happened that 2 of them ended up in Boise's hands. And now they are at match point for this one.
Yep, they are at match point. I mean, I know you see the lights up at the top, not in 4s, but it should be best of 5 still. But anyways, Michigan State, 11 shots, but only 1 goes in. They had the pressure. They just didn't have the shots on to goal. Boise State having less than that, but they find the right accuracy, and they find the goal at the right time, especially golden goal. But nothing happened until 24 seconds left. And then the kickoff with 23, and then finally only a couple seconds into overtime. It is there, and it is the golden goal for Woozy. So here we go, game 3. Michigan State, that is their first game where they lost, or first series where they lost game 1 and does not come back in game 2.
That's true.
So now Michigan State on its heels on an 0-2 line, needing a reverse sweep to get back into this.
Yep, but if you kind of think about the storyline of the series independently, as I say that,
all right.
Michigan State were down 3 goals in game 1. They lost by the golden goal in game 2, and now in game 3 they start by coming out swinging. Op-bomb off the kickoff with the help of his teammates, able to just sink one in with 2 seconds into the game.
4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Michigan State looking for the dunk, doesn't get it. Preston will go up, clear this out, back to the corner he goes. 50-50 ball 1, Preston's gonna reach. Op-bomb gets there first. It's gonna be a tip, it might be. Just hangs it up a little bit for Michigan State, but the ball falls too low. Second opportunity, saved by Woozy. Gives Boise State some hope still. Take a lead. Michigan State with the lead 1-0 here in game 3 of this best of 5 in the round robin. Update for you, by the way, in that last game, actually, Baylor in the end wins it, and Woozy getting another goal into play. That ties up the game here. Woozy by himself. All him. GCU not in the right place.
And we've actually seen so many goals successful this tournament where from the middle line, you know, from one side of it, just a perfect 45-degree angle towards the goal, Preston says, don't commentate about my friend's goal, commentate about mine, as he immediately gets another one in for his team. Just like that. And Boise back in the driver's seat with a lead once again. Michigan State on the heels.
I want to point out, too, in this game alone, we didn't have any scores for 24 seconds. We have had 3 goals in the matter of the first 49 seconds of the game. Here in game number 3, we have changed gears. And Boise takes the lead 2-1. On a potential sweep game here, Broncos have the lead. And now it's going to go up and down. It would have gone off the back wall. Preston's there to make sure it does. Clears it out. Michigan State looking for an additional goal. Can they find it? Plenty of time though, 3:45 on the clock. Getting it back to mid, that will push. That allows Boise State to try and play for this. Preston off the back wall. Had an opportunity, Knock is there. Knock is going to run with it, coast to coast. Can he do it? No, he can't. Gets blocked off. Back to the corner it goes. Lay it out, Uzi. Run to the wall. Looking for the pinch, nothing there. Everybody's up in the air flying for this. 2 commits bumped out of the way. Michigan State looking to clear. Back to the corner it goes. Off the ceiling. Knock looking for an open net right now. Can he find the double touch? He can! Knock finds it in. We're out of it 2 apiece. Knock all by himself. Gives him the double tap. Give him the 2.
Beautiful setup for himself there. And I think, honestly, it was just kind of open. Nobody really there to answer to that on the side of Boise. And now, like you were saying, no goals within the first 4 minutes of the previous game, and now we have had 4 goals in the first 2 minutes. Not even halftime yet for this game number 3.
We're not even halfway through the game, halfway through game number 3 here yet. 2:45 on the clock. Michigan State looking to push, and Michigan State will score 2 in a row. Up bomb, good for Knock, leading this all the way corner to corner here with some help from Uzi. But Knock gets it perfectly centered. Up bomb there to cover. And it's a 3-2 game. Sparty not going away quietly.
Yeah, and the dual pair of Opbomb and Knock have just been so active this game. This third game, responsible for every single goal or assist thus far. Playing around the synergy that they've gotten the time to develop over the Scholastic year thus far. Looking very, very good in this third game. And if they keep it up, they are looking like they are ready for a game number 4, because they will have to reverse sweep if they want to win this series. It's going to start here with game number 3, but if not, that's going to be another 3-0 in the pocket to Boise.
2:10 on the clock. Boise looking to push. See if they can find a goal here. They'll turn up the pressure a little bit on a rotate out. A little bit of a fake. Uzi's there. Blocked out momentarily. They'll go to the other side of the floor. 1-on-1. This is won by Opbomb. That goes too high. Second chance. Nothing there. Water falls down. Boise clears it in time before Michigan State can take advantage of it. Boise on the play now. Boise on the attack. Did they find anything? No. Not one more move. So far, so good here for Michigan State. They go back and forth. First goal with 4:58. Next 2 goals made by Boise State. 4:15, 4:11. Then Michigan State finds a way to score. 3:10 and 2:47 left. We haven't seen a goal in the last 1 minute and a half here, despite all the goals that it scored previously. 5 goals within the first half of the game. Now we've seen nothing. Michigan State just trying to hold on. Boise State trying to put it on this floor, put it on this side of the floor so that they have a chance at it. Preston's got an opportunity to dunk this down. That ball's floating. They'll find it clear out.
Excellent job preventing Boise from getting a goal and tying this game up. Third game so crucial for Michigan State. They are on triple match points against Boise, and they would have to hold it out. Moorview says, no problem. We got it. We'll start with this game 3 here. We'll sink another one in to secure our lead and make sure that we are still in the running for one of those top 2 seeds heading into the bracket tomorrow. Spartans with a good kickoff. Might just be able to escort it in. The answer, not quite entirely. In the corner here, Boise side. Still close, off the post, but not quite there. Still in control of the ball, looking to make another play.
Michigan State just making sure at this point that Boise can't get into their half of the field, rotating out constantly. Knox going to try for a double, maybe not. Pass it back, but that allows Boise to come in trying to see if they can put pressure on. Can they find a goal? They would need to do it here, most likely. Can't find it for the moment. They'll cross over back to the corner. And this game should be sealed. Michigan State needed this game. They needed life. They may have found it. 10 seconds left to go. Deal has been sealed unless Boise wants to answer, but it's not on their side of the floor. It's not on Michigan State's side of the floor. It's just over. And Sparty finds life here in game number 3. Sparty finds life. They're not done out. They will not go into the night quietly against Boise State. Scoring out 2-1. Final score in that game 4-2.
Absolutely great. Michigan State still in the running. They do need to beat out Boise to pretty much guarantee that top 2 spot for them. And you can kind of see it right here. So many shots from every single player on the side of the Spartans, making sure that you aren't just worrying about the 2 people that you've been seeing be successful. You also have to worry about our 3rd player because they've got that killer potential. On the side of Boise, you can see it, only 7 shots compared to 13. A lot more defense for them in this game, and it didn't pay off.
Did not pay off, and in fact, everybody getting a goal, everybody scoring for Michigan State's side. But the one thing you do want to note here is at the very least, Michigan State with that 13, yeah, that's more pressure for them. That helps out a lot, and especially for the fact that now it's 4-2, and now they're not going to get reverse swept. So, I mean, we may hit tiebreakers here very, very soon because, I mean, this is going all over the place. And, again, Michigan State defeated Boise State 3-2. We didn't get to see the how – I didn't get to see on the website how they did it, unfortunately, because I ran out of time before I knocked out. But the way it's looking right now, Michigan State looking like they have life. Boise State got to find a way to just, end it here. Sparty's got to find a way to make the comeback. Buster's got to end all their life, all their hopes here. And trying to make the comeback and trying to make the reverse sweep. So here we go, game number 4. Round 6 between Spartans and Broncos. Preston looking up, looking to carry the ball, gets a chance to, flips it, but flips it wide right. Nobody there to follow. Comes back to mid, and for the moment right now, holding off back and forth. They will go, and this is the game that we saw earlier on, a very low-scoring game, back in game number 1, or game number 2, excuse me. Remember, in game 3, they had a total of 5 goals in the first half of first 2.5 minutes. Second 2.5 minutes, only 1 goal combined there. Quite opposite of what game number 2 is. So what does game number 4 provide for us? That's the big question. As Michigan State brings it back up, it'll go back to midfield. Morvu has a chance at it, looking to go, carrying this all the way, has a tip and has the shot and has the goal. Morvu coast to coast on the way, carrying this all the way home with enough boost, enough of a nice touch. Preston can't find it. Morvu scores. 1-0 Sparty.
Strong start for the Spartans, and again, a first goal in their favor. Similar to the games that we've seen, I mean, pretty much throughout the series. Appam kind of leading it now with another one in their back pocket. Good, excellent play.
Uzi just missed hitting down, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Not a very good area to put it. Michigan State taking rightful advantage of it. So Spartans up 2-0 here, and only a 5-second difference, and basically a kickoff goal for that second end. But first 55 seconds have an old Spartans. What does the next minute provide here? See if Boise State can do anything about it. As they lead it back up onto the blue side wall. Wuzi's got to defend this, and Wuzi's going to try to win the 50-50. Does so, but back on over. Michigan State now has the chance at it to clear. Demoed as well, making it 3v2. Here comes Michigan State on the chance. Top right corner, hits the post and comes out. Hits the top right corner, nothing doing, and comes out and lets Boise State breathe that they didn't let up a third yet. And the way this is going, Boise's got to find a way to get through, and they need to find it fast.
They've got a lot of time still left in this game. We've seen multiple consecutive goals within seconds of each other, so if I'm Boise, I'm still taking this calm, cool, and collected. I'm not worrying too much about the time, but right off the crossbar, barely not fully going through the goal there, and so Michigan State don't have to worry too much about that one. They do got to worry about a goal from Woozy, though, bringing it to 1-2. I got to kind of see this one again from the corner.
That's a great, that's
yeah.
That's an excellent angle from the corner. There's not a lot of space to work with if you miss that. So good goal for Woozy, able to put this at 2-1 in favor of Boise, or in favor of Michigan State. Boise State's looking like they can put on the pressure now. They have the kickoff win to get it. Michigan State side of the floor. Michigan State looking for it. Woosie's there to cover. Second chance opportunity. Circle's there to cover that. They know that Boise State can't let in another goal, basically. Otherwise, it is much harder for them to catch. These teams are just going right at each other. Open that opportunity. No more as going to have to run for Booster and run back. Preston's there on the midway cover. Runs out now. For the pass, centers, nothing there. Woosie tried, Preston's gonna go up top, tries to waterfall it down, doesn't hit anybody, it does.
Oh.
But Durtho a little too high, off the mark. Woosie can try for it, has an opportunity to double, tries to double, anybody passing, no, Preston's not there in time. And it's just back and forth. Boise with opportunities, no capitalizing on it. So it'll just get back to the midfield for right now.
Boise on this triple offense here, keeping the ball on the side of Michigan's for a long damn time, but now control of the ball up in the air. Looking like Michigan State is driving it home to the best of their ability, at least making sure. And Morview says, thank you for the goal. Extends the lead now to 3-1 in favor of the Spartans. Preston, yeah, not able to cover that in time.
Morview with the second goal, second solo goal, no assist. Marked down from the, I guess, in-game score. This automatic program doesn't recognize an assist. So Morview's second solo goal.
Trying to dribble it from the back of the wall. Not able to do anything with that. Now Boise with control of the ball. Are they able to bump it in? The answer is going to be no.
Clears it out for right now. Back into the goal line. They will try. Durfel tried off. Just off of an angle, nothing there, nobody blocked it, nobody touched it. Minute left to go on the clock. Boise will try again, Preston for the double touch, touches the crossbar, nothing doing. Michigan State trying to clear it, here comes the pressure though. Boise needs 2 in a minute to get the win. That's one. You're halfway home to getting the tie. Durtho gets it, Durtho with a solo go. And now, only needs another to tie. But if Michigan State gets one, we may be playing 5.
Every goal answered for the time being. Keeping it close are Boise. Every goal Michigan has scored, Boise had one to answer, whether it was shortly after or after a while, but they are keeping it to 1, making sure nothing goes too far out of their hands in this game number 4. They could close it out here if possible, and Durtho says it's more than possible. As they tie it up here, 3-3 with just less than a minute on the clock here. It really is anybody's game. 30 seconds
with his
left.
Third solo goal, a hat trick of goals, just all solo, just by himself. A good dunk from Durtho makes it a square game. We got a fresh game with 27 seconds down to 20. Here comes Woosie. They want to play the aerials. Everything's up in the air now. Saint can never be sure. Both in the air and both in the game here. 10 seconds left to go. Boise ends it here maybe. Trying to defend it out. Gets a little bit of a bump. Michigan State saves it right off the left post. 5 seconds left to go. Overtime maybe happening. Durthel's the last chance maybe at it. Woosie could be there, but Michigan State's just going to say, we're playing OT. Let it run. Let it go. Golden goal. Kickoff here, very important. One really by neither, but Boise State gets an opportunity. Durthel off the wall. 3 solo. Right now has 2 solo goals at it. Can you find another here?
I mean, it was kind of smart for Michigan State to bring it into overtime. The ball was stuck in their side. You know, if they let the ball running any longer, it could have been a goal in favor of Boise. They'd rather play it on even footing here. You leave it to the kickoff in overtime. The longest overtime we've had on stage at least was 5+ minutes. All the other overtimes have been very, very quick, less than a minute each. Next goal is going to determine who wins this game number 4. Could be Boise closing it out 3-1. Could be Michigan State bringing us to 5. Is that one going to land?
Almost had it. Needed to get it through the pocket. Doesn't do so. Boise State will have a response now. Woosie on the 1-on-3. Can he get it through? No. Good tip. Gets it back up. Good bump on Michigan State as well. Spartans have a chance. Here comes Preston. Preston looking for his
Double
first ball,
tap.
dunks it in, and Boise State ends the series. Boise State ends the series on a good goal and a dunk by Preston at the end, finding its first goal of the game, and Preston is able to win the game and the series for Boise State, ending it all with the final score of the series of 3-1.
When you can do it when it matters, that is all you have to do sometimes. And Boise now pretty much guaranteeing their top 2 seed heading into tomorrow. I mean, we'll run the scenarios. I think we're heading to that part of the day where there's only so many games where we can start calculating pretty much the range of where your seeding is going to be and what scenarios would have to happen for you to be in what seed. But Boise can feel pretty happy and comfortable knowing that they are in a good position to be in that upper 2 seeds heading into tomorrow.
Yep, so Boise State coming away with a 4-0 record right now, only having to play Baylor left to go, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we will get to see on stream here momentarily as we take a look at the entire stage here. But yes, coming up next, Boise State versus Baylor. This will be Boise's last game, so if Boise wins that one, they are the #1 seed at the end of it all. But Boise State avenging a win against Michigan State, that's the bigger part about it. They lost back on January 26th, only a couple of days later here in Hawaii. They get their vengeance, and vengeance has to feel pretty sweet for them.
I feel like this is not the first series we've had where the vengeance story actually came successful. So, you know, this is, of course, a different place, different environment, different stakes. I mean, a surfboard, man, you know, so.
Yep. So anyways, the surfboard's on the line. And again, some of the surfboard trophies wouldn't be possible without our presenting sponsor here, presented by Zippy's. And if you're curious what tops the menu at Zippy's, it's the
Korean fried chicken.
Yes,
it's so good. It's so good.
Crispy, tender chicken glazed in a sweet, salty, garlic and Korean-style sauce. Served plate lunch style with macaroni salad and 2 scoops of rice. You can order yours today on the Zippy's app, available on the App Store and Google Play. And Korean fried chicken, yes, I agree. Very
it's so good.
It's so good.
It's so good.
But we are going to take a break now. When we come back, Boise's final game here in day #1 up against Baylor. 2 undefeateds yet again. Who's going to take the #1 seed or has the chance to take the #1 seed if Baylor wins it? We'll be right back from the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The Mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver and plugin is tested, optimized and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The Mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
At Zippy's, every bite begins with a promise, a dedication to the perfect crisp. Each piece is a golden masterpiece, born from a heritage of flavor. Crispy, juicy, full of flavor. This is more than chicken. This is Zippy's Korean fried chicken. Taste the perfection. Make your next stop. Zippy's.
Gaming in schools is more than a pastime. It's a pathway to collaboration, competition, and growth. With GG Circuit, your school's esports program can lead the way. Introducing GG Leap, which integrates seamlessly with existing Active Directories, making student account management simple. Track individual playtime, monitor progress, and build engagement with leaderboards and rewards tailored for scholastic environments. Switch from the classroom to competition with GG Rock. Schedule PCs to boot into gaming or academic desktops while keeping devices secure and clutter-free with daily imaging updates. Whether it's scholastic leagues or collegiate level competitions, GG Circuit provides the tools to elevate your school's gaming program while keeping technology management effortless. And with GG Services, managing your program is hands-free. Remote updates ensure every game, driver and plugin is tested, optimized and ready to go, all without lifting a finger. Join the schools already powered by GG Circuit, connecting millions of players worldwide. From classroom to competition, we're building the future of gaming education. With over 16 years of expertise, building esports infrastructure is our passion. Level up your program with GG Circuit today.
The University of Hawaii at West Oahu, Collegiate alongside Henry with you as we get set for a very important game here, and we'll talk about that momentarily. But first, the Hawaii Esports Invitational is proudly sponsored by GG Circuit. For 18 years, GG Circuit has powered LAN centers and esports lab management for schools and venues worldwide, delivering the infrastructure that keeps competition moving. Check them out at ggcircuit.com. All right, so we get to the important part now. This match between Baylor and Boise State very well could decide. Could, because there are other permutations that could happen. But this game, important for Boise. A win here, they lock in the one.
Absolutely right. It's an uncontested first if Boise are able to win this one. This is actually more of a Baylor game, seeing how they kind of go out about this. I believe if we're looking at the standings right here, I mean, I think Baylor 3-0 would put them higher than Boise, if I'm not mistaken here. So, no pressure. Only 3-0.
Yeah, it's only going against tomorrow as well.
I didn't get to run the 3-1 and 3-2 yet, but I'm pretty sure a 3-2 keeps Boise ahead of Baylor. In the tiebreaker scenario.
The results, by the way, so far, Boise State, again, both of these teams have combined 7-0 so far for Boise State's records. Starting off beating the University of Hawaii at Manoa 3-0. That would be the only 3-0 they get. Everything else is 3-1s from that point out. They beat Syracuse, or I'm sorry, then they go on to beat Syracuse 3-0, I should say. Then it's 3-1s against Grand Canyon and Michigan State, which you just saw. For Baylor, they did not play. The only game that they had played in the first half of today was in round number two. They had a bye in rounds 1, 3, and 4. They now have to play 4 straight to end. They played 2 straight earlier against Syracuse and Grand Canyon. They beat the University of Hawaii Manoa 3-0, and then in their second and third games, beat Syracuse 3-2 and beat Grand Canyon 3-1. So again, this pretty much sees who locks up the 1 seed unless Baylor wins. If Baylor wins here, if Boise State finishes with a 4-1, and then we could get crazy on the last game between Michigan State and Baylor tonight.
Yeah, absolutely so. If Baylor are to win this series out, and then Michigan State are to win the game right after that, which we will also be broadcasting, there will be a 3-way 4-1 tie for first, second, and third, and then it's going to break down to game differential and goal differential. We'll do all the math for you. Don't worry about that. On the other side of the matchups, Grand Canyon University, they have finished their 5 games. They unfortunately will be guaranteed that 6th seed heading into the bracket tomorrow. The last match that we have on the side is actually University of Hawaii at Manoa versus Syracuse. And depending on how that game goes, they will still be 4th and 5th seed, so they will still be playing each other tomorrow.
So it's essentially a warm-up game no matter what happens here. So let's get things started with our match here at Boise State again. Baylor right now, 0-0. So Boise State, Baylor working at it. Boise State's doing the blue, Baylor in the yellow right now. 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Keep going here with this game, and right now, good shot, top post, no good. That second opportunity, no good either. That one just floats there to the top left corner and nothing playing. There will be 4 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. No shots yet going into the goal. But right now, it's trying their best here. I mean, back and forth we go between these two teams. Obviously, in the Power Esports Conference, in the storyline, both of these teams are 1 and 2. Right now, Baylor is the 1, Boise is the 2. Baylor undefeated at 11-0 in the PEC, but Boise State 10-3, not far behind them, even in terms of matches lost or matches played. Durtha will go upstairs looking for the bouncer rod, can't get it, goes back to mid. Who's just gonna have to defend this out. Gets it to go, Hoxer with the double touch. It floats there, finally wins the 50-50. And he's there to cover. Is this gonna go off the ceiling? Yes, it is, but Boise's there to cover. Back to mid, they'll reset.
Reset. A minute and a half already drained from the time bank here with no goals to be had on both sides, so don't let that fool you though. There's been a lot of tossing back and forth with this ball, a lot of attempts being made, but no shots translating into goals for the time being. This ball getting a lot of airtime as it is consistently being dribbled back and forth. Preston there stopping what would have been a potential setup on the side of Baylor to score their first goal. So far, again, no goals to be had for both teams, but a lot of action.
A lot
Lots of defense being played here back and forth. You can see the amount of saves that we've had here so far as well as shots. But here comes Ruzi looking to dunk this down. Got a flip reset, trying to carry it. Nothing there. Baylor reads it. Nearly halfway through the game, it's been silent in terms of scoring. Both teams though shouting out there. Thompson running around here, making sure that they have their rotations right, because any misstep can give the other a goal. One that is hard work for here. Off to the side of the wall here, Zanil's for a soft touch, looking to dribble it above everybody. Gets it over one, doesn't get over the other. Ruzi reads. Thompson looking for it off the wall. 50-50, ball's in the center, but ball gets cleared. Back to the Baylor side corner. This one's going to bounce off. In for Andy. They actually may have bumped into each other slightly. It doesn't affect Andy too much, or it affects his flight path. Zanil on it, gets the Devil. 3-on-2. Who finds the follow? Boise will follow it, but Baylor gets a reset on the other end.
2 minutes left now, and still exchanging their turns on who gets to shoot the ball. But the goalies here doing their job. I mean, we got to track the amount of saves coming in after this one, because it's got to be high. It's got to be on par with the amount of shots taken. But 0% of those shots have translated into anything for now. As they head into the final minute half, it's really coming down to just that little bit, managing your boost, making sure that you have enough to make your play, making sure your team is on the same page. Demolition coming out for one of the goalies, but it doesn't matter. Nobody was around that area. Back into the middle part of the field.
Ball pulling up in the air. Nobody can cover. It's a game of who blinks first. Immovable objects. Unstoppable force. Who gets it in the end? Who's able to clear it? No follow-up from Baylor after the demolition. Baylor will try this again. Second chance is up. Still up there. Boise looking to run for it. Zanil gets up there. Does get a double touch. Saved out! What a save by Durtho. Inside the goal. Getting to it again. Boise clears it again. That
was incredible.
So close. That was an incredible sequence. Boise still hangs on for a 0-0 tie at the moment. 35 seconds left. Inside they'll try. Inside they'll go. Preston meeting there. Actually hits Ruzi on the way down. Bucks are looking for it. 20 seconds left. Boise will try. Top right corner. Nothing there. On to the goal lines anyways. Down to 15 seconds. Goes across the field. Chance now for Boise. Baylor clears it to the corner, forcing it out. 10 seconds left. Lower side, misses that mark. 1 versus 1. Up in the middle, no. Preston looking for it. Do you corner it? Hits the corner. Let it drop is the better question. No, Boise keeps it alive. Sits it down. Boise on the dribble. Uzi's there. That'll be the carryover. Still stay up in the air. Preston, though, looking to drop this down. We play on overtime. No goals scored.
Our first no-goal overtime, I believe, the entire tournament. And it comes down to the last few games that really, really matter for the seeding. Almost a goal there, just hits post. Little too far to the right. Baylor putting on that aggression. But every time Boise get to punt the ball, they punt it all the way back, resetting all the progress that Baylor have made. Ball on Baylor half, pushing it forward, aggressive. Zanil trying to make a play through the corner. Blocked off by Woozy.
Janio gets it in a really good position though. Preston there on the follow-up to cover. At least on Boise State's half the field. Woozy will go upstairs. Waterfalls it down. Nothing there as Hawks are staving off that aggression for Ray now. Here comes Woozy on the shot off the top wall. Baylor there to cover just in time before anything damage can happen. Comes off the wall here. Nobody's blinking. This is a minute gone in overtime. We just keep playing on and on here. Woozy looking for the flip reset. Carries it over one. Doesn't have another one to work with. Back off the ceiling. Back down. Roosevelt there to cover. Trying to play for the corner now. Zanil up top of one. Double commits there. Baylor had a chance at it. Nobody home. And he's looking for a play here off the wall. They get it by one. Can they get it by another? No. Back to the corner to go. Resets. And then back to mid. Still a battle. But nobody's blinking here. Woozy's going to use all of the boost. Trying to see if he can float one in. No floaters today. Looks like Andy's going to look to see if he can carry it over. Gets blocked out by Preston. I mean, nobody's blinking. Nobody's got a chance. We play mid again.
Yeah, and the multi-tiered defense, I would say, that you kind of have to go through. You've been talking about it a lot. You get it through one player, but there's two more waiting in the background. And you just have to be able to drive that ball through all three members of the opposing team in order to get a goal, or wait for them to slip up, catch them unaware, and sink a shot in. But 2 minutes into overtime, that looks more and more unlikely.
And especially with the fact that this overtime could end it, and it does. The only goal to score is from Zanil, and Zanil scores it with over 2 minutes have elapsed. And that is Zanil giving the goal and the win for Baylor, starting off 1-0, keeping their one-seed hopes up for just a little longer, seeing if they can beat out Boise right now. But Boise State, that was good defense play on both ends, really. So Baylor getting that win, big for game number 1.
Very big for them. It puts them in a good position for, you know, contesting those top 2 seeds. But also, what a showing from them. You can see 15 shot attempts and
11 saves.
And 11 saves.
That is crazy in itself. Boise playing defense, not really getting an opportunity to shoot at all. They only had 5 shots on goal in comparison to 4 saves, 1 going off the mark of a goal anyways. But that 15 shots to 11 saves is crazy in itself. Only 1 going in, no goals. But that's the defensive prowess of both of these teams right now. But Baylor putting on the pressure, and they know that they can put it on, especially against a team like Boise. If they can keep just piling on that pressure, it looks like even in golden goal situation, they were in control.
I mean, that's the most, if we throw enough things at it, surely one will stick type of situation that I've ever seen out of all of the games we've had thus far. And if it works, it works, you know. It's coming down to these last couple of games. Baylor still have this one and Michigan State afterwards. But for Boise, this is going to be the ride or die. This is going to be now still in your hands whether you want to be the first seed heading into tomorrow and have favorable matchups in the semifinals with that lower seed, or whether you're going to leave it up to Baylor to decide their fate.
And Baylor also, by the way, defeating Boise State in the series earlier on this year. Kickoff goal for
Woozy.
And Woozy's going to shake it off. Remember how we only had one goal the entire game last time around? Yeah, 3 seconds in, Woozy says, I'll take it myself.
Yeah, just a few seconds into this second game.
I can already tell we're going to need to be in our seats for this one. This might be a while.
Yeah.
We're scoring already, man. These teams were waiting for a goal opportunity. They finally find one. Boise State with their first goal on the board. And mind you, if we were to combine the games right now, it is 1-1 right now. It is one apiece here.
Oh, yeah.
And yet, Baylor is the one with the points so far.
And Boise tried to do a sneaky play, tried to rinse and repeat that, the Woozy play from earlier with Preston. Didn't quite work out. Baylor says, fool us once, shame on you. Fool us twice, shame on me. We were able to stifle that out. And still, just a 1-point lead in favor of Boise so far.
And looking for the one-on-one. Durko clears that. Back to the middle. Gets a second chance opportunity. Woozy's in the bottom left corner. And now Baylor putting on the pressure. Even Zanil just keeping the ball here. Make sure his teammates can get boost and play this one out. Keeping it in the middle so far. Try to pinch it. 50-51 by Durko. Here comes Woozy. Looking for the shot. First layer of defense. It's the only one that is needed. Zanil playing up top. Doesn't have a lot of boost left to work with, but Andy will help out. Left side. Gets blown up for it. Left side wall. Wide open edge for the moment. Preston looking for the shot. Looking to see if he can carry this up. Carries it over one. Does he get a flip percent? No. Might not need it anyways.
Okay.
Preston just floats on in. Finds a second goal for Boise State. And in a matter of only a couple minutes here, just off the overtime, Boise's up 2-0.
Boise up 2-0 in this second game. The game they would have to win out of 3 games that they would have to win here in this series in order to guarantee that first seed for them. Baylor saying, hold on a minute. We kind of want to have a chance at that first seed for ourselves. Hoxer flying it in with help from Andy, kind of bumping it in, making sure that no one else is able to touch that ball on the side of Boise State. And they trimmed that lead in half. 1 goal difference between both teams here with plenty of time to spare. Mind
you, that was only a couple of seconds in between.
Oh, yeah.
That they get that goal, so right back at it. Baylor giving themselves some hope at the end of the tunnel to get a point win and send this to match point. And essentially, Breaking Boise started a chance at a 1, potentially. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to play in the game. Boise looking to push up here. Boise gets Lucy trying to defend. Danilo trying to go over another, gets a flip reset. Doesn't matter, too low to the ground. Andy also getting blocked out by Durtho. Andy looking for a little bit of a push here, doesn't get it. It's a little too short of the goal, hops up. That doesn't go in. Durtho looking to carry, maybe getting it underneath. Does so, can he carry it again? No, read by Baylor on a good defensive hold. Scary situation. Baylor's able to play defense, keeps them alive. Keeps the separation by 1.
And you know how lethal of a team Boise State are. If they're able to extend this lead here, they might be able to ride that momentum to the end of the series. So Baylor, if they're trying to make sure they keep Boise in check. Close one there. Contact being made by Boise to drive it back into the middle of the field, to the middle of the arena, but Baylor keeping the tempo in their favor, keeping the ball in Boise blue.
Yeah, you can see we'll run around here for Baylor, just trying to find a way to get this ball out of their zone. Boise State's trying to pump the pressure on them, seeing if they can make a mistake here. Two-layer defense, though, back and forth. The ball runs between the two teammates. Does get it out of the box. Allows Boise to reset. That goes off the left post, though. It's cleared out. Durtho to take command of it, but here comes Baylor yet again. Bears on the attack. Bears trying, lifts it up in the air. Does Neil have anything? No. Preston's there with boot firm. Boxer running it on the wall. 50-51 by Woozy, but this will go up the wall. See what Boise has to offer here. Not much in terms of getting into the middle. We'll set it up. We'll go back down to the corner here. Yet again, Baylor needing a goal to go up 2-0. Right now, not finding it. Only having it clear so far because they have found at least an essential way to clear out Boise. Problem is they're not finding the other end of the floor at the moment. Finally, as I say that, they may have. Boise blocks it again, and we're back on that side. It's been in Baylor's territory most of this game here, most of the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, Baylor playing on the back foot here, but they have to push the aggression. As I say that, Woozy says, no. We want a game for ourselves. We're looking to tie this series up for Boise State if possible. A 3-1 scoreline with less than a minute left makes that very, very likely. Not impossible for Baylor to come back from, but definitely an uphill battle.
Baylor would have really needed something there. And Baylor would need a goal here maybe, but that doesn't help them out. It gets cleared out by Boise State. Instead, Preston lifts it up into the air. Has to be a triple commit, but Preston takes advantage of it. It's 4-1. Now if you're Baylor, you're basically looking for just the goal to move into the next game.
Absolutely right. And we were talking about it. 3-0 would put Baylor pretty much above Boise in that seeding. Now, with that out of the way, it does start trickling down a little bit more, but for Baylor, it doesn't matter so long as you beat Boise here. If you let Boise win, they are going to be the uncontested first seed. So they're going to try to look and score another one. Zenil keeping it close. It was 50 seconds left when Boise scored their 4th goal, and now 22 seconds left. Are they able to get 2 more to tie it up and bring us to overtime? It's going to be tight.
Nearly impossible here. Baylor just needed that goal. Zenil provides it for them. Transfer out of Northwood, helping out this Baylor Bears team. Seen some impossibilities happen, but right now, time dwindling away. As long as that clock stays with 1 on the field, time's going to really matter much. So at the end of game number 1, it was a 1-goal win. This time around, Boise State will get the win 4-2 and ties up the series at 1 apiece. Still playing for that number 1 seed here again for the scenarios. If Boise State wins this, we have some permutations to go through between Baylor and Michigan State should anything else happen going into that next match. So Boise State want to just end their run with the number 1 seed locked in already. As we go through the stats here, a good number of shots here for Baylor, but same thing for Boise. They both land up with 11 shots on goal, just more find the back of the net for Boise.
Absolutely right. More people were able to translate their shots into goals on the side of Boise State, playing around their star players as they need to. But Baylor, you could see it, even in the time crunch, they're up to the challenge. But Boise just has such good defense. You could see, like you said, both teams, same amount of shots, but Boise had a lot more saves to prevent that scoreline from evening out. But it's now tied 1-1. It's now a best of 3. And for Boise, if they close it out here, again, uncontested first seed, they don't even have to worry about what Baylor and Michigan do later on, but they will be number 1. Baylor looking to close it out to play spoiler here. Let's see if they can do it.
If they can here with 5 minutes, a new 5 on the clock. 5. Boise State wasting no time trying to get into the goal. Woozy's there trying to put it in, but now they're backed up against the corner here. Shot off the bottom right. Second chance opportunity. That rolls off the left post and rolls in. And he scores first, and Baylor strikes first this time around. That's their first goal to take a lead here to start on a 1-0. Boise had the first 2 in the first 2 games. This time around, Baylor with the start lead.
Absolutely right. And so far this series, every game that Baylor scored first, they've won. Think about it. So, you know, we're not saying history is going to repeat itself here, but that is something to keep in mind. Baylor now with the lead. Boise trying to push the aggression, push the tempo, keep the ball on Baylor's side. If they can do that, they have more opportunities to shoot. So we're going to have to see.
So down to 4 minutes and 10 seconds left to go on the clock here. Very crazy turnaround there for one player from Baylor. In the meanwhile, everybody up in the air trying to contest this ball because that could have been very, very dangerous. Here comes Oxter trying to redirect the ball there, goes into the middle. Now Woozy up into the air, some aerials, a little bit of a couple of flips, maybe a dunk. No, that gets staved off by Andy. Good defense from Baylor. Holding on right now, but Boise State's got a few tricks up their sleeves. Are they going to need to pull out of the bag of tricks here? Find themselves with a go-ahead victory. Game 3, best of. It basically is now a best of 3 here.
Yeah.
Boise State, pressure's on. See if they can score a goal to equalize this, but 3.5 minutes left to go. Baylor's not letting anything go. In fact, they'll even get a demo for it, and it's back to the blue side of the floor.
And a lot of just 50-50s being made around the middle of the arena here. Nothing to come of it. Good block from, I believe, Gertho there to prevent another Baylor goal. And right now, it's neck and neck. Don't let that one goal deter you if you're on the side of Boise. It's still anybody's game. It's 3 minutes left in this game number 3.
It floats.
Whoa, okay.
Wow, what a carry out.
Yeah.
I believe that was either Hoxer or Sunil that's right there to carry that out. Well played from Baylor to get that ball out of danger zones. Now looks like for Boise State, they'll keep putting on the pressure here to rotate out. Preston's got the ball now back into high aerial mid. Daniel will take this side to side. That's going to be a carry. Andy's going to look for it, looking for the flip reset. That's the one. Cleared out by Preston. Maybe needed another one to get out of there, but Andy's still putting on the pressure, still keeping it on this Boise half the floor. Yes, we're halfway gone, but it feels like Boise desperate to find some answers here as another shot and another block from Baylor keeps this ball on this side of the floor. Off the corner, it will go off the box. Long shot here. Very high shot, but it's going to be covered by Hoxer. Soft touch. Gives it up. Floating away. Being a bit carried out. Nope, back to midfield. We reset.
Yeah, and it feels like Baylor are trying to escort the ball in, you know, kind of just tap it. But every time they do that, Boise just slams straight at them and bring the ball all the way back to midfield or even closer towards the Baylor goal. And that just undoes so much of the work that Baylor has been doing here. A little bit of a double commit there into a demolition. Now 3v2 temporarily in favor of Boise. Are they able to do anything with that? Not much. Shot on goal, blocked once more. It feels like Boise's been on the back pedal a lot this game.
It does. But Boise doesn't have to be playing defense all the time, and they're active they can be. Question is, Baylor staving it off. Baylor putting on the pressure. More shots on goal, the better, because one of them has to eventually find the back of the zone. 1 minute remaining on the clock. Baylor finding their way. Now playing defense. Quickly as they do play defense, they'll go back to offense. Back to Andy. Andy looking for the dribble. Nothing there. Gets blocked out. And a single commit, though, for Boise. So looks like Baylor wants to push their luck here. Maybe a dunk down. Doesn't get on the first try. Second try. Gets a good defense out of Preston. Gets a good block with 30 seconds remaining. Keep this going here. Keep it here. 30 seconds remaining. Boise State needing to find a goal. Can they at the moment? Side to side. They will play for it. Hawks are there. Looking for it. Hawks looking for a dribble. Doesn't get any. 15 seconds. It looks like Baylor wants to try to just put this down at this point. 10 seconds remaining. Keep it on the ground. Don't let them boost up anymore. Demolition is there. High up into the air. Boise keeps it there. Do they have the room? They do. Somebody was stuck up on the wall. And we are tied at one apiece. Durtho right there for it. Durtho on the carry. Gets the demolition. Zanil not in time to find it. Boise ties it up in the last 5 seconds.
And what a setup for this. Unless we see a miraculous kickoff goal here, we are heading into overtime. 1-1. Game number 3. Whoever takes this would be on series point. They would take the lead. And it would be so much pressure for the other team to close it out in a best-of-3 style reverse sweep. Both teams not willing to let that happen to their respective teams, so we're going to have to see. But Boise, again, heavy on the defense as Baylor pushes the offense. All 3 members on this half of the field so far.
Looks like right now, 30 seconds into the game, neither side wanting to blink. It's a lower scoring game here, a second overtime of this series here. Preston having to clear that out last second. Going to be kept here. Andy up the wall. Now 50-50, but crashes into Sanio. Here comes Durtho, trying to go coast to coast. Nothing happening. Left side wall. Trying to carry it over, making for the center. Gets bumped out. Pushes it back to the corner. Here comes Baylor. For the attack. Left corner side, back on the top wall down. Waterfall's down. Second chance. Well, nothing there. So Boise State's putting the pressure on empty net yet again. Nothing doing. Baylor's there to cover. Maybe finding one more touch on it, does so, but unfortunately just walks down to the point where we're still in neutral territory. They're waiting for it. Baylor right there, but otherwise nothing doing here so far. On the upper ceiling, bounces around. Back to the corner, and I mean, talk about blinking here. Nobody really wants to blink. This will go back middle here. Back to the middle. Best set for Boise, and not going to find it. Preston deflects it. We reset again. And this is it. I mean, this is reminiscent of another game we had earlier as well.
Oh, yeah. This was, I mean, this is going to be the second longest OT at least that we've seen on stage at the very least. Both teams, it's kind of funny, like you say. Whoever gets control of that ball, the other team kind of respects it, lets them have their opportunity to shoot it, and then takes the ball away from them. And we kind of just keep trading back and forth just like that. But
Woozie's there and scores, and finally ends the stalemates. Finally does so, and Woozie's in for the solo goal off of a Baylor car, and Boise State a pivotal third game win, 2-1. They are now 1 game away from locking in a bye in the #1 seed.
I was going to say, I think Hoxer maybe didn't mean to receive the ball that way because he bumped it back into the goal, like you mentioned, with the help of a Baylor teammate there. Unfortunate that it had to happen in overtime because that meant golden goal goes to Boise. And now series point goes to Boise.
Series point to Boise. 10 shots there to 7 for Boise State on the lead as right now Baylor needed to dig a little bit. They are undefeated in the PEC. They may drop one here against, at least according to League OS, for right now on their website. But Baylor standing in first, but also now fighting for first. Can Boise State deter them here in Hawaii again? Something with Boise State here in Hawaii at the very least. They find some magic in their second year around, getting some magic to happen for them, getting that fourth game victory to seal the deal against Michigan State. Can they seal the deal here against Baylor in the next 5 minutes of play? We will see. And in the meanwhile, don't forget, we will have another game for you. This will close out our day coming up in a little while. Baylor will stay on stage. It'll be Baylor versus Michigan State.
Yep.
And both of those teams, Michigan State currently sitting at 3-1. A 3-1 versus 2. Or that game right there, if Baylor loses this series here, that is for second, and that is for the bye.
Absolutely right. So, I mean, in a way, if you're Michigan State, you're looking at this series and you're probably thinking to yourself, okay, if Baylor are able to somehow still close this out, there is still possibilities for a first place, and then, you know, destiny will be in their hands. But if Boise State close this one out, now you see Baylor as a direct competitor for your second seed, because that's going to break the head-to-head. So we're going to have to see how the rest of this series plays out. Right now, game number 4, very close in that attempt to score it on the side of Zanil, but to no avail there. Now back to the middle of the field, bringing it back into Boise territory, punting it. We're gonna have to see if the ball results from anything, but right now, just kind of kicking the ball around. Not much to be said about the actions and the plans. A lot of back and forth. A lot of securing the big boosts. Seeing what
3 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Again, a stalemate to start. We've scored with 4 minutes and 46 seconds on the clock now. Zanil breaks the stalemate, and Zanil scores for Baylor. Hawks are setting that up from the corner. Zanil right there at the right time. No conversion flip. Zanil stays there. Gives the Bears a lead here in this game.
Yep, that's going to be their third game. Not in a row, but third game where Baylor has scored the first goal in for their team. Boise able to secure that first goal in that game number 2, where they were able to close it out 4-2. For the time being, Baylor taking the lead, seeing what they can do if they can keep riding this tempo onward. But Boise are relentless with their pressure, keeping the ball in the Bear side. Not letting up, but you can see it. All 6 members fishing for this ball, seeing what they can do with it. Great block right there from the side of Baylor once again.
3 minutes left to go on the clock here. What does Boise try to cook? The last time here on the 1-0 to nothing opportunity. They was able to score 2 straight goals. So now that Baylor has the 1 goal, what does Boise do? Boise's playing defense on their own. Preston looking to go upstairs, does so. 1 flip. Actually got redirected by a teammate. That's all right for them. As leading that ball to the left side. Back to the middle of the goal. And he's going to try for this, trying to carry as much as he can. He's going to get staved off by Woozy. Now with 2.5 minutes, I mean, Baylor scores 1. Boise State not going to score another for right now. Maybe tries again. Second chance good for Boise State, but you almost feel like, you almost feel like this game could turn on a dime here, especially with the way that each team is pressuring out each other. That ball is going to float down. Saved for right now. Second opportunity not coming. 1-on-1. Drops it underneath. One more chance at it. Oxer's there. Clears it out. 1:51 left to go. Still anybody's game here, even if it's a 1-0 lead for the Baylor Bears.
Absolutely right. These goals can happen in the blink of an eye. So like you said, pressure's on. You really don't want to lose focus. You really don't want to lose control of the ball. But you can see so many shot attempts from Boise to try to even out the scoreline. Baylor always in the right place at the right time, blocking the ball. The amount of shots taken on the side of Boise have to be so high right now. That one hitting post. Baylor almost giving themselves that 2-0 lead in this game number 4, this crucial game that they do have to win in order to keep their first place contention. Zenil with the second one of this 4th game, able to continue bringing it home.
Huxer on the goal again. That gives Baylor some life. And that helps them separate with 1 minute and 6 seconds left to go. Is that going to be enough to send us to a game 5? As it will be Preston off the right side. Wall. Right now, Zenil looking to put the dagger in. Instead, it's Andy that flies right on in, puts the 3rd goal in. And unless something miraculous happens, we are playing 5 again.
Oh yeah. I mean, you've got to imagine, you know, after seeing how back and forth in terms of just the tempo of the games this has been. Remember, game 1 went to an overtime. If that was not an indicator of how this best of 5 was going to go between these two teams, I don't know what it was going to be. Woozy, though, trying to bring it back a little bit. Works out for them for this 1 goal, but they've got to sink 2 more in 37 seconds just to tie it and bring it to OT. If not, like you said, we're going to that coveted game 5.
They cut the lead down from 3-1. Only 37 seconds left to go. They would need 2 more here. And it is on Baylor's side of the floor. Trying to push the advantage here. Runs it up the corner wall. Someone's right there for it. Gets blocked between 2. Saved. And Boise has to watch it go. And Boise has to let this one go. Back into the goal. Surely that's enough. And surely that forces game 5. Girthel, Zenil pinch, and Zenil winning it out in the end.
I think they got to keep the Zenil guy in check.
You would think. 15 seconds left to go. Nail already in the coffin if it wasn't already. All Baylor has to do is let this thing drop. And guess what? We've had a couple of bangers here up on the main stage for the 3rd game out of 7 here tonight. This main stage is gonna go to 5 games. Andy, might as well add the dirt into the grave of Boise in game 4.
And that's a full house for the side of the Baylor Bears. 3 and 2, respectively, for Zenil and Andy there to close out game number 4. And what a statement game you want to have leading into that 5th game. Because like we said, Boise could just ride off into the sunset happy with their first seed if they closed one of these 2 games out. But Baylor said, no, we are going to go the distance. We are going to make you earn that first seed.
Boise State coming out with 10 shots, only 1 landing up in. Meanwhile, Baylor on 8 shots with 5 goals going in. An insane number for the Bears, and that is what we like to call momentum heading into game number 5. But again, Rocket League players do this better than anybody, and they reset after a fresh 5 is put up on the board. But man, I mean, what a way to enter into game number 5 with a lot of momentum here. Number 1 seed, you could break Boise right here, and I'm sure Doc Haskell in the back right now telling his team, okay, let that one go. We've got 1 more to play. We've got 1 more opportunity, and here it comes in the next coming seconds. What do you do if you're Boise State, though, man? You got to try and stave off either Zenil or Andy. Hawks are still in play as well, but Hawks are also getting a hat trick of assists there, helping out with the first 3 goals, credited with 3 assists in the first stages as well. So tiebreakers could come in here, but game 5, who cares about a tiebreaker in the records? We got a tiebreaker to play in a game.
Absolutely right. It all comes down to this one right here. 5 minutes and potentially a little bit more if we need that overtime to round out this series. Will Baylor keep themselves in contention for that first seed, or will Boise just close it out here? It was a rough battle for them. They had game 2 and they had game 3. But Baylor coming back out strong. The strongest showing, actually, we've seen all series with that 4th game. like you said, if I'm Boise, I got to make sure that that isn't affecting my play, my state of game for this 5th one.
And it doesn't. Uzi just lets that run in, and Uzi's going to find a way to score this. Durtho on the pass. Durtho runs this, I believe, right into Uzi after the bump. Uzi's just right there, just needs to flip a little bit, hit the back of the car, and in. Durtho to Uzi for goal number 1 for Boise State. A good start, and it feels like they've just reset.
Great mental reset coming in from them. Baylor with an excellent kickoff to start off this 2nd one here.
Oh no.
Nothing too crazy for the time being, but lines it up. There's the double tap, and who else but Zenil to score the 1st one for Baylor in this game number 5.
Doesn't need any help to do so. No credit for anybody else but Zenil on the goal. Only a couple of seconds in. The Northwood transfer to Baylor impacts and statement made for this team already. Bears tying up the game 1 apiece, and it's just like the last 59 seconds didn't even happen. Fresh game.
I mean, it's like the last 20 minutes didn't even happen. They're playing this like it's a best of 1 with their tournament lives on the line. They're giving it all they have, and they really should. Because even though you are guaranteed your seed, or your spot for tomorrow, I should say, like we said, that ease of path towards that championship game matters so, so much. When you enter a tournament like this, fatigue can be one of those things that bring your players down. And so having an easier path to that championship would mean so much in terms of mental impact, physical impact on your players. And Woozy says, we want that easy path. Secures a 2nd one for the team.
On the pass from Preston, Woozy's able to get that in. So 3:18, plenty of time left to go, but it feels like this is now one of the more, it feels like going back to game number 2, 2 goals scored at the 3-minute mark. We may get nothing here for the next couple if we're following patterns.
Oh yeah.
But Baylor's got to look for 1 to tie up this game. Back off the corner. Another one to the corner. Andy's keeping it here. Maybe 1 more. No, Preston reads it onto Woozy, open net. Preston looking for the angle. Do you get it? Off the crossbar. 2nd shot's opportunity to the left. Baylor keeps themselves within 1. Good defense there. Now it's a scuffle here. Woozy looking to go, but it's Hoxter that gets there first. Hoxter with a flip reset. Hit up by Durtho. Final moments of that ball floating, and yet again, Boise will clear this out. Feels like Baylor's trying to get, not quite desperate yet, but they're playing a little bit more aggressively. 50-50 balls all over the place now. Durtho going upstairs, wins that one, keeps it centered for right now. Waterfalls down. Just not happening for Baylor to find any comfort. Boise State continues to add on the pressure.
Absolutely so. And they know they've got that 1-goal lead. They don't have to make anything crazy happen. If they can just keep this ball in play, no goals happening for the next 2 minutes, they by default would win this game, this series. They would move on to 1st seed. Baylor are the ones that have to get a little bit creative with it.
Oh.
Close one there, hitting the post.
Nearly hitting the post. And he will take this up. It's hit by Durtho. Durtho will clear. He's going to try to meet, but that doesn't go anywhere either. That goes all the way to the other side. Woozy's there. Back and forth they go. This might be closer to end, but Durtho doesn't want to take the chance. Andy scoring right now, looking for that sequence, the golden sequence that can help them. Down to 90 seconds on the clock. Looking like they can lock this up right here. That's no good, but it's okay. Baylor covers. Keep on rolling with a minute 15, minute 10 left to go on the clock.
It's looking like kickoff right there. All 6 cars in the middle of the field vying for the ball to go towards the opponent's goal. Woozy bumping with a member of Baylor there. Once again in the midfield, trying to see if they can grab control of that ball. Another shot in for Woozy, not quite blocked out by the Bears. Final 40 seconds left. Pressure is on Baylor. They have to score at least 1 to bring it to overtime.
Not doing so right now. They have 30 seconds left to try and get something done here, to try and score a goal. Durtho on the top. Follow up there from Woozy, and that may have just locked up the 1 seed. Durtho An excellent pass to the top of the wall. Gets bumped out of the way. Too little, too late. Woozy's there. Right time, right place. And the Broncos may have just gone undefeated and put Baylor into a position where the next game is now just for the bye. And no longer a 1 seed. 20 seconds left to go. Zanio trying to carry this all the way through. Gets blocked off the crossfire by Preston. And that may have been the last gasp. Nobody home. Woozy looking to put this in. It's off the left bar. Baylor's got one more shot, but it feels all but over at this point. And Boise State, 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, 3-1, and a 3-2. Buster looking good for a second surfboard right now as they find themselves with the number 1 seed. Andy gets it in, but it's a foregone conclusion. The Broncos are your number 1 seed here in the Hawaii Esports Invitational going into tomorrow.
Absolutely spectacular performance from them, able to maintain it from the beginning of the day to the end. And you've got to imagine they feel confident heading into tomorrow, knowing they were able to beat every team in not at least the 3-2, at least the 3. Actually, no, yeah, this was a 3-2. But other than that, every other team at minimum 3-1.
Yeah. And so other than the 3-2, every other team beat by 3-1. They beat Grand Canyon 3-1, Michigan State 3-1, and they beat Syracuse and University of Hawaii Manoa 3-0. So the scenario is set for Boise State. They do not have to play game 1 tomorrow.
Yep.
All they have to do is wait for the lowest seed remaining now, which is a good path to get to the championship game. On the other hand, Michigan State versus Baylor. We do not need to do math. No tiebreakers needed, no nothing.
Yep.
We are straight up playing for the 2 seed between Baylor and Michigan State coming up. This is going to be some fun, knowing to see which team is going to be playing for that first round bye.
Absolutely so. And I feel like, we were talking about the scenarios. That first seed would be nice, but this one, and how poetic it is that the last game that we are going to be broadcasting on this stage happens to be the one that determines whether you get that first round bye or whether you're going to be the 3rd seed and you will be playing GCU tomorrow.
Yeah, boy, by the way, Woozy with a hat trick, 3 goals on 5 shots, 2 saves.
Wow.
So overall, I mean, it was a very low shooting game there but for Boise State able to find a way to put net 3 in, all thanks to Woozy, and finds a way to get the number 1 seed. So that's going to be it for this game. We have one more game left to go. Like we said, we are playing Michigan State versus Baylor up next. Winner gets the 2 seed in the first round bye heading into tomorrow. Before we go into the break, though, we want to thank one more time Zippy is our presenting sponsor, and they believe that every gamer up today is potentially a digital creator tomorrow. Zippy is proud to support the Hawaii Esports Invitational and all the players that will be future Zippy's team members or customers even. Learn more about working at Zippy's by going to their website, zippys.com/careers. We're going to take a break. The deciding game for the number 2 seed coming up next. You're watching the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's.
I love Simon.
Me too.
Thank you.
And I love fried chicken, chili, french fries, spaghetti, fried noodles. I love Zippy's.
It was her first day back. She just had that look. I asked her and she said college was hard. But our first stop, that would remind her she was home.
The Mainland's so big and it's so beautiful. But what I do miss is the food.
Welcome back, everybody, here for the last time today here in day number 1 of the Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's. One more time, Clutch Key and Henry with you as we get set for our final game of the day, and it's a very important one here in Rocket League. We'll get to that momentarily, but first, Southwest Airlines is offering a special promotion for the Hawaii Esports Invitational. All registered attendees will be entered to win a raffle and a one round trip e-pass ticket to anywhere Southwest flies in the United States. Be sure to pick up your raffle ticket when you check in at the registration booth, with the drawing taking place on Sunday, which is tomorrow at 3 o'clock p.m. Learn more about Southwest's new Kama'aina Ohana Rewards program, offering quarterly inter-island travel discounts by visiting the Southwest booth during the event, or if you're not here at the event, check it out on their website by going to southwest.com/Hawaii/inter-island-flights and get your next flight started with the new Southwest Airlines Kama'aina Ohana Rewards program. Talking about a very important game now. We get set for our final game of day number 1 for the Hawaii Esports Invitational, and we will also get to a surfboard giveaway here momentarily because one team did just win, and we'll reveal that coming up after this game. But first and foremost, getting through this one because the winner takes the number 2 seed. As we introduce the teams right now, starting line is basically the same for both sides. The Bears will start off with Andy Hoxer as well as Zanil for Baylor University. Going on the flip side to Michigan State, Morvu, Knock, and Opbomb. Same as we have been going here. If you haven't been watching, both of these teams currently sitting at 3-1. So this would be a nice way to end this off as well. Even though you're the math guy, so if Boise had lost that, would have had a lot more fun with the numbers. But instead, we will go to the winner taking the number 2 seed. One of the player highlights we have here for you is Andy. Andy doing a lot here for this team in order for like 12 shots, 12 saves. But really, a good all-around player usually wins out for you games a lot of the times here for Rocket League. A very good all-rounded player, whether you're saving, whether you're shooting. It's going to land you up winning a lot of games. Unfortunately, that didn't happen last game, but they have a chance to at least redeem themselves this time around for Baylor.
Absolutely right. I'm glad you bring up the placements because if you've noticed, for every other team that has been playing so far, their standings are set. If you look at the standing, it trickles down like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and then inversely 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That basically just means everybody is set where they are, and the only 2 spots left remaining is the 2nd seed and that 3rd seed like you're talking about. If you win this series, regardless of which team you are, you will get placed into that first round bye. You will get the other team left over from whichever the first place seed doesn't pick. But the main thing is you don't have to play in that first set of games, and that gives you a lot of time to scout out your opponents, maybe get some, coaching ideas into your players, have a little bit of time to talk strategy even.
Yeah, maybe even some warm-up games too, depending on the availabilities of computers and all that maybe. But anyways, yeah, it is pretty much locked in terms of the standings. Number 1 seed does turn out to be Boise, going with a game differential, by the way, perfect 15 wins to get through their entire series, only giving up a total of 4 games up in that entire 5-game stretch. Meanwhile, number 2 seed still to be determined, obviously, with Baylor and Michigan State. 4 seed locked in. Syracuse did sweep the University of Hawaii at Manoa did sweep them 3-0, and of course GCU ending earlier today. They get a little bit more rest than the other teams. However, they will have to play first thing in the morning coming up tomorrow when we play that best of 7 coming up tomorrow. Single elimination. There is no second chances here at HGI. We are going single elimination the entire way, best of 7s. So come back tomorrow and watch as we give away one of the beautiful surfboards. The same one, actually, same designer for the last 3 years as well.
Oh, yeah.
Going here. So we will give away a surfboard as well momentarily to the winning team of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. That game going on right now in Cruz. But again, Michigan State versus Baylor, these 2 teams in the Power Esports Conference respectively. Number 1 right now for Baylor, and for Michigan State, they're number 3 in the PEC rankings in that double round robin. Both of these teams, by the way, and a storyline you could build as well. There is a little bit of a build-up here as well. I mean, there was no score kind of not reported into the Liga West at the very least back in February 9th. But we can tell you they did play only 5 days ago according to schedule, unless they rescheduled it. So here we go. This may be the one that counts. Who knows? But we're underway here. Baylor versus Michigan State. Winner takes the number 2 seed and gets the bye going into tomorrow. We are underway with our final game of the round robin.
Yep, very high stakes game, as a matter of fact. And also, we don't talk about it that much because you know, it doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but closing out here in a 3-0 versus closing it out here in a 3-2 gives you a lot of leeway in terms of understanding how strong you are relative to the lower bracket of your opponents, right? You can go ahead and look at the score of everybody you've already faced. Zanil looking to start that lead, looking to start that charge into a number 2 seed for Baylor if possible. And this character, this player, we've been seeing his name pop up time and time again when it comes to who is scoring for the side of the Bears. A very consistent player throughout today.
So a good start for the Bears of Baylor trying to take on this Spartans team. I'm going to watch that from the side momentarily. Now get a chance to execute their game plan, see how much pressure they want to put on here. Zenio with the first goal of the game. And we're underway. Looking for the center now. Looking just for enough pressure to build in for this Baylor team to keep this momentum going. It's been staying on the Spartans side. Spartans finally clear, but Andy's going to be right there to collect. Keep it there. Meanwhile, it does go into the corner. Playing off momentarily. Getting it to the wall as dropping it kind of in, hitting the corner, and nearly a very decent angle for this. Morbu's going to go up top. You have enough boost for it. It'll waterfall down, maybe a dunk, but instead Hawks is going to just end that dream right away.
Yeah, and like you said, ball has been kind of stuck on the side of the Spartans for a long time now. They get the occasional, you know, hoop onto the Bears, but then Baylor kind of just bring it back. And Michigan State, they've been stuck in a bit of a limbo here. Finally putting that aggressor in. Let's see how much they want to commit. Baylor, though, taking control back of the ball, hits the crossbar, going in for a rebound. Not quite yet. Double tap not there either. Brings the ball back into the midfield. Lots of people using their boost to try to gain control of the ball, set it up for their team. Hoxer with a good drive in, another block. Only crossbar and not much more.
Not much more coming here. 2.5 minutes left, halfway gone here in this game. It's going to be a fly up for Hawks to try to knock away momentarily. Here comes Morbu trying to carry this all the way. Doesn't get an extra hit that they need. Instead gets blocked out by Baylor. Oplam bringing it back to the middle, but doesn't have the angle knock, doesn't have it to run it through. So Oplam will try to corner this again, but nothing doing. Pushed out. Michigan State will get a third chance here and maybe a center. This one will run up the ceiling though. The flip reset clears this out back to middle. As I say that, Oplam tries to go in, doesn't have enough strength to push that inside of the goal. Michigan State trying to find answers, but no matter where they look, no matter which door they open, there's a Baylor Bear right in front of them.
And you definitely don't want to open doors with Bears behind them as a helpful survival tip, I guess. But in this game, Michigan are trying to open every door possible so they can see a path towards their success. After all, it's only been that one goal very early into this game number 1, and after that, not much more after. Every time Michigan State have been trying to take a shot, Baylor have been ready to block. And that's been consistent for the last 3 minutes now.
They are trying their best to push through, but no matter what, Baylor's right there clawing them down. Absolutely just keeping on the momentum from that very first goal back with 4 minutes remaining. Since then, it's been no noise. It's been silence in terms of scoring. This may be one of them, but unfortunately for Michigan State, that might have been one of their best looks. As it's cleared out by Zanio. Back into the middle they'll go. Back to the Michigan State side they'll play now. Hawk trying to push in, and Morbu just trying to clear out, but the Bears, no breathing room at all is being given. Even if they were to be playing defense, it plays like they're in a chokehold right now. And Michigan State trying to find their way out of it. 25 seconds remaining. Pressure after pressure comes in. I don't think I've seen this ball go back onto the Baylor side in quite a long time. Finally, it will cross the timeline. But Michigan State's got to get desperate here. Might have to start triple committing. 10 seconds left to go. Can't leave anyone in the net. They got to go cross country here to find a goal. They had a shot. It was blocked off. And 2 seconds left to go. And he's putting in another one on the double tap. The exclamation mark. Baylor 1-0. 2 games away from the 2 seed.
I mean, that one was just a little salt in the wound. Both teams know the stakes of this series. And for Baylor to be able to score one, and even when time runs out, it's not going to make a difference in the grand scheme of things, you know, a 1-0 versus a 2-0 in terms of goals for the first game. But, I mean, describe that as a statement goal, if you will, and you can kind of see it right here. 10 shot attempts, 2 of them connecting for Baylor, 0 connecting on the side of Michigan State out of 4.
Yeah, and you can tell by that pressure already. I mean, the differential number of shots is 6, and that just shows you how much pressure that the Bears want to put on them. And again, every single time the Michigan State wanted to do something, there's a Baylor Bear right in front pushing on. And it shows you that game against Boise State, I guess, maybe gave them a little bit motivation to win this one out, get a 2 seed. If you can't get the 1, you'd be content with the 2 and get another round and get the other first round bye, wouldn't you?
I mean, like we said, the only team to bring Boise to a 3-2 was Baylor. Michigan State lost, you know, by more than that. So if you're, you know, if you apply the transitive here, then, you know, there's a clear better than the other.
Yeah, okay. It's like saying Hawaii basically won. It's like saying Hawaii almost won college football playoffs by transitive property.
Yeah. Not Cope.
Not Cope, yeah.
No.
Not Cope. Not Cope at all. Although we did win Hawaii Bowl, so that's fine.
As we head into this second game here, you know, both teams hoping not to cope their way into a victory and hoping to earn it themselves. After all, that first game, like we said, a very early goal for Baylor, and then just dead goal silence for nearly 4 minutes straight. It wasn't until the timer ran out that Baylor were able to eke out a second goal, which goes to show that, you know, it's not entirely out of Michigan State's hands. This was a very close game number 1. You know, a little bit of sway in either direction could have a monumental impact on how the rest of the series goes. If Michigan State are able to tie it up here at 1-1, you know, that just proves it's not going to be that far apart. But Zanil, a staple name in the Baylor Bear matchup, and proving why he is a staple name here. That shot was, again, from half court all the way, from halfway across the field. That perfect 45-degree shot is just so easy to land for a lot of these players.
So 4:10 on the clock. Zanil already with the goal up on the board. Can't say enough about Zanil making an impact here for Baylor. The way he's changed this Baylor Bear squad in Rock League from Northwood and transferring on over, making a statement now. Helping this team out. The rest of being the best right now. Arguably the best team in the PEC. Look at the 1 seed for it, but looking like they are hungry for the 2. As for Baylor again, just pushing down this pressure upon Baylor right now, even dribbling across sideways, making sure that this ball stays on this side of the floor. It's going to be Andy trying to get it through 2. Opportunity here, flips out, and Morvu getting it out, but with the gasp of air needing to do that. Backside 50-50. Finally, we see the ball cross the timeline, backing it over to Baylor territory. Does get a demolition. Morvu now looking to see if they can get something going here for Michigan State. A little bit of a fake. This one will bump up into the air. One, remember, will go. Misses off the mark. That was up. Bomb. That was there, but nothing doing. 3 minutes left. Baylor back with command. Andy looking for something on the other end. Tries to carry this over. Doesn't get the second hit. Won't have a second chance opportunity at that ball either. But man, again, staying on the green side. Possession just stays here all the time from the looks of it.
And this feels so reminiscent of game number 1. You know, the first goal is pretty early within the first minute, and then a lot of back and forth between who gets control of this ball, a lot of shots denied on both sides. But like you said, the moral of the story here in the series so far is that Baylor have been able to keep up the tempo and keep the ball on Michigan's side, which makes it so much harder for Michigan to play that offense and have the opportunities to shoot. That's why we saw there were so many more shots on the Baylor Bears relative to what Michigan State were able to accomplish in game 1. I don't expect it's that different in the second game.
You wouldn't expect it, but maybe Michigan State can turn the tides here in momentarily. 2 minutes left to go on here in game number 2 as Baylor kicking it all the way to their side of the goal, and now Baylor will have a chance to respond. Here comes Sunil. Just letting it go for right now, getting it back to the team member. Now we'll go up the wall with him, and that gets denied. Off bomb clear from the corner, though. This one stays. This one goes in the middle. Nobody up for Michigan State, but they know that nobody's home and can clear that out. So on Manoa. You can see right now, rotating back, getting the boost. Lots of boost on the side of Baylor. Nothing really on the side for Michigan State as they have to reset for it. Zanil with the save on a pinch from Hawkster. That gets denied. Andy had a run at it, but not happening there. One more time on a flip. Getting it back to the middle area, getting it back to the wall. Michigan State with 1:15, and yet again, a story of the same game that happened last time. One early goal for Baylor, and Michigan State just can't find an open door.
This was literally just what happened 5 minutes ago. Quite literally so. And, I mean, it feels like it's the same playbook from both teams. Baylor get that early goal, they kind of can just ride it off into a victory lap here. And if the same playbook works 2 games in a row, that's totally fine. But if you're on the side of Michigan State, you're now looking at a 0-2 deficit in a best-of-5. It would mean the reverse sweep in order to secure yourself that second seed, that playoff spy, if you will, for the Hawaii Esports Invitational. 30 seconds left on the clock. Spartans looking to make a move if they can. It may take multiple people to make the shot work. They're going to have to start playing defense at some point and drive one of these balls into the Baylor half and potentially into a goal.
10 seconds left to go. Michigan State's last opportunity here. Driving it back. They're going to need to turn this tide now. 5 seconds, they'll carry it around. Baylor pinches out. Baylor's going to try. This might be another exclamation. Michigan State holds it up for right now. Gets it up, but it falls to the ground, and Baylor on a 1-0 win. A low-scoring game yet again, but it doesn't matter. Baylor's going to take the wins where they can get them. They were 1 win away from having to not do anything else but watch the very first round of the quarterfinals.
And some of these players, I mean, they would appreciate like a 1 hour call time differential, I'm not going to lie. Or, you know, more time to enjoy the atmosphere here, but regardless, competitive all around, and you can see it right there. Shots versus saves, almost inverse to each other's teams. Baylor with more shots, but Michigan with more saves. Unfortunately, they weren't able to close out the 1 goal that Zanil was able to make.
But it shows you the pressure as well. Again, Baylor having 10 shots on goal. Meanwhile, Michigan State only having 3 this time around.
Yep.
Baylor's had 20 shots on goal compared to Michigan's 7 combined here in 2 games of play, which means for Baylor, they are putting on the pressure. It shows because, again, no matter what Michigan State tries to do, it feels like every single time. It feels like if we had sort of a clock to go on both sides here, you'd see at least about maybe, I would say, 3.5 minutes on the side for Baylor, and only maybe 90 seconds, if that, on Michigan State, or on Baylor's side of the floor would be the ball for Michigan State to attack. Meanwhile, on Michigan State's side of the floor, it's like 3.5 minutes. That just shows you the amount of pressure that Baylor is having for you right now. And these are low-scoring games. It's not like it's unattainable for Michigan State.
It's true.
They just can't find an opening.
Yeah, I mean, and so the way you phrase it, you know, either Michigan State, you know, give themselves more opportunities to play on that offense, or they got to just make better use of those small windows, like you said, that they have when the ball is in the Baylor half. Right now,
they had that opportunity right there, and they missed off to the right.
They did, but it's just the first 20 seconds. I wouldn't put too much pressure on them yet. It's a very self-fulfilling prophecy, you know, like downward spiral if you kind of beat yourself up for the first 20 seconds when there's still 4.5 more minutes of gameplay to go. So, you know, the fact that they are keeping it on the Baylor half of the court for at least that amount of time shows that they are willing to pick up the tempo a little bit in this third and decisive game number 3.
And for this team for Michigan, their only loss was to the number 1 seed. So was Baylor's one. So they have had good wins the rest of the way here. It's the Syracuse team, though different. Both of them going 3-2 against Syracuse on a win. But now facing off against each other. Michigan State's backs up against the wall. Andy going for it on the double tap. Maybe no. Let's somebody else have it. But Moreview's going to try. Moreview is there for right now. Moreview's probably the player to watch for Michigan State, but has been shut down here so far. End of the process. That was a good look for Michigan State, but nothing doing. They escape from the pressure for right now, and it looks like Michigan State wants to go tempo. Trying to bring it up, gets a little bit of a fake. That'll bring it back out to center. 50-50 ball, off bombs there, but it goes straight up vertical. Knox is going to try to clear this away. This won't go in for Baylor at all because somebody's able to clear that out right now. Gets over one, gets a tip. 50-50 ball just stays there. It keeps staying there. It keeps staying on this side. Like I said, if we started a clock, it would just stay on that side of the floor a lot of the time.
Yeah, Michigan had good control of the ball within the first, I would say, 30 seconds to a minute of this game, but ever since, it feels like the Bears have been in control. Another shot attempt and another save. And that's kind of been the moral of the story here. We've just been seeing that over and over again. Third game in a row now, but at least this time, Baylor have not made a goal. It's been 2.5 minutes of dry spell when it comes to actually scoring for both teams.
I mean, our statistician is falling asleep at this point.
No, he's so happy. Look at him. Now everyone's looking at us.
2 minutes and 25 seconds left to go on the clock. Very good defense on both sides, really. Again, our sheets are clean right now, but Sinio finds a way to put one up and put one in, and Baylor have the lead.
That was coast to coast. That was literally like a goalie kicking it into the goal.
Yep, one shot goes all the way across. That's good news for Baylor.
And
they
it's Zinio.
needed that.
And it's Zinio.
And it's Zinio. Who else?
Like, yeah. So a little bit late for him relative to the other two, but
well, how about another one?
He makes up for it. Yeah, with a back-to-back.
And all solo goals, mind you, by the way. Zinio does not have anybody assisting. Just let me take. Let me take.
He got it.
So 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock here. Looking to see for Michigan State if they can find their way up and find their way into a goal position. They have not scored in this entire series so far. They are looking for their first. Meanwhile, it's 5 goals up for Baylor and potentially a 2 seed waiting for them at the end of the 2-minute play here.
Yeah, Michigan State, they've got to do something here. They've kind of been dancing with Baylor, but Baylor's been leading the dance this entire time. It feels like this entire series has been Baylor in the driver's seat. So MSU now finally, in a long time it feels like, bringing the ball in the half of the Bears. Baylor are not having any of it. Retain control. Now, a lot of pressure in this midfield, trying to see who is going to be able to maintain this ball, who's going to be able to set up a play. Maybe a nice simple center and shot would be enough for Michigan State to score one.
Well, they might add on another one on a carry, but nothing happening there. Back to the middle. Who else? Daniel is right there. And that forces 2 players to commit to the ball. They're ready to block it. This one's still rolling, though, but Michigan State's time dwindling away here. And they just want a goal here to end. Maybe carry some momentum into tomorrow, but right now, Baylor's got all of them covered. Right now, combined 5-0 here. And maybe a good tip as well from Zanil. Bottom of the car, flips it on over, redirects. Watch this for you as he just flips on over. This is on the bottom wheel.
Wow.
That redirects it, and you can't do anything but watch in awe. Zanil scores the hat trick with 45 remaining.
And some mountains are just impossible to climb here. Baylor, and keep in mind, this is their 4th series in a row. They played 2 off stage. They played the one against Boise, and now they're playing this one against Michigan State. Just speaks to the endurance and the stamina of this team. If I'm the coach, I've got to feel very happy, very ready for those.
I'm getting them some good zippies at the end of this.
Ooh!
10 seconds left to play here in this match, and it is all but done. It is all but sealed. Baylor Bears, maybe there's a goal here, and Knox will score. That's the basic hello. That's something to take into tomorrow. With only 5 seconds left to go, Michigan State does score. But in reality here, it's pretty much a done deal. Unless there's a miracle that happens here in the next couple of seconds. I've seen miracles happen, but unfortunately none will happen. Next stop to play, or grounding of the ball, will stop it. And the Baylor Bears, well, Sikkim Bears, they get the win on a 3-0 sweep, ending the day and get the number 2 seed with the first round bye coming up tomorrow morning.
And I think, honestly, a very decisive, definitive performance from our top 2 seeds heading into tomorrow. They basically beat everybody other than Baylor couldn't beat Boise. But other than that, a strong performance across the board. I don't think there was any major slip-ups beyond. I don't even think there were that many 3-2s from the top 2 seeds, other than against each other.
Yep.
So very well deserved for both of these two teams, and they get to rest a little easier knowing that they have the opportunity to scout their opponents who will be playing first in the program tomorrow. But that does bump Michigan State down to 3rd place. They will be playing Grand Canyon in one of their matches, that best of 7 tomorrow.
Yep, so the way this works now, it's single eliminations the entire way through. Baylor earns the number 2 seed and gets the bye. So the number 1 seed will be Boise State. They will play the lowest seed remaining after the first quarterfinals. Then it'll be Baylor who takes on the highest seed remaining there for Baylor as well. And then, of course, for the other 4 seeds, it'll be the number 3 seed, a.k.a. Michigan State, taking on Grand Canyon University, and then Hawaii taking on Syracuse, a rematch of the last match here today. In the meanwhile, though, you were talking about one of the teams here. You can see the group standings right now on your screen. 1 and 2 will get the first round bye. Meanwhile, 3, 4, 5, and 6 will have to play tomorrow morning. So congratulations to Boise. They're already out of the building. They are going to be here tomorrow morning with you, even just to watch or maybe just to get a little bit more warm-ups in. But either way, we will see them tomorrow morning. And in fact, we'll see if they can raise up their 2nd trophy in a row, because they won main stage trophy, I should say, because the first trophy that they won was back in Valorant last year. Boise State getting the 1 seed here in the group standings, have an opportunity to raise a 2nd surfboard trophy at the end of it. So, and for Michigan State, though, they're not going away empty-handed. We did get a report in for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate that Michigan State did give themselves the win for the crew battle. So Michigan State will go away with a surfboard for the 3rd year in a row, mind you. So they are 3 for 3 in number of surfboards being taken. Now, can they exceed that is the better question. Can they have 4 surfboards in 3 years? That will be the question tomorrow that arises with them. They will need that extra game in the quarterfinals to do that. But again, Super Smash Brothers, there has been only one team that has won the Super Smash Brothers Ultimate in 2 years, and that is the green and white Zappa trim that is going on right here. All of the players out here for the cruise battles that happen in Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. Tomorrow will be singles, so they'll have more Super Smash Brothers Ultimate opportunities there. So if you want to go check that out, you have time to. But here in Michigan State, for Rocket League, is going to have to do a little bit of work if they want to lift up a surfboard like their teammates on the other side of the org.
Absolutely so. They're going to have the opportunity to talk about it tonight, review the games that they've lost, review some strategies, maybe switch things up. Of course, like we said, if I were one of the players or coaches, I would have treated today as a day of experimentation. Get a feel for your players, get a feel of the opponents that obviously, like you said, they've faced each other many a times in different scenarios, not here, but new place, new environment. Now they've gotten the opportunity to play every single team one time in a best of 5. Now you got to take that information, go home, and see what you can cook up for tomorrow.
And just this year alone, by the way, let's point out that even in the Power Esports Conference, they are not prone to the esports rhetoric of online gameplay. They have played all of these games online before, so it could be ping, could be nothing. Can't complain about that here because they're playing all or relatively
right here
within 1 or 3 ping of each other. Let's be real. So on a LAN environment, they're playing all in the same space. They see the other side. They can look to their left or look to their right, depending on where they are on the stage, and they can see their opponents. So all of it being said, now they're going to have to do this again tomorrow. But this time, there are no second chances. There are no climbing the ladder to get back into your group. This time around, it is one and done. So tomorrow, it will be a single elimination matchup between all of the matches here, 3 versus 6, 4 versus 5, and then we reseed in, and finally the championship round. So stick with us tomorrow. But for right now, we go down to the main area, into our lobby area, where we will get set for a trophy ceremony. Michigan State receiving their 3rd surfboard here in just moments.
Okay, all right, it's that time of the day, that time of the tournament, day 1, where we get to tell you who is the champion for College Smash. And I'm happy to say that this year's winner is a repeat winner. Please give it a hand to Michigan State. Woo! 2 in a row. 2 in a row. Are we going to give you the board now? He's in the bathroom. I love that. Do you really want it? All right, we're going to have to do the whole speech all over again. All right. Run it back. Yeah, exactly. Calling Michigan State. Too much zippies? Do we know who it is? Adam Suspect? Is that his name? Yep. Okay. Lives the brand. Let's go. Okay, what do you want to do for the shot? Yeah, right here? How do you want me to present it? Either. Then we're going to go over here. Do you want me to hand it over to? Yeah, okay. Coach, do you want me to hand it to you and then you share it to the players? Do you want me to hand it to the players? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, clap right now. Everyone, clap right now. Come on. All right. For the second time, let's give a hand to Michigan State, this year's winner for College Smash. Woo! And the winner goes to the guy who was late.
Michigan State rising up the surfboard one more time here in 2026. Winners of it in 2025. They get to take home another one, a third surfboard to take home. Now Michigan State still has one more opportunity to do so, and that is tomorrow when we kick off our Rocket League quarterfinals into our semis and, of course, our championship round, all happening tomorrow. That coverage starts at 10:30 a.m. Hawaii time, which if you're watching Pacific, 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. For those for watching Syracuse, we'll watch out for 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time
as well. And of course, there's also singles going on for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. That might be streamed. Check out some more information for that later on. But again, 10:30 tomorrow is when we come back here to the main stage side. So we want to thank all of our sponsors here, including Zippy's, for presenting our entire tournament here. Day number 1, day number 2 coming up tomorrow, right back here at the University of Hawaii at West Oahu. For our entire crew, from our EMP Live Designs crew at the HEI 2026, we want to thank you for watching Hawaii Esports Invitational presented by Zippy's. Back tomorrow again, 10:30 a.m. Hawaii Standard Time. And you've been watching HEI. Thanks for watching. See you later, everybody.
Bye.